This is Falling for the Fling by Lili Valente, narrated by Jason Clarke and Lili Valente. Chapter 1. Lark. The night before my best friend Lisa's wedding and my 7th turn as a bridesmaid, I have all my weirdest anxiety dreams. Every single one. Babysitting my sister Aria's baby, and I lose the 8-month-old in her stuffed animal collection? Check. Crawling through a miniature Dutch pancake house with doors too small for me to squeeze through while It's a Small World plays on endless repeat? Check. Getting knocked over the head, blacking out, and waking up in the middle of the early church service my Nana hasn't missed in 35 years, wearing nothing but a fine layer of caramel corn stuck to my body like a bad catsuit and a bubblegum bow in my hair. Check. And check. I have that one twice because apparently one naked and covered in candy in front of old people dream wasn't enough for my subconscious. As a result of all the panicked dreaming, I wake up exhausted. Exhausted on the biggest day of my best friend's life, not to mention the biggest catering job of my career. Ever After Catering has been growing steadily since I started the business 3 years ago, but I've never handled an event like Lisa's reception. There will be a 20-foot appetizer buffet, a sit-down steak or salmon dinner for 300 people, and a dessert spread featuring a 5-tier wedding cake, 3 different kinds of groom's cake. Lisa's soon-to-be husband and his 2 brothers all have very strong, but very opposing, views on cake. Cupcakes with sprinkles for the kids, chocolate pie for Lisa's gran, an edible ice sculpture, and a white chocolate fountain. And of all that, the ice sculpture is the only thing my 2 sisters and I aren't making ourselves. Even knowing the cakes are mostly done and waiting at the venue, the salmon is marinating in my industrial fridge, and the salad is sitting in giant containers, just waiting to be tossed with homemade honey lemon dressing. My hands are still shaking as I shove a change of clothes and my lucky apron into a duffel bag and snag my bridesmaid's dress from the closet. I'm always a little nervous before a big job, but today is worse than usual. Today has to be perfect, not only for Lisa, but for all the guests attending the reception. At least 6 of Lisa's successful friends from college are planning weddings in the next year. Booking even 3 more big-budget receptions will take my business to the next level, allowing me to compete with more established catering companies based in Atlanta and proving there's nothing small-town about my operation. Except, of course, that I'm based in a small town. But not just any small town. Bliss River, Georgia is as cute as they come. A never-met-a-stranger we wouldn't pour a glass of sweet tea place where the pursuit of wedded bliss is practically a town-wide pastime. If I can get the city folk out here to visit, I'd bet my favorite vintage mixer they'll be lining up to hold their weddings in our adorable barns, historic churches, and generally cute as a button downtown. Expanding my business could lead directly to expanding the prosperity of the place I've called home my entire life. It's just another reason I have to pull this reception off without a hitch. There is no room for error, and certainly no time for a nap. 3 cups of coffee sustained me through the epic beauty salon appointment, and crying like a baby as I watch my best friend since preschool get married keeps me conscious through the receiving line and the wedding party pictures. But by the time I arrive at the venue, a lovely old home on the historic register about 5 miles outside of Bliss River, I'm pinching myself to stay awake. Thankfully, as soon as I walk through the door to the new, supersized kitchen the owners added onto the home when they decided to rent it out for events, the job-in-progress adrenaline kicks in. "How are the potatoes? Are they cooked through and ready for the warmers?" I ask, as I bustle into the room, tying my lucky apron on over my bridesmaid's dress. I was too nervous to take the time to change before heading over from the church. I'm just going to have to cook in floor-length red taffeta and a strapless bra I'm pretty sure is trying to murder my boobs. "Are they done?" I ask again, squinting at the stove. "We're going to need the oven for the last-minute apps in less than 10 minutes. "Hello to you, too." Aria, my older sister, grumbles from the far corner of the kitchen, where she's bent over the wedding cake with a tube of frosting, adding a few last-minute iced tulips around the edges. At 5'7" and barely 120 pounds, Aria is the slimmest of we 3 March sisters, unreasonably scrawny for a pastry chef, and lately about as sweet as a packet of damp Sweet and Low. Ever since she separated from her husband and moved back to Bliss River 5 months ago, she's misplaced her sense of humor. I've learned to put up with Arya's new and unimproved personality transplant. But I admit I miss the big sister who used to organize elaborate pranks for us to play on our parents during family vacations, and stay up all night, giving makeovers and telling silly stories about the guys she dated. "Lark, you're here!" Melody, my younger sis, bounds across the room with a squeal, clapping her hands. "How was the wedding? Was it amazing and romantic and all around fantastic? Was Lisa beautiful? Did Matt cry? Did you cry?" "It was perfect. Of course. A little, and of course," I say, laughing as Melody pulls me in for a giddy hug. Melody loves weddings, almost as much as she loves to cook, and only slightly less than she loves to eat. Her commitment to all things culinary means that she graduated from culinary school only 1 year behind me, even though I'm 2.5 years older. My little sis and I share a love of preparing food, the same long, sandy blonde hair and brown eyes, and nearly identical rounded figures that give testimony to the fact that we hit the cheese board more often than the gym. When we were younger, people mistook us for twins, until Melody hit a growth spurt and left me behind. Now, at 5'2", standing between my taller sisters, I'm a short, squatty novel. Probably a cozy mystery, with a punny, food-themed title like Murder and Marinade, wedged between two mismatched bookends. No one knows where Arya's red hair and green eyes came from. There are rumors of a ginger great-grandmother on our father's side, but they remain unsubstantiated. If Arya didn't have our dad's nose and super long fingers, or if all 3 of the Bliss River postmen weren't actually post-women, I'm sure the jokes from Dad's poker buddies would have been never-ending. "I hated to miss it," Melody says with a sigh as she releases me. "Did you tell Lisa I was thinking of her and wishing her the best day ever?" "I did, and she said thank you for holding down the fort here so I could be her maid of honor." "Of course," Melody waves a hand in the air. "You had to be her maid of honor. It would have been a sacrilege if she'd picked anyone else. Though it might have been nice to give someone else a turn," Arya says, ducking between us as she heads for the sink. "You know what they say about the March girls and weddings." I wrinkle my nose. I know exactly what they, the town gossips, the women in our mother's book club, Nana's friends at the DAR, and all the been-married-forevers who have nothing better to do than predict who is, or isn't, going to get married next, say about the March girls. Too many times a bridesmaid, never a bride. Between the 3 of us, we've been part of a wedding party no less than 27 times. Melody holds the record, with 10 bridesmaid appearances and 3 turns as maid of honor, all before her 23rd birthday. At this rate, she'll have a dozen plastic bins full of hideous old dresses in our parents' garage before she's 25. Ari and I aren't far behind her, tied with 7 stints each down the aisle in scratchy taffeta. "Well, I think it's nice that so many people want us in their weddings," Melody says. "It means we have a lot of good friends." "Besides, you already proved them wrong anyway," I say to Arya's back. "One March girl has been married, even if it didn't stick. There's still hope Melody and I will have weddings of our own someday, and you'll get a second chance with someone truly fabulous." Romantic, happy ever after dreams do come true, I think, a little wistfully. I see it all the time, and there's going to come a day when I won't be on the outside looking in at the romance while clearing the appetizer spread and wondering if we're going to need more mustard. It just might take a little longer than I was expecting. After breaking up with Thomas last year, things have been pretty quiet in the romance department. Not that Thomas was particularly romantic. He inherited his dad's pool supply company and spent his days peddling chlorine and water filters. But as a former high school football star, his true passions were following Bliss River High's football season, obsessing about his fantasy football roster, and yelling at the television with his buddies down at the sports bar. We had a good time when we got together to grill catfish or see a movie, but there were never any real fireworks. The earth didn't move. The butterflies didn't take wing. My knees didn't go soft and spongy every time we touched. Not like with he who shall not be allowed back in my thoughts. Him. Mason freaking Stewart. The only guy who's ever made me boil like chicken stock left in the crock pot a little too long. There's never been anyone like Mason. And not just with the physical stuff either. He's the only man I've ever really loved. Maybe the only one I'll ever love. So perfect that no other man can compare. Or at least he was perfect for me. We just fit and clicked and complemented each other so well, like dark chocolate cake and raspberry sauce, followed by a sip of perfectly balanced port. Until we didn't, of course. Until he left, taking a chunk of my innocent, trusting heart with him. It's a thought that plagues me in the night, when I'm lying awake in the dark, wondering when my days of sleeping solo will finally be over. What if I'll never be able to fall for another man the way I fell for Mason Stewart? No matter how much I adore weddings and secretly long to be walking down the aisle as a bride, it's hard to imagine trusting someone like that again. I suppose crazier things have happened, but getting hitched again sure as hell isn't on my agenda, Arya mumbles, pulling me from my thoughts. Shouldn't you two be cooking something? I hear cars starting to pull up. Her words have the desired effect. Soon, Melody and I are scrambling to get the Black Forest ham-stuffed puff pastries and other last-minute appetizers into the oven, and fetching the trays we prepared last night from the refrigerator. Next, we round up the servers from behind the building where they've gone to play a few quick hands of poker. They have a gambling for leftovers problem, and set them to work carrying everything out to the buffet. Arya finishes prepping the white chocolate fountain and begins filling round serving trays with glasses of champagne and red, white, and pink wine, because pink is the bride's favorite color, while Melody works on the sides and I fire up the grill for the steak and salmon. 3 hours later, I'm covered in a fine sheen of sweat and smell like a campfire, but the appetizers and sit-down dinner were a rousing success. The guests are well-fed, well-liquored, and enjoying the heck out of themselves. All that's left is to bring out the desserts and finish strong. I start for the groom's cakes, but Melody stops me with a hand on my arm. Go on, go dance with the others, she says, tugging at the bow on my apron. Arya and I can handle it from here on out. Are you sure? I ask, running a hand over my heat-frizzed hair. I can stay, Go. You deserve to have some fun after how hard you've worked this week, Arya says with a rare smile. And I don't want any of you klutzes dropping my cakes. I'll bring them out myself as soon as Manny and George get the fountain set up. All right. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. Deciding to ignore the grease stain on my skirt, it will be too dark on the dance floor to see it anyway, I head for the kitchen door, ready to boogie with my best girlfriend until I succumb to exhaustion. Lisa and I have been dreaming about dancing at her wedding together since we were in middle school, and the closest we'd gotten to dating was fighting over whether we'd marry a vampire or a werewolf if we were the heroine of our favorite teen romance. I was, and am, Team Werewolf, of course. The undead have their place, I guess, but I don't want one in my bed. My toes get cold enough as it is. I hurry across the ballroom, where Manny and George, my 2 oldest employees, the ones who helped me start Ever After Catering 3 years ago, are setting up the dessert buffet, and out into the warm Georgia night. Outside, paper lanterns hang laced between the trees, casting the large dining tables with their centerpieces of gardenia blossoms in an orange glow. Dinner was cleared a while ago, but several of the older folks still sit in their chairs, nursing coffee and chatting, smiling as they watch the younger generations jump up and down on the dance floor beneath the trees. If I had planned an outdoor wedding in May, I'm sure it would have rained, forced everyone to cram into the too small for 300 guests historic home, and the celebration would have been ruined. But Lisa has had better luck. Perfect luck, in fact. The weather was perfect, the ceremony was perfect, the food was perfect, if I do say so myself, and everyone looks like they're having an amazing time. Another blissful wedding in Bliss River, almost in the books. It's always a good feeling, but tonight is super special. Dodging 2 flower girls playing a rough game of tag with what's left of their bouquets, I head for the dance floor. I can see Lisa and Matt in the center, surrounded by friends and family, and can't wait to join them. All the exhaustion and stress of the day seep away as Celebrate Good Times cranks through the DJ's speakers, and the people I love let out a whoop of appreciation. It is possibly the cheesiest of all wedding reception songs, but I love it. Sometimes a girl just wants to celebrate good times, and I'm not too cool to admit that. Suddenly, I'm ready to dance all night. If fate hadn't had other plans, I have no doubt I would have thrown myself into the fray and gotten my groove thing on for hours. But fate does step in. in the form of 6 feet, 2 inches of old flame. At first, I can't believe it's really him. He hasn't been back to Bliss River in years. But there's no mistaking that strong jawline or the shaggy brown hair that falls over his forehead, just so. No mistaking those wide shoulders or that narrow waist or how utterly delicious this jerk looks in a suit. It's Mason Stewart, all right. Mason Stewart, brooding at the edge of the dance floor, holding a lightly sweating beer loosely between 2 fingers like he never left town in the first place. When in reality, Mason has avoided Bliss River like the plague for 4 long years. We haven't seen hide nor hair of Mason around these parts. Not since the night he asked me to marry him and then ran off to New York City the very next morning. He was offered a residency in Atlanta, only an hour away, and he'd promised to take it. To take it, and to take me with him when he left Bliss River. We'd planned on getting an apartment together in the city. I was going to get a job cooking at an amazing restaurant downtown. Mason was going to save the world, 1 patient at a time. And after 3 years of dating, we were finally going to live together. Finally live together and do all those other simmery, sexy things we'd never done because I was waiting for marriage and Mason was deathly afraid of saying I do. By the time Mason turned 16, his mother had been married 8 times. Shortly after his 16th birthday, she left town with husband number 9, and Mason went to live with his Uncle Parker, a man who made it clear he wasn't thrilled to be saddled with his sister's kid. Mason blamed his mom, and the ridiculous, outdated, backward institution of marriage for the roughest years of his childhood. To be fair, I knew how he felt about marriage long before he popped the question. I should have been suspicious the moment he dropped down on one knee. Instead, I'd wept with happiness, slipped the ring on my finger, and stayed up half the night calling everyone I knew, breathlessly sharing the happy news. But instead of coming by my parents' house for Saturday brunch the next morning to celebrate our engagement, Mason had bailed on Bliss River and our happily ever after, leaving me to explain that all my giddy, I'm getting married phone calls had been a mistake. A mistake. Like leaving the kitchen. Like heading for the dance floor. Like getting close enough to see Mason's blue eyes flash when he spots me across the lawn. Frozen, like a deer in the headlights.
Chapter 2. Mason. There she is, standing right in front of me, close enough to see the flush in her cheeks and the shock in her expression. Lark. My Lark, my gut insists, though she hasn't been mine for years, and I'm pretty sure she hates me. I would hate me if I were her. Hell, this is even harder than I thought it would be. My stomach knots around my last drink of beer, and my head lurches to a stop only to kick into overdrive, slamming against my ribs. I knew there was an excellent chance I'd see Lark tonight. I'd counted on it, in fact. There was no other reason to agree to be Lana Tate's +1 to a wedding reception where I knew I'd be persona non grata. Lisa is Lark's best friend, and I'm sure she didn't appreciate me running off after popping the question any more than the rest of Lark's girlfriends did. A few of them texted me after, ripping me a new one, on Lark's behalf, but I didn't reply. I took my medicine, knowing I deserved it, and that there was nothing I could do to make it better. At least, back then there had been nothing. But things are different now. I'm different, and seeing Lark is the entire point of being here. But now that it's happening, now that her gaze is locked on mine and I can see firsthand how hurt and angry she still is, now I'm not sure a surprise meeting was such a good idea. Maybe I should have called first, or written a letter. And what would that have read like, jackass? Remember me, the guy who ripped your heart out 4 years ago? Well, I'm back from the big city. How's life? The thought of Lark reading a note like that makes me cringe. She deserves better. She deserves me on my knees apologizing for the shit I put her through, and that's exactly what I intend to do. I've been rehearsing this moment in my head since the day I left town with a black eye and bruised ribs from getting my ass kicked by my own family. Positive I would never be good enough for Lark. Still, deep down, I let myself imagine that someday I might be. Someday I might get my shit together and prove I was better than the long line of assholes I'm descended from. It ended up taking 4 years and more hours on a therapist's couch than I imagined possible, but I've finally put the ghosts of my past to bed. Now, when I look in the mirror, I see a man who's worthy of being judged on his own merits, not his family's mistakes. By and large, I'm a good person who's fighting to be better all the time. And this is part of being better. Apologizing to Lark, letting her know how sorry I am and how much I regret the way things ended between us. Letting her know that I would give anything to turn back time and spare her that pain. I hope she can find it in her heart to forgive me. But if she can't, that's fine too. She doesn't owe me a damned thing. But I owe her, and I'm ready to pay up. Clutching my beer in a death grip, I start toward her. I make it all of 3 steps before she turns and runs. Flat out runs, like she's running from a rabid dog escaping from quarantine. By the time I call for her to wait, she's already woven her way through the tables and launched herself into the darkened field beyond, heading for the shadowy hills in the distance without any sign of slowing. But there's nothing out there but marshland and creepy old barns and sketchy people living in campers while they make meth in someone else's abandoned shed. I should know. I probably have a long-lost cousin or two squatting on condemned property, doing their best to flush their lives down the toilet. If she keeps running that way, Lark is only going to find trouble, and I didn't come here to cause her more of that. Cursing beneath my breath, I start after her, abandoning my beer on an empty table as I go. Within a few moments, I move beyond the tables and out into the field of knee-high grass. Spotting Lark a few yards ahead, I pour on a burst of speed. Thanks to my much longer legs, I close the distance between us easily. Soon I'm close enough to hear Lark's swiftly indrawn breath and to catch the smell of wood smoke and flowers clinging to her clothes. "Lark, stop," I beg. "Go away," she pants, picking up her pace. "I just want to talk." "I have nothing to say to you." "Then you can listen or not," I say. "But it's not safe out here. You're going to get hurt." I reach out, catching her upper arm between my fingers. My touch is light. I've seen too many men rough up my mother to even think about trying to overpower anyone with brute strength. But Lark jerks away like my touch has burned her. The jerk of her arm is so intense, it throws her off balance, sending her tripping over her feet and falling to the ground. I'm moving too fast to catch her, too fast even to stop my own forward momentum. I grind to a halt inches from where she's landed in the grass, my arms reeling only to fall forward a second later, landing with an oomph on top of the only girl I've ever loved. Our legs tangle and our stomachs brush, and Lark's breath stirs the air hanging into my face. Our eyes meet, and for a moment all the anger and misery and uncertainty vanishes, leaving only longing in its place. She still feels it too. The connection between us. I can read it in her eyes. It's darker out here than under the lanterns, but the moon is nearly full. There's more than enough light to see that Lark doesn't hate me. Or at least she doesn't just hate me. She still misses me, too. She still wishes things had ended differently between us. "Get off of me," she whispers, but she doesn't sound angry anymore. "Can we please talk just for a few minutes?" I ask, not moving a muscle. "Or if you don't want to talk, will you at least promise to go back to the party? I'll leave. I just don't want you out here in the dark alone." "What you want doesn't concern me, Mason," she snaps. "Please," I beg. "I just want you to be safe." I press my lips together, hesitating a beat before I decide to try my luck one more time. And to apologize. Profusely. "I'm not interested in your apology," Lark says, her eyes darting back and forth, refusing to meet mine. "How can you know if you don't give me a chance to make it?" I ask gently. "It'll be a good one, I promise. With lots of admitting I was a fool who made a horrible fucking mistake. One he's regretted every day since I... Her breath rushes out as she brings her hands to my chest and pushes. "I need some space, please." I sit back, rolling onto my heels in the grass, feeling the loss of her warmth, her closeness like a punch in the gut. For all I know, this might be the last time I'll ever touch Lark. I was worried about her being with someone else, which might still be the case, though I don't see a ring on her finger. Not that she would hate me so much she wouldn't even give me a chance to explain. I mean, I realized there was a good chance she'd want nothing more to do with me, but I at least thought she'd hear me out. The Lark I knew was a forgiving person. She didn't hold a grudge. She didn't even get mad that often. And when she did, her anger passed like a summer storm, in and out in an afternoon, leaving the air cleaner when it was gone. But this isn't the Lark I knew, I think, as I watch her sit up and brush the grass off her dress. This is the Lark I left behind. The Lark I hurt in a way she'd never been hurt before. Lark has a wonderful family and loyal friends. Lark grew up in a safe, happy home where the worst thing that ever happened was a scraped knee or one of her sisters not getting picked for the cheer squad. Her heart was innocent, trusting. She had absolutely no frame of reference for the kind of pain that would make a person run away from the one thing he wanted most in the world. She had never been taught to hate herself the way I had, to expect the worst from people because that was all the people who mattered most ever gave you. My leaving was probably her first real taste of heartbreak. I hate that I was the one to introduce her to that kind of pain, but most of all, I hate that my mistake might have changed her for good. What if she's a different person now? Different in a sad way, and all because of me. The realization makes me even sadder, more ashamed, and more determined to do what I can to set things right. "Listen, Mason," Lark says, curling her legs beneath her and smoothing her dress. "I don't know why you're here. I know Lisa didn't invite you. At least she better not have invited you, because if she did, I swear She didn't," I cut in. "I came as Lana's +1. "Lana Tate?" Lark's eyebrow arches. Lana went to school with Lark and is one of the few people on Lark's shit list. I think it has something to do with Lark's younger sister, but I'm not exactly sure. I ran into her at the fill-up stop this afternoon and she asked what I was doing tonight. I hurried to explain. Then she mentioned the wedding. As soon as I heard Lisa's name, I knew you'd be here. It just seemed like such a wild coincidence on my first day back in town, and I thought... "You thought what?" Lark crosses her arms over her chest, clearly not amused. "I obviously didn't think it through," I say, feeling stupider with every passing minute. "I shouldn't have come here. I shouldn't have interrupted your time with Lisa." "No, you shouldn't have," she agrees, the tight muscles around her mouth relaxing ever so slightly as she adds, "But you did. So say what you came to say and get it over with." I don't want to get it over with. I want to erase history, turn back time, and take back all the hurt I've caused. But I can't, so I'd better start talking before she runs out of patience. "I made a mistake, Lark, a terrible, stupid mistake," I say, the words rushing out. "I never should have broken things off the way I did. I never should have proposed in the first place, but I really shouldn't have left without..." Lark lets out a strangled sound, somewhere between a laugh and a cry of pain, and jumps to her feet. Before I can explain that the words are coming out all wrong, she rushes past me, her hip brushing my shoulder as she moves, knocking me flat on my back in the tall grass. Chapter 3. Mason. "Wait!" I roll onto my side and scramble to my feet. "Please wait, Lark." She spins to face me, her chin hitching higher. "I don't want to wait. I want to go away." "Please, that's not what I meant to say. I had it all planned out, but my stomach is in knots and..." I break off, lifting my hands in the air, fingers spread wide in supplication. "What I meant was, I was way too messed up back then to be ready to promise the rest of my life to another person. After all the stuff with my mom and my uncle, I wouldn't have been able to be a good husband to you, no matter how hard I would have tried." I pause, encouraged by the slight softening around Lark's eyes. "My baggage weighed more than I did," I continue. "I got home that night, the night you said yes and everything went to shit. Parker and I had the blow-up to end all blow-ups and..." I take a breath, fighting for the courage to be honest with her. I looked at myself in the mirror after, with my swollen lip and black eye and the peeling wallpaper in my trashed bathroom, and thought, what the hell was I doing? With a girl like you, when I clearly didn't deserve you. "That's not true," Lark whispers. "You were always so good to me, before..." "I tried to be," I say, pulse racing as I take a tentative step closer. "I loved you so much." "And I loved you," she says, taking a matching step backward.
And then you left, without even saying goodbye, without saying anything. Do you know how hard that was? I kept waiting for you to at least call and explain, but you never did.
I'm so sorry, Lark. My chest aches. By the time I got my head on straight, it had been months and I was buried in work and I convinced myself you wouldn't want to hear from me, that it was best to leave you alone.
And now,
She whispers.
what's changed?
I trail off, swallowing hard. I'm only going to get one shot at this, one chance to prove to her I might be worthy of a second chance. I have to get every word right, tongue slipping out to dampen my lips and my fingers curling and uncurling anxiously at my sides. I say, I've done a lot of work on myself. I've fixed so many of the things that were broken inside of me, but there's one thing I can't fix, no matter how much time I spend on my therapist's couch. Lark arches a brow, clearly unimpressed. Harder, asshole. Try harder, or get ready to spend the rest of your life missing this woman as much as you have the past 4 years. There's never been anyone for me but you, I say. I've never felt anything for anyone else that even comes close to what we had. What I threw away when I was a stupid kid who didn't think he deserved to be loved like that. My breath rushes out. And maybe I don't. And maybe I still don't, but I promise if you can find it in your heart to give me another shot, I'll make damn sure you don't regret it. Lark blinks, sending twin streams of water rolling down her flushed cheeks, but she doesn't say a word. Not a word for a moment so long and strained my throat begins to ache. I swear, I whisper. Whatever it takes. Whatever you need. I took a job at a practice in Atlanta, so I'll be close enough to be here every night, sitting on your front step with flowers and an I'm an idiot sign to show the entire town how sorry I am, if that's what it takes. Lark shakes her head, and the bottom drops out of my stomach. Is there someone else? I ask after a moment, my voice tight.
No.
Lark swipes the tears from her cheeks with the back of her hand.
I've dated a few people, but nothing serious.
Maybe that's a sign, I risk.
A sign of what?
Lark huffs out a humorless laugh.
That I'm too scared to trust anyone else that way again, after the man I thought was one of the sweetest people in the world dumped me so hard my tailbone still feels bruised.
I wince. I'm sorry, Lark. You don't know how sorry, I swear.
No, I don't know.
Lark rolls her shoulders back, staring me straight in the eyes.
You've been gone 4 years, Mason. 4 years without so much as an email or a text message. If you'd said these things a few weeks after you left, or even a few months after, things might have been different.
She sniffs and swipes at her cheeks again.
You don't know how many times I dreamed of you saying everything you just said to me back then.
She presses her lips together.
But that was then,
She continues in a softer voice.
Now, too much time has passed. I'm not that girl you remember anymore.
I nod, but I'm not giving up. Not yet. Not until I've left it all on the field. And I'm not the boy you remember either. I'm a man with his head on straight and his heart in the right place who would love to get to know the woman you are now, and to prove to you he knows how to treat people he cares about. Lark lifts one bare shoulder. One bare, beautiful shoulder I will never press my lips to again if I can't convince her to change her mind, and shakes her head.
It's too painful, Mason. I can't do this with you. I don't want to. And even if I did, I'm too busy. I have my family and a new niece and a business to run. This coming week will be the first time I've taken a vacation in over a year, and I can't imagine.
You're leaving town? I ask. That would be just my luck. Booking a week-long stay at a motel in Bliss River the 1 week Lark won't be here. She shakes her head.
No, I'm staycationing at home. I'm exhausted, and tonight has only made me more exhausted. I just want to go home and sleep for 12 hours and forget this conversation ever happened.
That's a great idea. I agree, her words lighting a spark of inspiration. Maybe a second chance isn't the right way to think about this. Maybe we need a completely fresh start. Why don't you go rest, have a relaxing day at home, and I'll pick you up tomorrow night at 6. Lark blinks.
Excuse me?
Let's forget this conversation ever happened, I say, praying she'll go along with my spur-of-the-moment plan. Let's forget everything that's ever happened between us. Pretend I'm an interesting stranger you met at a wedding who's visiting Bliss River for the week and is dying for you to show him the sights. Give me 1 week to remind you why we should be together.
Mason, I can't.
1 week, 7 dates, I beg. And if by this time next Saturday you still want nothing to do with me, I'll leave Bliss River and never bother you again, if that's what you want. Lark sighs, looking past me to where the wedding reception is still in full swing, her expression wistful. An upbeat song has just given way to a slow one, an old country ballad about forever love that makes me want to pull Lark into my arms to dance. But I can't. Not yet. Maybe not ever, unless... What do you have to lose? I ask in a hushed voice, except 200 pounds of annoying ex-boyfriend once the week is over. Her lips quirk, a tiny sign of hope that nevertheless sets my pulse to racing. I'll buy you pancakes every day, I add. Unlimited pancakes and unlimited Chinese from the Great Wall. I'll bring enough takeout for your entire family. Your dad can eat his mooshu pork off my back while he kicks me repeatedly in the spleen.
You know better than that,
she says, her gaze still fixed on the dance floor.
If my dad got a hold of you, he'd aim for a vital organ.
As he should. I'm willing to beg his forgiveness, too. Just give the word. Lark sighs again before shifting her gaze back to me with a businesslike shake of her head.
No. No more begging necessary. You can pick me up at my parents' house tomorrow at 6.
A smile explodes across my face. Thank you, Lark. Thank you so much. I promise you won't be...
7 days,
she interrupts, holding up 7 fingers.
1 week, that's it. And when I tell you to go next Saturday, you go, Mason, and that's the end of this.
Unless you ask me to stick around, I add, knowing she wouldn't have said yes if there weren't at least the ghost of a chance she's open to being us again. Us. God, it sounds so good, it makes my bones itch with hope.
I wouldn't bet on it,
Lark says firmly.
I told you, Mason, I'm not the same person, and from the sound of it, neither are you.
And then she turns and walks away. But that's okay. I'll see her tomorrow night. Because I'm always going to bet on her. Always.
Chapter 4. Lark. Date 1. This is crazy. You should be committed. Arya wrangles another bite of smashed carrots into her baby's mouth, tossing her encouraging words over her shoulder from the kitchen, while I marvel at her technique. Feeding Felicity is a skill only her mama and grandmama have mastered. When I try to feed my 8-month-old niece, I inevitably end up with more baby food on my shirt than Felicity does in her stomach, and the floor around her high chair looks like a vegetable garden has been brutally murdered. It's not crazy, it's romantic. Melody twirls through the living room, her pink chiffon dress flaring around her, making the baby laugh. Melody's boyfriend is picking her up at 6:30. She asked Brian to swing by our parents' place instead of her apartment, so she could provide moral support while I wait patiently for Mason to arrive. While I pace the floor and chew my nails down to nubs is more like it. I can't remember ever being this nervous. Ever. Not even the first time I went out with Mason, when he was a 24-year-old med school hottie, and I was a 19-year-old community college dropout working at the diner in downtown Bliss River who couldn't believe the hottest guy she'd ever met in real life actually wanted to take her out for ice cream. I had known of Mason since I was little, known he had a rough home life but was smart as anything, played first string on the basketball team, and was going to college in Atlanta. But it wasn't until he started coming in for breakfast at the diner every Saturday that I really got to know him, to know his unique mix of humor and intensity. The way he could make me laugh out loud one minute, then steal my breath away with one of his see-through-me stares the next. To know his easy smile and good heart, the one that made him really listen when people told him about their problems. He was the one who convinced me to go to culinary school instead of taking my dad up on his offer to manage one of the family barbecue shacks. Mason was positive I could make my dream of working as a chef at a fancy restaurant a reality. My dreams have changed over time, but I might still be working at Donut Time Diner if Mason hadn't come into my life. As much as he hurt me, he also helped me. I tell myself that's why I said yes to his bargain, out of respect for the times he was there for me. It has nothing to do with the way my skin tingled all over when he touched me, or the way my heart jerked in my chest when he said my name. Nothing to do with the way my entire body began to sizzle when he fell on top of me in the field last night. I gave up waiting for marriage a few years ago, when I began to suspect it wasn't going to happen for me. At least not soon enough to spare me from being the oldest, most sexually frustrated virgin on the continent. But I've never felt half as turned on by being naked with another man as I felt lying fully clothed in the grass with Mason. He's just hot as hell. Always has been. From our first kiss to our last, kissing Mason was like being shot through with lightning and loving every minute of it. Well, I think she should have told Mason to go straight to the bad place and rot there, Arya says, pulling me from my dangerous thoughts. I can't think about kissing Mason. If I think about kissing Mason, there's a chance I will actually kiss Mason in real life. And that's a recipe for disaster. I'm giving him a week to see if we can be friends. Or at least end things in a way that will allow both of our damaged hearts to heal. I'm not seriously considering getting involved with Mason again. Not even a little bit. Liar, liar, pants on fire, a little voice whispers inside of me. But thankfully, Arya pipes up again. And if that didn't work, she says, Lark should have applied for a restraining order. It's Mason, Arya, Melody says, rolling her eyes. He doesn't need to be restrained. He would never hurt Lark. He's already hurt her. Arya catches my gaze as I turn to pace back toward the kitchen. You don't have to do this, you know, she adds in a softer voice. We can call Uncle Jim and have him personally escort Mason back to his hotel or wherever he's staying while he's in town. Uncle Jim is our go-to for parental-type intervention at the moment. Mom and Dad are out of town on a 2-week cruise. A last-minute trip I suspect was spurred more by Mom's need to get away from Arya than her profound longing to see the Alaskan wilderness. Mom loves all her daughters, but she and Arya have been butting heads constantly since Arya moved back home. Mom loves having Felicity around, but her eldest daughter's sour attitude rubs her the wrong way. Our mom, Sue, is like Melody, a romantic who believes life is a beautiful adventure waiting to be twirled through. Mom is the one who refused to let me wallow in despair when Mason left. She insisted I think of something I was dying to do, and then helped me become so immersed in my new project that I had no time for moping or sourness. That project was Ever After Catering. At first, even the name of my business had stung me a little. Yes, it was a great name for a wedding caterer. But after Mason left, I had about as much faith in my own ability to find happily ever after as I did the Tooth Fairy. But now nothing. You can't trust him. He's proven that. If you fall for him again, you'll just be giving heartbreak an engraved invitation to RSVP. Well, Arya reaches for her back pocket, where her cell phone always lives. Am I calling Uncle Jim? No. I shake my head. It's only 7 days. I can put up with anything for 7 days. And then he'll be out of my life for good, with no more surprises. A life without surprises. Melody sighs as she sinks into Dad's overstuffed armchair. That sounds like the worst kind of life there is. There are lots of worse kinds of lives, Arya says, with an exaggerated roll of her eyes that makes Felicity laugh again. Like life with cancer, or war. Life with leprosy, I add. Life with chronic body odor, Arya counters. Life with chronic body odor and an oozing leprous sore on your face, I say, ignoring Melody's insistence that this game isn't funny. Life with chronic body odor and an oozing sore and a shriveled arm stump that smells like beef jerky, Arya says, making Melody moan. I'm still laughing when the doorbell rings and smothers my happiness like a blanket over a fire. It's 6 o'clock. Mason is here. Chapter 5. Lark. I'll be back later. I grab my purse and bolt, knowing better than to let Mason get sucked into sister drama. I wrench open the door, ignoring the way my stomach flips at the sight of him, looking as gorgeous as ever. There really should be a law against ex-boyfriends being this cute. And jab a finger toward the street. Let's go. Have fun, you two, Melody calls out sweetly. So good to see you, Mason. Well, sort of see you anyway. Have her home by 10 and don't be a jerk, Arya shouts as I hop out onto the stoop and shut the door behind me. Ready? I breathe. So ready, he says, in that husky voice that makes me think about kissing again. Already. Oh, I've got to get a grip or I'm doomed. Good. Then let's go. I circle around him, giving every delicious inch of his yummy self a wide berth as I head down the walk to the shiny new car parked at the curb. It's a fancy sedan with leather seats so different from the old pickup Mason used to drive that when I first slide inside, it's almost possible to imagine I'm going out with a different person. But then I catch a whiff of his familiar Mason scent, that mixture of clean laundry, man, and freshly toasted bread that always made me feel warm all over, lurking beneath the new car smell, and memories come flooding back. Sniffing the place where Mason's shoulder meets his neck used to be enough to make me dizzy, to make my entire body ache with wanting him. And when he left, I slept with a t-shirt he'd left in my car after a trip to the lake for weeks, pathetically clinging to the smell of the boy who'd broken my heart. So, where are we going? I ask, clearing my throat as I push the troubling thoughts away. I'm not going to think about how much I wanted Mason, or how much he hurt me. I'll make polite conversation, catch up with a man who was once a good friend, and then go straight home. Do not stop on the front stoop to say goodnight. Do not make end-of-date mouth mistakes. That's what kissing Mason would be, a mouth mistake. I decide to start calling it that, even in my own head, whatever it takes to keep this evolution from bitter exes to casual friends on track. You'll see, Mason says, with a glance my way. You look beautiful, by the way. Thanks. I smooth the skirt of my wraparound jean dress down over my thighs, swallowing the "so do you" on the tip of my tongue. I don't want to encourage Mason, and he hardly needs my assurance that he looks wonderful. Even in a simple pair of dark blue jeans and a white button-down with the sleeves rolled up to show his muscled forearms, he's stunning. It's disgusting, really. I am repulsed by his flawless man beauty. Flaws are good. Flaws help to reassure the people we love that nobody's perfect. A person really ought to have a few flaws, just to be polite. Sadly, however, other women do not share my perspective. When Mason parks the car at the east end of Main Street and walks around to get my door, all female heads in the vicinity turn to take him in. One pretty woman in a tight black sundress and high-heeled sandals actually stops dead in the middle of the sidewalk to give Mason a once-over and drool into her basket full of farmer's market goodies. All the attention he attracts would be enough to intimidate me if this were a real date. Or if I hadn't gotten used to the effect Mason has on the opposite sex years ago. Mason has always been gorgeous, magnetic, and way hotter for a man than I am for a woman. I have healthy self-esteem, and I don't think I'm unattractive by any stretch. But I'm also a realist. When it comes to looks, Mason and I aren't playing in the same league. But that never bothered me back when we were Mason and Lark. It didn't matter how many prettier, thinner, big boobier women ogled my boyfriend. Mason only had eyes for me. To him, I was the most beautiful woman in the world. The way he used to look at me left no doubt about that. Who am I kidding? There's nothing past tense about that look. Mason still looks at me like I'm something magical, a rare, enchanted unicorn princess he's proud to help from his car. The look used to make me feel like the luckiest woman in the world. Now it makes my forehead wrinkle. Don't look at me like that, I mumble, pulling my hand from his and moving onto the sidewalk as he shuts the door behind me. Like what? He asks, as the gentle May breeze ruffles his hair, making him look even more gorgeous, like a guy who should model really manly sweater vests on a yacht. The woman in the sundress who stopped to gape is still staring, her gaze darting between us. She's obviously trying to discern if Mason is taken. I barely resist the urge to step around him and insist she run for her life. Men who look at you like an enchanted unicorn one day and bail on your engagement the next can't be trusted. Black sundress would be wise to stay the heck away. So would I. But I agreed to this week of dates for some stupid reason, and I never go back on my word. but that doesn't mean I can't lay down some ground rules. You know, like what? I say to Mason, my tone cool. We're here to get to know the people we are now, not to go walking down memory lane. And that look is straight out of memory lane. Mason sighs, seeming so deflated that for a moment I feel guilty. Then I remember that he's the one who is a runner and an engagement bailer and a heart destroyer, and lift my chin higher into the air. Stay strong. I have to stay strong. Got it, Mason says softly. No enchanted unicorn look. My chest tightens. You remember that? I remember everything, he says, in a voice that makes my bare arms prickle and my heart ache. Not everything, I say, trying to lighten the moment. It was like a unicorn princess, not just a unicorn, because that would be weird. I'm assuming you're not into unicorns? No, I'm not, Mason says, shoving his hands into his pockets and wandering toward the east end of downtown, at least not in that way. Oh? I arch a brow. In what way are you into unicorns? In the way most non-perverts are into unicorns, he says with a straight face. I respect the gore potential inherent in their horn and admire their silky manes and propensity for wish-granting, but the feelings end there. My lips quirk. Propensity for wish-granting. You and your $12 words. Mason grins. I hear some girls like big words. Or they used to, anyway. Nope. Now I just like big dong. I fight a laugh as Mason's jaw drops, but can't help myself. Kidding, I add with a giggle. I'm kidding. Sorry, I couldn't resist the joke. You set me up too perfectly. Mason's eyes flash with appreciation. Don't apologize. I like raunchy joke-making, Lark. Yeah, well, I'm older and slightly raunchier than I used to be, I say, before adding quickly, but don't get any ideas. It was just a joke. Obviously, he says mildly. And I've never had an idea in my life. Right. I try to stop smiling, but fail. I've always loved bantering with Mason, and that he gets my sense of humor so completely. Before I met him, Melody and Aria were the only people in the world who could make me giggle until my sides hurt. Finding someone outside my family who laughed at all the same things I did and didn't judge me when I snorted lemonade through my nose during a giggle attack was special. So, how hungry are you? Mason asks. I shrug. Not starving, but I didn't have dinner. I pause at the last street corner before the downtown area gives way to strip malls and bodegas, with a few apartment buildings scattered in between. We should probably turn around. All the restaurants are still on the other side of downtown. I was thinking something a little less formal. Mason takes my hand as the sign flickers to walk. Like what? I deftly slip my fingers from his as I skip ahead of him and up onto the curb on the other side, determined not to let this friendly date become anything too friendly. Like bowling with a side of corn dogs and french fries? Bowling, I repeat, wrinkling my nose. Do you bowl? I do not. I have never bowled. My eyebrows shoot up my forehead. Never? Not even when you were a kid? Not even when I was a kid. Well, then I say yes. Yes to bowling. I'm always encouraging my friends to try new things, and nothing is less romantic than bowling. Sounds like a win-win, if I ever heard of one. I turn left, heading toward Bliss River Bowl, a slightly saggy building next to the feed store a street over. I totally forgot the bowling alley was over here, I say, a spring in my step. This might actually be fun. It should be easy to keep my mind off the past while doing something we've never done together. I swung by this afternoon to check it out, Mason says. It's got 1960s charm and only a slight foot odor stench, mostly overpowered by the decades of grease soaked into the walls. Yummy, I smile. Speaking of foot odor, I'm going to have to buy some socks from the vending machine. If I'd known we were bowling, I wouldn't have worn sandals. Don't worry, I brought socks for you, Mason says. I blink. You did? I did. He pulls a pair of thin white ankle socks, folded neatly in half, from his back pocket. I stopped by the store on the way to your house. Thank you, I say, taking the socks as we reach the door to the bowling alley, feeling vaguely uncomfortable for some reason I can't quite pin down. That was thoughtful. I'm full of thoughts. He reaches past me to open the door, leaning close enough that his breath stirs my hair as he adds, Lots and lots of thoughts. I look up, my heart beating faster when I realize our lips are only inches apart. His eyes are even more intense this close, so clear and blue and completely focused on me that I'm betting he can see straight through my cool facade to the secretly frisky horn dog within. It's been months since I've been with someone. A lot of months. That's the only reason Mason is making me sizzle like this, because I'm basically starved for sexy times, right? Willing my stupid heart to stop pounding and my face not to give me away, I say, "The only thoughts I have are about how badly I'm about to kick your butt at bowling." I duck under his arm and into the decidedly footy-smelling lobby, throwing over my shoulder, "I was on a league when I was 7. "You're kidding." Mason joins me at the end of the line for admission and shoe rental. "I didn't know that about you." It was a daddy-daughter league, but I played with Pop Pop. Pop Pop loved to bowl. It was his old man crack. I wink. He taught me all his tricks. "Sounds like I'm in trouble," Mason says, heaving a dramatic sigh as we reach the front of the line. I give the man behind the desk my shoe size and wait while Mason pays before starting toward the lanes. It's quiet for a Sunday night, but there are still a good number of people out for a game. I do a quick scan of the patrons, relieved not to see anyone I know. I don't want to have to explain what I'm doing with Mason to any of my friends. I haven't told anyone except my sisters about our bargain, not even Lisa. I don't want my best friend fretting over me while she should be enjoying her honeymoon. And I don't want to deal with the backlash from people who have hated Mason for years on my behalf. Better to get this week of getting to re-know each other over as secretly as possible and then go back to my life. My busy, active, fulfilling life with not a whiff of Mason in it. Which does not make me sad. At all. Mason and I play 10 frames, Mason rallying after a few disastrous rolls, proving he might not be hopeless as a bowler after all, though I do beat him by a good 30 points, and then head to the snack bar for a grease fest. It isn't gourmet by any stretch of the imagination, but the food is good for what it is. We chat over corn dogs, jalapeno poppers, and the bowling alley's take on a side salad, iceberg lettuce, and dry shredded carrots drowned in Italian dressing, keeping the conversation light. I learn that Mason passed his boards early, and I tell him about the weddings I have coming up in June. Mason talks about the practice he'll be joining in Atlanta, and I tell him how lucky it is that Aria moved home just days before my old pastry chef quit. After dinner, we play another 10 frames, me winning again, a fact I'm sure to rub in as Mason drives me home. And then, suddenly, the date is over, and I'm walking back up the path to my parents' house. Alone. Mason doesn't even try to walk me to the door, which is a little disappointing. Not disappointing, I mumble beneath my breath as I wave goodbye to Mason, watching his car pull away from the curb. It's good. It's exactly what I wanted. It is. Which leaves no explanation for why I feel like a balloon with all the air leaking out. Or why I hurry up to my old room without ducking into the den to say goodnight to Arya. No explanation for why I curl into bed, feeling sad and alone in a way I haven't in a long time. There is just no explanation. None at all.
Chapter 6. Mason. They say you can't go home again. In my experience, a better quote would be, you could go home again, but why? Why put yourself through that when you could light yourself on fire and walk across a bed of nails instead? Because it's the right thing to do, I mumble beneath my breath as I slide out of my Audi and start toward my uncle's shack, a grungy island in a sea of overgrown grass and junk cars my uncle never got around to fixing up. I should at least see if he's alive or dead and offer him help if he needs it. I'm in a position to help now, and helping each other is what family is for. Just because my family has been dysfunctional up to this point, it doesn't mean that I have to continue the trend. Well, if it ain't the big man himself, the rusted-out voice creaks through the shade on the porch, drawing my attention to the right. There, Uncle Parker squints up at me from the swing occupying the one flat spot on his sagging front stoop. Alive and in the flesh. I just got back in town a couple of days ago. I stand at the bottom of the porch steps. Given the way things ended the last time we spoke, I'm not inclined to get any closer to my uncle until he proves he's in a good mood. I've put on 30 pounds of muscle since the last time we came to blows, but Parker fights dirty, and I'd really rather not be sporting a black eye my first day at my new job. I've still got a few weeks before I start, but my uncle hits hard enough to make bruises linger. I thought I'd stop by and see if you wanted to get some catfish for lunch.
Already ate,
Parker says, not moving from his chair.
Is that all you want?
So much for a heartwarming reunion. Good thing I wasn't expecting one. I force a smile. All right then, maybe next time. In any case, I figured I'd pick up the boat while I was here. Parker grunts. He looks older than the night I left, and certainly older than his 46 years. He's lost weight, and his sun-baked skin hangs loose on his sharp face, emphasizing the shadows beneath his eyes. But otherwise, he's the same. Same thinning black hair perpetually in need of a cut. Same thin lips and lanky frame. Same expression of sour amusement when he looks at his only nephew. I'm not surprised he isn't getting out of his chair to welcome home family he hasn't seen in years. He didn't bother getting off his ass to attend my graduation either. Not a single one of them, not even from Bliss River High, and that's only 5 miles down the road. Back when I was an 18-year-old kid, still secretly longing for approval, or at least someone to notice that I was graduating at the top of my class, that had hurt. Now, knowing my uncle isn't interested in my life is a relief. I made a move toward reconciliation. If he's determined to stay estranged from each other, that's fine with me. Less chance of being embarrassed if our paths happen to cross in town. Parker doesn't go to town often, but when he does, he's usually drunk and looking to get into trouble with his loser friends down at Buddy's.
Don't know why you'd need the boat,
he says after a moment, scraping his thumb across the stubble on his chin.
Didn't think a fancy doctor like you would have time for fishing.
I don't start work until the middle of June. I took some time off after my residency.
Ain't that nice?
He bares his teeth in another smart-ass grin, like my success is a hysterical joke only he can fully understand.
Some time off from all that soft work. Going to take some of your faggot friends out on the lake to celebrate?
I'm going to take Lark fishing later this afternoon, I say, refusing to give him the reaction he's looking for. He knows I have gay friends, and he knows I hate it when he talks that way, but I'm not going to get mad or offended or anything else. I refuse to give him the satisfaction. He's clearly pissed that I've proven him wrong. For as long as I can remember, he's been telling anyone who would listen that I'd never make it through med school. It must really burn his ass knowing I finally have that MD after my name. Even after he sent me off to school looking so rough around the edges, most of my classmates wouldn't talk to me until the end of our first semester. But they eventually realized that I wasn't trouble. I just came from trouble, which is a whole different thing. You can't help where you come from, but you can help where you end up. My uncle is sitting here alone and miserable in a termite-infested shithole because he never had the guts to dream of something better. I'll never sleep on that mildew-scented mattress in his back room again because I did.
You still seeing that March girl then?
He asks. Yep. Parker's jaw works back and forth, the way it does when he is chewing on something to see if it tastes like the truth. If it doesn't, it's grounds to unleash the poison always on the tip of his tongue.
Really? That's hard to believe.
Believe what you want, I say with a shrug. It's the truth.
The truth,
he echoes, his flat blue eyes going narrow and mean.
The truth I heard was that girl cried for an entire year after you left, sobbing until she made herself sick.
His lips hook up on one side.
You sure pulled the wool over her eyes, didn't you, boy? She thought you were a real decent little bastard.
He chuckles.
Turns out you're just a bastard.
I clench my jaw, refusing to give him the fight he's spoiling for. I'm not discussing Lark with you. I just came to see if you wanted lunch and to make sure the boat was in good shape before I took it out on the lake. His nose wrinkles, but after a moment he settles deeper into the porch swing with a shrug.
See for yourself. It's in the barn. Was fine the last time I took it out.
Thanks. I step back, but before I can turn around, he launches his next attack.
Should have just taken it. We both know you didn't want to buy me no lunch.
I didn't want to give you an excuse to come after me with your shotgun either. I snap. Figured letting you know I was on the property was the safest bet.
Speaking of shotguns, I'm sure Lark March's daddy would like to take a shot or two at you, boy. He know you're messing around with his little girl again?
He asks, clearly not ready to let his favorite verbal punching bag go just yet. Uncle Parker is no stranger to physical violence, much like stepdad numbers 4 or 7, but growing up, I swear my uncle's words hurt more than any black eye. A bruise heals, and stepdad number 4, at least, was always sorry once he sobered up and realized he'd taken out his frustrations on a kid half his size. But Parker never feels remorse, and he always knows where to target a verbal assault where it will do the most damage. He's mean and bitter and has a chip on his shoulder the size of Georgia about the lousy lot life has dealt him. But he isn't stupid.
I bet he doesn't,
He continues when I don't answer.
If he did, he'd run you out of town so quick you'd mess those nice pants of yours. Bob always knew trash like you wasn't good enough for one of his classy little bitches. You ask me, it's only a matter of time before that girl figures it out too.
I'm going to get the boat, I grit out, reminding myself that he's saying those things about Lark to get a rise out of me. And if I take the bait, then he wins. And I refuse to let him win, or ruin anything else for me. Not now. Not ever again.
Good.
His mouth pulls into a frown.
Take it, and don't bring it back. I don't want your shit taking up space in my barn anymore. You bring it back here and I'm selling it for whatever I can get.
Sounds good. I turn my back on him, knowing if I stay much longer, I'll lose all the ground I gained in therapy and let him drag me back into the dirt with him.
Good seeing you, Mason,
He calls after me.
Glad all your dreams came true.
The way he says it turns everything into a joke. All the years of study, all the sleepless nights during my residency, everything I learned and everything I fought for. The past 4 years living in a rat hole of an apartment, eating macaroni and cheese and taking handyman jobs during my rare time off to save enough money for a down payment on a condo in Atlanta. To Parker, it's all a joke, and coming back for Lark is the biggest joke of all. She was too good for me when we were younger, and she's too good for me now. I hear what he's saying loud and clear. I might be trash with an MD and a better haircut, but I'm still trash. And maybe he has a point. Lark is from one of the most established families in Bliss River, from a long line of people who care about each other and stand up for each other and are classy and intelligent and kind and believe in good things happening to good people. For me to think that I could ever truly be a part of that, especially after what I did to Lark, is laughable. No, I think as I stomp into the shadowy barn and pick my way through the mess of half-finished projects my uncle is never going to see through to completion. It isn't laughable, and I'm not a joke. I'm doing my best to make amends and prove I deserve a second chance. And I'm not going to let Parker poison me with doubt. I'm going to take Lark out and have a wonderful afternoon, and afterwards I'll find somewhere to keep my boat. One of my basketball buddies from high school, or my old friend, Nash, might be interested in having it around. I'll either find someone to share it with in exchange for storage, or sell the damned thing myself. I'm not bringing it back here for Parker to sell. I'm not coming back here again, period. I pause with my hands on the edge of the tarp that covers the boat, the realization hitting me hard. I don't have to come back here. Not ever again. I'm finally free. I suppose I've been free for a long time. Since high school, I only lived with Uncle Parker during the summers, and I haven't seen him at all in the past 4 years. But some part of me still felt tied to him. After all, he's the only family I have left. I haven't seen my mom since the day she skipped town, the summer before my junior year of high school. She used to call every few months, but by the time I graduated from college, the calls had stopped. Last I heard from her, she was moving to Mexico with husband number 10 and planned to send me her new number when she was settled. The call never came. If I cut myself off from Uncle Parker, I'll truly be a man without a clan. There was a time when the thought would have scared me, or at least felt wrong. Parker didn't have to take me in. He could have left me to fend for myself, especially after high school, when I was legally an adult. If he hadn't let me shack up with him here at his farm during the summers, I never would have been able to save enough money to pay for my apartment and expenses during the school year. I would have had to go to school part-time, and it would have taken years longer for me to get my MD. And yeah, we fought, and he beat the shit out of me sometimes, but he also played a part in making my dreams come true. I've always felt like I owed him for that, at least a card every Christmas and birthday, and lunch every now and then. But now, well, it's obvious he cares even less for me than he used to. I succeeded when he promised I would fail, and he's hateful enough to resent me for making something of my life. He did his best to make our first conversation in 4 years as miserable and antagonistic as possible, for God's sake. Any pretense of family feeling between us is gone. It's time for me to move on, to move forward toward a better life. With Lark, I'm going to win her back. I'll prove Parker wrong about that the same way I've proven him wrong about everything else. Head on straight once more. I hitched the little fishing boat to the back of my car and pulled down the gravel driveway without a glance in the rear view. It's too dusty to see much, and I'm done looking back. Chapter 7. Mason. Date 2. I pull up to the curb outside Lark's parents' house at 3 p.m. on the dot, heart lifting when I see her waiting outside on the front porch. I jump out of the car with a grin, so excited to see her that I'm halfway up the walk before I realize she's not dressed for an afternoon on the lake. In fact, she's not dressed at all. At least, not for leaving the house. "What's up?" I glance down, gaze skimming over her oversized gray t-shirt and thin pink pajama pants. "I'm not feeling well," she sniffs, rubbing her nose with the tissue wadded in her fist. "I woke up yucky." "What are your symptoms?" I ask, snapping into doctor mode, hoping she's up to date on all her vaccinations. "Any fever, body aches?" "No, nothing serious," she sniffs again. "Just a runny nose and sinus pressure. Must be spring allergies or something." "I don't know, but I'm definitely not up for fishing today." I shrug, taking the news in stride. "Okay. Why don't we just hang out and watch a movie or something? I can make you chicken soup with extra noodles and rub your feet." "No, I don't want to make you sick." "You said it was probably just allergies," I remind her. "And even if you were sick, chances are I wouldn't catch it. I've spent the past 4 years at the hospital swimming in germs. I'm immune to everything. Or almost everything." I smile, nudging her socked foot gently with my shoe. "Besides, I'd risk a virus to spend the afternoon with you." "That's sweet, but I think I should go back to bed." She tucks her chin, causing her hair to spill around her face, hiding her expression. "I didn't sleep well last night. I could use the rest." "All right." I try to ignore the stab of disappointment in my chest, but I've been looking forward to seeing Lark again since the moment she closed the car door behind her last night. After our disastrous first encounter at the wedding, our first date went better than I could have imagined. I woke up this morning hopeful that I was on my way to winning a second chance, and that date 2 was going to be even better than date 1. Now I'm going to spend the afternoon alone. But she can't help being sick. Lark sick. I furrow my brow. Come to think of it, have I ever seen her under the weather? I rack my brain, but with the exception of a nasty case of food poisoning from raw oysters at a Mardi Gras party a year after we started dating, I can't recall her ever being ill. There's a first time for everything, of course, but the way she's refusing to meet my eyes makes me wonder. "I'll talk to you later, okay?" She keeps her head tucked to her chest as she stands and reaches for the door. I stop her with a gentle hand on her shoulder, letting my fingers brush along the back of her neck. No fever. After a harrowing year working in the ER during the pandemic, I can guess a person's temperature by touch. She shivers and glances at me over her shoulder. "What was that for?" "Checking your temperature." "With your fingers?" "You're right. Can't tell for sure with fingers." I can tell with my fingers, but she doesn't know that, and an excuse to get closer to her is suddenly too tempting to resist. Leaning in, I brush her hair to one side before bending to press my lips to the column of her throat. She sucks in a breath, and my chest goes tight. God, her skin is as soft as I remember, soft and warm, smelling of shampoo and spiced apple lotion and Lark. The most honest and mysterious and addictive scent in the world. In the past 4 years, I've dreamt about this smell dozens of times. Now here I am with my lips on Lark's bare skin, and the smell of her making my head spin, and I can't resist just one more kiss. And another. And another, until she makes a soft, pained sound and spins away.
Is that how you treat all of your patients?
She asks, her voice shaking. She's scowling, but her breath is coming faster, making me hope I'm not the only one affected by the chemistry between us. Only the ones I really like, I joke, hoping to lighten the moment, but her scowl deepens.
Oh yeah? And how many of those have there been?
My smile slips. I was joking, Lark. I'm sorry if I overstepped.
No, I know there must have been someone.
She hitches her chin up, the way she does when she knows I'm not going to like what she has to say.
Probably a lot of someones. You were gone for 4 years, Mason. Don't tell me you didn't date anyone the entire time you were gone.
I thought we were talking about doctor-patient relationships, I say, not wanting to talk about other women. I don't even want to think about other women. Lark is the one for me. End of story. She shrugs.
Well, now we're talking about boy-girl relationships.
I nod, buying myself some time. Obviously, she isn't going to let this go. I was hoping to have at least one more low-key date before we started talking heavy stuff, but if she wants answers, then I'm prepared to give them to her. Okay, I say, propping my hands low on my hips. I'll talk about boy-girl relationships and anything else you want to talk about. Get your swimsuit on, and we'll talk while we catch some fish for supper. She crosses her arms over her chest.
I told you, I'm too sick to—
You're not sick. Her eyes narrow.
You don't know that.
I know you don't have a fever, and you haven't had to use that tissue a single time since your first dramatic nose wipe.
Dramatic?
Lark's eyebrows shoot up.
Are you calling me a liar?
I lift my hands in the universal sign of surrender. I'm not calling you anything. I just know you're not sick, and I really want to take you fishing.
No, you are calling me a liar. I'm not stupid, Mason,
she says, but she doesn't sound nearly as outraged as the old Lark would have. The old Lark took great pride in her honesty.
If you're going to insult me, at least have the guts to own it.
All right. I step closer, bracing my hands on the door on either side of her face, trapping her within the circle of my arms. She tilts her head back, her lips parting in a way that has me dying to kiss her all over again. Instead, I whisper, "Unless I'm sorely mistaken, you're lying about being sick in order to get out of going on a second date with me. But the real question is, why? What are you afraid of?" She huffs.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Really? I prod gently. It's okay to be afraid. I'm afraid all the time. The trick is not to let fear keep you from enjoying the good stuff. The skin between her brows wrinkles.
But this is the good stuff?
I lean closer until I can feel her breath on my lips, and my entire body starts to hum. I certainly think so. Nothing makes me happier than being with you.
Nothing,
she echoes in a breathy whisper. Nothing, I assure her. Her gaze flicks from my eyes to my mouth, and her tongue slips out to wet her lips, making things low in my body twist. God, how I want to taste her, to pull her so close her breasts are pressed tight to my chest, and her—
You have to go, Mason,
Lark says, her words ice water poured down the back of my shirt. I flinch. What?
You have to go. I can't do this. I can't.
She swallows hard and shakes her head.
I thought I could, but I just want to enjoy my vacation. And I can't do that with you showing up every day making me feel all—
Her eyes squeeze closed.
I just can't, okay?
Making you feel all what?
No.
She shakes her head again, her eyes still closed. Please, Lark, I beg. If you don't tell me what you're feeling, how can I help you feel better?
I don't need you to help me,
she says.
I just need you to go.
My throat tightens. But I thought we had a good time last night.
We did have a good time.
She rakes a clawed hand through her hair.
too good a time, and I went to bed feeling sad and alone for the first time since I finally accepted you weren't ever coming back.
She lifts her eyes, her gaze filled with pain I put there.
It took over a year to stop hurting all the time, Mason, and I can't forget that even if I wanted to, and I'm not sure I do.
I nod, though I secretly wish I could make us both forget.
I'm stronger and smarter than I used to be, she continues. I can take care of myself and other people, and I don't have to call my boyfriend to see what he thinks every time I need to make a decision.
I frown. You never—
Yes, I did, and we both know it,
she says, her tone gentler than it was before.
and that's okay. I was just a kid when we started dating. I needed someone to lean on, but I don't need that anymore. Now people lean on me, and I don't want to give that up to become some starry-eyed kid in love all over again.
I stare hard at her, into her, but she doesn't blink or look away. She's telling the truth. She honestly believes this isn't going to work, no matter what I do to try to convince her otherwise. I suppose most men would take that at face value, count their losses, and slink off somewhere to lick their wounds in private, but I'm not most men. Uncle Parker was certain I'd never make it through medical school. In his eyes, my failure was confirmed before classes even started. But I refused to accept my uncle's bleak vision of my future, and I refused to accept Lark's either. Not until I've given this everything I've got. I can make her happy. I know I can, if she'll just give me the chance. 6 more dates, I say after a beat, and then I'm gone. She growls beneath her breath.
Are you listening?
I am listening, I cut in evenly. I don't want you to lose anything you've gained. I want you to be strong and independent, but I also want you in my life. However that shakes out, we were good friends once, and I know we can be again.
We were more than friends, she grumbles, and I think you still want to be more than friends.
Would that be so terrible? She sighs.
Yes, no, I don't know, because I'm scared and confused and having a hard time thinking clearly.
Then don't think. I slip an arm around her waist, heart lifting when she doesn't push me away. Feel what feels right now.
I don't know,
she says, but a moment later she softens against me, her palms flatten on my chest, but she doesn't push me away. Instead, her fingers curl into my shirt, making my pulse beat faster. I lean in, breath held as I tilt my mouth closer to hers. I'm lost in her, heart hammering as I realize my first Lark kiss in 4 years is mere seconds away, when suddenly the door swings open behind her and something flies through it. I see the projectile coming in my peripheral vision, but there's no time to move out of the way. The object hits my nose with an offended squeak, and I flinch and curse, summoning a high-pitched squeal of delight from inside the house. Chapter 8. Mason. I look up, into the eyes of a vengeful Viking warrior princess thirsty for my blood. Lark's big sister is known for shooting looks that kill, but this is the first time I've ever been a target. Mentally, I vow to do whatever it takes to get back in her good graces, or invest in glare-blocking body armor, one or the other.
She's sick.
Arya hitches the adorable red-headed baby in her arms higher on her hip as Lark pulls away with a nervous cough.
She shouldn't be getting that close to anyone.
So you threw I glanced down to see a bright red plastic hammer with a yellow squeaker at one end lying on the stoop by my feet. Baby hammer, good choice.
I didn't want you to get sick,
Arya says in a tone that makes it clear she couldn't care less if I catch the plague and die. Slowly, while in great, torturous pain.
And it was Felicity who threw the hammer. She doesn't trust men with facial hair. Mason doesn't have facial hair.
Lark deliberately avoids looking my way, her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment.
Must be his face she doesn't trust then.
Arya doesn't crack a smile.
You'd better come in, Lark. We wouldn't want you to get any sicker.
She's not sick, I say, forcing a smile. I don't want to get on Arya's bad side, at least not any more than I am already.
Yes, she is.
No, I'm not, Lark says with a sigh.
Yes, you are,
Arya says through gritted teeth.
No, come inside, get in bed, and go to sleep before you do something you'll regret.
Lark looks up at me for a long moment before turning back to her sister.
It's okay, Ra.
She says, resting a gentle hand on Arya's arm. The two women stare at each other for a long moment, speaking without words the way the March girls do. I've always been a little envious of those conversations, wondering what it would be like to be so close to someone that you could communicate without uttering a sound. Finally, Arya blows air out through her pursed lips and shrugs as if to say, "It's your funeral," and Lark turns back to me.
I'll be down in 15 minutes. Just let me change and get my swim bag together.
She disappears into the house, and I'm left with Arya, who clearly isn't inclined to invite me in. Instead, she leans against the doorframe, her baby still on her hip, glaring a hole through my forehead while Felicity bats at her mother's feather earrings. "So," I say after a long, uncomfortable silence, broken only by Felicity's baby chatter and a bird squawking in the tree behind me that I swear sounds like it's telling me to run. "How's it going?"
I'm a divorced single mother whose ex refuses to pay child support, living with my parents, Mason.
Arya says in a flat tone.
How do you think it's going?
"Not easy," I say, feeling like an ass.
No, not easy.
Arya smooths Felicity's wispy hair from her forehead. "Is there anything I can do?"
Like what?
She doesn't blink. "My friend Chris Mathis from high school is in family law in Atlanta," I say. "If you have any questions you'd like to ask a lawyer off the clock, I could ask him to get in touch with you. I know the fees can get pretty crazy when they're billing you for 10-minute phone calls and every piece of paper they print out."
Thank you, but that's okay. I don't need a lawyer. I don't care about the support. All I care about is having Felicity here with me.
"Well, if you change your mind, I'm happy to make the call." Arya glances back at me, her green eyes sad, but clear and strong.
That's very sweet, but some things are unforgivable, Mason, no matter how sweet you are afterward. I'm not sure if what you did falls under that category for Lark or not, but it sure would for me.
"I made a mistake, Arya." I meet her hard look with a penitent one. "I wish like hell I could take it back, but I can't. But I can promise that it's one I won't be repeating. I would never hurt Lark or anyone else like that again, not ever." Arya reaches up, gently pulling her earring from Felicity's fist before the baby can draw it into her mouth.
Maybe you can convince her that's true, Mason, but I'm a little more familiar with people who swear they're not going to make the same mistake twice. And guess what?
The baby starts to fuss, but Arya shushes her with a tummy rub and a bounce on her hip.
They always make the same mistake. Always. Sometimes 3 or 4 or 5 times. All that giving them another chance does is make you feel like a fool.
"I'm sorry you've been through that,
But nothing.
Arya says, the harsh note creeping back into her tone.
I learned my lesson the hard way, but I hope to God my sister won't have to. I'm not on your side, Mason, so you can stop trying to win me over. I don't need your favors, and Lark needs you back in her life like an octopus needs a hang glider.
I open my mouth, but before I can speak, I hear Lark's footsteps pounding down the stairs. A second later, she's at the door, her filmy black cover-up swirling around her legs as she breezes by Arya with only a slight pause to kiss the top of Felicity's head.
Ready to go?
She asks in a breathless rush, her brown eyes searching mine. I force a smile. Ready. I glance back at Arya. See you later, Arya.
Not if I can help it,
she says. Lark frowns, but before she can turn around, Arya closes the door with a firm thunk. Lark sighs.
Sorry about that,
she whispers as we start down the walk toward my car.
She's just protective and crankily protective.
It's all right, I understand. Sounds like she's going through a hard time. I can be patient, wait for her to come around. Lark hesitates at the end of the walk before turning to me with a panicked expression. Before she can speak, I cup her face in my hands, brushing my thumb across her lips to keep her protest from entering the world. We're going fishing, and I'm going to answer every question you can think to ask me, I say softly. And then we're going to talk about what I need to do to start regaining your trust. Think it over while I drive. Whatever you need, I'll do it. I'll learn to stand on my head and juggle flaming bowling pins if that's what it takes. Her lips part.
All right,
she whispers.
I'll think about it.
Good. I smile.
I'm not saying I'll come up with an answer, let alone an easy answer,
she warns.
Certainly not something as easy as upside-down fire juggling, but
But that's a step in the right direction, I think, as I help her into the car and trot around to the driver's side, ignoring the redhead peering out the March's front window with a frown on her face. I'll have to win Arya over eventually. The March sisters are closer than most, and I don't want to be a source of friction between them. But for now, I'm focused on Lark. If she can't get past what I did, it doesn't matter if the town of Bliss River declares me a hero and holds a parade in my honor. I'll still be out of luck.
Chapter 9. Lark. It's a beautiful day. Hot enough for the breeze to feel delicious, cool enough that the sun warms without summoning a sweat. Spring is my favorite season in Georgia, but I know perfect spring days like this are numbered. Soon it will be so hot and humid that my neck will be perpetually damp and my hair frizzed into a blonde fluff ball until cooler weather comes back around in the fall. I lie in the plastic recliner Mason has rigged into one side of his old boat, the sun warm on my legs, a bottle of lemonade cold in my hand, and the crisp mineral smell of the water a sweet prickle at my nose. If anyone else were sitting across from me, I'd be drifting off into a catnap with a smile on my face, thankful for a little taste of paradise. Instead, my body is humming, every inch of my skin sizzling with awareness as Mason's eyes move between where his red and white float bobs in the water and my bikini-clad self. I hunted for one of my old one-pieces, but the only thing I found was a two-piece from when I was 19 and still living at home. I threw it on and dashed, not wanting to leave Mason alone with Arya for too long for fear of bloodshed. But now I wish I'd taken the time to hunt down that one piece I know is hiding somewhere in my old room. There's a lot more of me for this bikini to wrangle into place than there was 6 years ago. I've gained 25 pounds and gone up a cup size since then, and the top of the suit is downright scandalous. I also have a pooch below my belly button that wasn't there before, a testimony to my love of cheese in all its wondrous forms. But Mason doesn't seem to mind that there's more of me to love. Quite the opposite, in fact. The look in his eyes is enough to make my heart race. He's not looking at me like a unicorn princess anymore. He's looking at me like something he wants to taste, to savor, and eventually, to devour. His eyes skim down my body from my lips to the tips of my toes, setting every inch of me on fire. I swear I can feel that look, like soft, hot lips trailing over my skin, leaving me breathless and wanting more. It's that darned, almost kiss that's done this to me, made it impossible to think about anything but how much I want to pounce on Mason. I'm sure his kisses can't be nearly as wonderful as I remember. But then, what if they are? Stop thinking about kissing, psycho. I shift my legs, trying to ignore the ache building between them. Mason makes a pained sound, low in his throat, and jerks his attention back to the water. So, he asks, his voice rougher than it was a few minutes ago, making me think he's finding all this not touching as torturous as I am. Anything else you'd like to ask me? I take a long, cold drink of lemonade, hoping it will clear my head. We've already talked about the girls he dated in New York while he was in med school. If he's to be believed, there were 3 total, all of whom he only dated for a few months each, and none of the relationships evolved beyond the friends with benefits stage. Learning Mason has been intimate with other women wasn't easy to hear. But it wasn't a surprise either. He wasn't a virgin when we met. He never pressured me to do more than I was comfortable doing when we dated. But I knew how much he wanted things to progress to the next level. I wanted the same thing, but years of promising my mother I'd wait until marriage had left their mark on my psyche. I didn't think there was anything wrong with sex before marriage, personally, but I can't stand lying to anyone, let alone someone I love and respect as much as my sweet mama. Still, there were nights, back when Mason and I were dating, when it wasn't easy to tell him to pump the brakes. Nights when I wanted to pull him close and beg him to floor it, to keep going until we were as close as 2 people could get. I almost suggested we take that final step the night he proposed, in fact. Instead, I went home to tell my family, and thank God I did. It was hard enough dealing with Mason's abandonment as things stood. If I'd lost my virginity to him the night before, it would have been even more soul-crushing. I hum low in my throat and take another pull on my lemonade. Is that a thinking hum or a no more questions hum? Mason asks. A thinking hum, I say, shifting my legs again. Not even memories of the morning Mason left town are enough to kill the ache building inside me. I'm going to have to do something drastic to divert my thoughts, to keep from imagining Mason's big hands circling my waist, his lips hot on my bare stomach as he... I'm not a virgin anymore, I blurt out, because apparently I really suck at not thinking and talking about sex right now. Oh, Mason blinks. Well, that's good. Is it? I challenge. Well, no, I mean, I hope it was good. For your sake, he says, clearing his throat awkwardly. It was acceptable. Could have been worse. He nods, and the knot forming between his brows gets knottier. Right. Well, I wish it had been better. He clears his throat again and moves his tackle box to the other side of his seat for absolutely no reason. And I mean, of course I wish. He swallows. But you're 25. It makes sense that you would have crossed that bridge. I am 25, I say. Being 25 and not married feels strange enough. When I was growing up, I always assumed I'd be married with a baby on the way by this point in my life. But 25 and still a virgin would have been downright sad. Not that there's anything wrong with women who truly want to wait, but I didn't. Like Mason said, I was ready to cross that bridge. Past ready. Why did you tell me? Mason asks. I shrug. I don't know. It just slipped out. Mason nods, staring at the water for a long moment before turning his soulful blue eyes back to mine. I wish it had been me. My chest goes tight, and I suddenly wish I hadn't started this conversation. I wish it had been him too. I wish it was Mason's smell I remember swirling around me the first time I was with someone that way. Mason's hands that had smoothed over my body, making me ache and want and long for him to take that ache away. Don't say that. I fight the desire simmering beneath my skin, hoping Mason can't see me getting emotional behind my sunglasses. I can't help it, he says. It's the truth. The truth. Fine. If he wants to get to the truth, let's go for it. All right. I take off my sunglasses, blinking away the wetness in my eyes as I pin him with a no-bullshit look. Here's another question for you. Why didn't you call or write? He starts to reply, but I hurry on. I know why you didn't when you first left. But after a year or so, when you'd been in therapy and were feeling better, why not call then? Mason holds my gaze. I wasn't sure I was going to get my shit together and keep it together until early last year. By then, so much time had passed, I thought. Well, I thought it was better to finish my residency first. I snort. Just waiting until it was convenient for you, is that it? Not at all, Mason sighs. I told myself it would be better if I was back here for good and settled with a job, but honestly, I think I was afraid. I frown. Of what? That you'd be in love with someone else, he says. Or that you hated me to the depths of your being. I was afraid you'd put me so far in your rear view that there wouldn't even be the ghost of a chance of getting you back. I'm quiet for a moment. A part of me is tempted to tell Mason that he doesn't have a ghost of a chance. Even last night, I probably would have. But there's no denying how much I'm enjoying his company, or how much I want him. And though it's probably a no-good, very bad idea, I can't stop thinking about what he said at my parents' house. What would it take to make me trust him again? To get past how miserable and lonely and foolish I felt in the months after he left? A part of me wants to forgive and forget, to put aside my hurt and shame and give this thing with Mason a real chance. But how can I, when what he did loomed so large in my heart and mind for so long, casting a shadow so big I don't know if I'll ever be completely free of it? "What are you thinking?" Mason asks softly. Who says I'm thinking anything? I stare into my bottle, swirling the last of my lemonade around the bottom. "You've got your hamster wheel face on." It's another one of our old sayings. Mason always knew when I was chewing on a problem by the face I made. But I don't smile. The comment only makes me think harder. Here's a man who knows me, really knows me. He's committed my facial expressions to memory and can still read me like I can read a steak about to hit medium rare. And I can read him with the same accuracy. I can tell that this conversation is making him nervous, and I know he's sincere about how much he wants a second chance. Mason and I have always shared a special connection. 4 years apart damaged our bond, but it didn't sever it. With a little work, we could fix this. Fix us. I just have to drop my guard and let him in. The thought is terrifying, but not as impossible to imagine as it was this morning, let alone last night. I glance at Mason, watching him watch me with those blue eyes, unable to deny the attraction that lives and breathes in the space between us, becoming a third person in the boat, a being too big and loud to ignore. I want to touch him so much. Mason is the only man who's ever made me drunk and wild with wanting him. I want to feel that way again, to let Mason take me there, to that place where I'm shot through with starlight and his hands are everywhere I need them to be. The chances that I'll be able to resist giving into this attraction for 5 more dates are slim to none. Either I end things and run from Mason as fast as my legs will carry me, after I jump out of the boat and swim to shore, of course, or I accept that I'm taking the first step down a dangerous road. If I let myself touch Mason, let myself kiss him, taste him, remember how good it feels to be in his arms, it will only be a matter of time before my defenses crumble. I will fall for him all over again and end up with my head and my heart at odds, tearing me in 2 different directions. Unless... What do you need, brain? I ask myself. What would it take for you to sign on the "Give Mason another chance" line? I think. And think. And think some more, while Mason sits quietly on the other side of the boat, reeling in his line and tossing it into another patch of shade beneath the trees on this side of the lake. He's always known when to push and when to let me be, when to wrap his arms around me and pull me close, and when to sit back and wait for me to come to him. He's a master of reading people, especially me. Arya calls him manipulative, but he isn't, not really. He's simply excellent at helping people get out of their own way and get along. He's always said it was a side effect of being raised by a moody, unpredictable mom with even moodier, more unpredictable boyfriends. It's also one of the reasons I always thought he would be a wonderful doctor. He's empathetic, a natural leader, and absolutely worthy of the trust people will place in him when they put their health in his hands. But what if Mason wasn't in charge for once? What if I was the one calling the shots for the next date? Would he be as willing to follow as he's always been to lead? And would taking my turn in the driver's seat satisfy my need to feel in control? To feel like giving Mason another chance is a logical choice I'm making, instead of a bog of Mason quicksand I'm being sucked into against my will? The answer is maybe. Definitely maybe. And that's enough to make a smile curve my lips. Worked things out? Mason peeks at me out of the corners of his eyes. I think so. I stretch my legs, pointing my toes, my smile inching a little wider. And? Mason prods. I'll be organizing date number 3, I say breezily. I'll pick you up tomorrow night. Mason doesn't miss a beat, just grins and says, okay, where are we going? That's on a need-to-know basis, I say, wrinkling my nose and sniffing. And you don't have the need to know. Just wear something you don't mind getting dirty and plan on going with the flow. Getting dirty, huh? Mason asks, obviously intrigued. All right. I'm staying at the motor lodge east of downtown, room 214. I pause, surprised. Oh, so you and Parker aren't... No, we aren't. We're on the outs. Permanently, Mason says. But the rage that so often simmers in his voice when he talks about his uncle is noticeably absent. Good, I say, proud of him. Parker doesn't deserve a nephew like you. Thanks. Mason's smile makes my chest feel tight in the best way. You're welcome. So I'll pick you up at the hotel tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Sounds perfect. Mason cocks his head and reaches out to capture one of my happily wiggling toes between his fingers, sending a shiver of awareness across my skin. Does this have anything to do with what we talked about? About earning your trust? You'll have to wait and see. I take another sip of lemonade, not surprised to find it's suddenly tasting sweeter. Mood affects the taste buds. I realized that not long after I started catering. An unhappy bride isn't going to like the cake, no matter how moist and delicious the insides or how perfectly light and fluffy the frosting. And a happy bride won't even notice that the chicken is a little dry or the tomatoes in the salad have begun to pucker. The lemonade tastes sweeter because, for the first time in 4 years, I'm going to have a chance to make Mason Stewart play by my rules. And if he plays nice, well, maybe then I'll have a chance at something even better than calling the shots.
Chapter 10. Mason. Date 3. I answer a knock on the door to my hotel room the next night to reveal Lark, looking beautiful and determined.
Turn around and close your eyes.
She says, spinning her pointer finger. Good to see you too. I pause, taking in her tight jeans and fitted brown tank top. Seeing her in a bikini yesterday nearly killed me, but this woman in jeans... Damn.
Are you turning?
She asks, propping a hand on her hip. Jeans, I say with a sigh. She arches a brow.
What about them?
Jeans good, me like. Her lips quirk up.
Thanks, Caveman Mason. Now turn around.
Why?
Because we agreed I'm calling the shots tonight.
Lark gives a stern nod that makes her ponytail bounce.
So let me call him, Caveman.
I put on my most serious expression. Yes, ma'am. Just let me... I dart back inside, grabbing my wallet from the table by the door and slipping it into my pocket. I took her order to dress in something I could get dirty seriously, and am wearing my oldest jeans and a blue t-shirt made whisper soft with repeated washings. I emerge, shutting the door behind me with a clap of my palms. Ready? Lark holds up a hand, stopping me before I can step off the small patio in front of the room.
No, you're not. You'll be ready as soon as you turn around and close your eyes.
I frown. Why do I...
Seriously, Mason.
She cuts in.
Tonight is about following directions, and so far, you stink at it.
She props her fists on her hips, drawing my attention to the red bandana in her right hand. A blindfold? It has to be. Why else would she want me to close my eyes? I hesitate. I don't like surprises. When you grow up never knowing if there will be food in the fridge, you learn to appreciate routine. Afternoons spent pacing the carpet inside our trailer after school, wondering if my mom was coming home from work or bailing for the weekend with whatever loser she was dating, leaving me to fend for myself when I was barely tall enough to reach the kitchen cabinets, soured me on surprises at a young age. I like routine. I like predictable things and predictable people. It's one of the reasons I fell so hard and fast for Lark. She's silly and playful when it comes to jokes and conversations, but in her real day-to-day life, she's a creature of habit. She has a routine, and she sticks to it religiously. She has a moral code and high standards for herself, and there's rarely any doubt how she'll respond in a given situation. At least that's how Lark used to be. But now... Where are we going that I need to be blindfolded? I ask, doing my best to keep my reservations out of my tone.
We're going wherever I want to go, she says. I'm in control tonight. Can you handle that, Mason, or should I go home alone?
I don't say a word. I simply force a smile, turn around and close my eyes, bending my knees a little to make it easier for her to reach my head as she ties the bandana snugly over my face. I'm not about to give her an excuse to go anywhere alone. I want to spend as much time with her as possible, even if I can't see where I'm going for part of it.
How's that?
She asks, smoothing my hair down around the knot she's tied.
Too tight?
I shake my head. Nope, it's good. It isn't good. I'm not a fan of being blindfolded either, but it's clearly something that matters to Lark. And if wearing a blindfold and obeying orders is what it takes to regain her trust, then I'll do it. With a smile, if possible. At the very least, I won't let on that so far I'm not enjoying a single second of not-in-control date night.
Good.
She slips her hand into mine.
Let me help you to the car.
I force myself to take slow, easy breaths, ignoring the anxiety that skitters across my skin as she leads me off the patio and across the grass to her car. I can trust Lark, which is probably the point of all this. Maybe she's testing me to see how much trust I'm willing to give before she decides what she's able to invest in return. That makes sense in a way, I guess, though I'm not sure trust is as transactional as that kind of thinking would assume it to be. Trust is something you have to choose to give, not something you barter for. But in any event, I choose to trust Lark. I always have, and I can't imagine that changing anytime soon.
We're at the door. I'm going to help you in and buckle your seatbelt, she says. And then I'm going to drive, and I don't want you to say another word until I give you permission. Not even when I stop the car once we get where we're going, okay?
Anxiety knots in my throat again.
Can you do that?
She presses. I swallow hard. Yep.
Great,
she says, a tremble in her voice that makes me wish I could see her face. Is she nervous? Scared? Second-guessing her decision to play kidnapper for the night? I have no idea, but as I allow myself to be strapped in and wait for her to join me in the car, I hope it's the last option. I'd be thrilled to learn this is a one-time thing. She starts the car and pulls out of the motel parking lot, heading south, away from town and Atlanta, out into the countryside. For the first several miles, I'm able to keep track of our general location, but after 20 minutes or so, I have to admit I have no idea where she's taking me. I don't even have a firm grasp on how much time has passed. I'm guessing 20 minutes, but it may have been only 10 or 15. With my eyesight taken away and not a sound in the car but Lark's soft breath and the hum of the wheels on the road beneath us, time seems to stretch out forever. More than once, I'm tempted to ask where we're going, but I sensed she was serious about following her directions. So I hold my tongue and do my best to ignore how uneasy this is making me. We drive on and on, the road hum becoming a grumble as Lark turns off onto a gravel road. The terrain tips up sharply, but that doesn't help me guess where we're going. We've gone hiking in the Blue Ridge Mountain foothills lots of times, but I don't think we've driven far enough to reach any of our favorite spots, and the park roads close at sunset anyway, which won't be long now. I felt sun shining through the car windows onto my lap for the first part of the drive, but now the inside of the car is cooling down. Cooling, and the small amount of yellow light seeping through my blindfold fades to blue. Lark cracks the windows, letting in a breeze and the calls of night insects, and still we drive. Up, turning 3 more times before she finally pulls to a stop and shuts off the engine. I sag with relief and let out a long breath. Finally, we're here. Wherever here is. Chapter 11. Mason. I'm so curious it's all I can do to keep my tongue still in my mouth, but I haven't kept my peace all this time to fail Lark's test now. I thread my fingers together in my lap, bite my tongue, and sit tight as she slams out of the driver's side and fetches something from the trunk. I turn toward my door, expecting her to open it, but nothing happens. After several more minutes pass, I realize she must intend to leave me in the car for a while. I sat in silence, my ears straining for a sign of where she went. Once or twice, I think I hear footsteps and the crack of a twig underfoot. But another 30 minutes, or 10 or 20, I have no idea, passes, and the night goes quiet, except for the buzzing of insects and the occasional call of a night bird. My anxiety turns to irritation, and then back to anxiety again, as the smell of campfire smoke drifts to my nose. Someone lit a fire. Was it Lark, or are there other people nearby? I fidget in my seat, dying to get out and stretch my legs, my throat aching with the effort it's taking to stay quiet. I want to shout her name more than I can remember wanting anything in a long, long time, but I force myself to keep my damned mouth shut. More time passes, minutes that spin around and around my heart like fishing line pulled tight, cutting off my circulation. Time bleeds on until my stomach cramps with hunger and my muscles ache from sitting still for too long, and my pulse races with a mixture of nerves, fear, and anger. I'm angry now. So angry the back of my neck breaks out in a light sweat. What the hell is she doing? What's the point of this? What is forcing me to sit in a car for hours going to prove? It proves you're a fool. That's what it proves. I fight the urge to punch the dashboard or reach up and yank the blindfold from my eyes. If I'm going to be a fool for anyone, it's Lark. Another half hour or more passes, and my rage gradually fades away, replaced by resignation and sadness. She isn't coming back. If she were, surely she would have come to get me by now. It has to be after 9 o'clock. She must have decided to leave me here all night. Maybe she had a friend or one of her sisters come pick her up farther down the mountain. Maybe she's safe in Bliss River right now, laughing about the prank she pulled on the man who broke her heart. I reach across the car, feeling for the steering wheel and the ignition. She took the keys with her. So if she is gone, then I'm truly trapped here. Trapped with no idea where I am. Hopefully my cell will have service and I'll be able to GPS my way back to my hotel. But I know that's not a given. Service is notoriously spotty in the foothills. I rub a fist across my forehead and sigh. What should I do? Wait here until morning and hope she comes back to get me? Start walking and hope I run into someone willing to give a hitchhiker a ride in the middle of the night? And what if this isn't a prank and Lark is out there somewhere needing my help? What if she's lost or hurt and that's the reason she hasn't come back to the car? I don't know what's going on, but I know I'm not going to make it another minute like this. I reach for the door handle and pull, swinging my feet onto the ground as I wrench the blindfold from my eyes.
3 hours.
A soft voice says, making me flinch with surprise. I blink, waiting for my eyes to adjust. When they do, I see Lark sitting in a lawn chair a few feet away, holding a book with a reading light clipped to the top of it in her lap. What the hell is going on? I demand, standing on stiff legs as I throw the blindfold to the dirt at my feet. We're parked on a blanket of pine needles about 50 feet from a campsite where a fire burns. Looking around, I expect to see other campers, but we're alone. Wherever she's taken me, it isn't a public campground.
You made it 3 hours,
She repeats in a calm voice.
I made it 30,000.
I shake my head, unable to hide my frustration. What?
4 years, that's over 1,000 days and over 30,000 hours.
She closes her book but keeps the light on. It illuminates just enough of her face for me to see the tightness in her jaw and the emotion in her eyes. It isn't one I can easily place. It lives somewhere between anger and hope, in the no man's land of emotion where people so often find themselves when relationships go wrong. It's a hard feeling to name, but not a hard one to empathize with. It's the same way I felt sitting in that car, miserable and abandoned, but with a tiny voice beneath it all praying for a miracle, for Lark to come back and take the pain away. My bunched shoulders drop away from my ears. My hands unclench at my sides. I understand now. I should have understood all along. You wanted me to know how you felt. I stare at the ground near her feet, not ready to look her in the eye.
No, there's no way you could know how I felt,
She says.
3 hours can't teach you everything there is to know about 30,000, but I hope it might at least give you a taste.
I nod. It did.
You were angry.
I was. I whisper.
And sad.
And pretty sure I'd been thrown away. I finish, a fresh wave of shame washing over me. I think of the misery I felt and multiply it times 10,000. That is what I did to her. I knew I'd hurt her, but it isn't until this moment that I understand it in a visceral way. You can't forgive me, I force out. That has to be the reason for this. Lark is trying to pierce my stubborn resolve and make me see why she can't give me a second chance, no matter what. And I do understand, and I can't blame her, not even a little bit, but the loss of her, of even the hope of her, is still crushing.
No,
She whispers, making my next breath freeze in my lungs.
I think I can. I think maybe I already have.
Chapter 12. Mason. My head jerks up in surprise. This time when I meet Lark's gaze, it's gentle, hopeful. You have? I ask, my voice cracking.
I didn't think you'd last an hour,
She says.
but you did. And the longer I sat there watching you wait for me, the more I realized I don't want to stay angry. Holding on to a grudge never made anyone happy, and I don't want to be one of those bitter people who looks back on their lives and wishes I'd been brave enough to forgive the people who really mattered to me.
She presses her lips together for a moment before she continues.
You matter to me, Mason, and I want to give this a chance.
You do? My relief is so profound my hands shake with it.
I do.
She says with a shy grin.
Still up for 4 more dates after a night like this?
I'm up for as many dates as you'll give me. I say, the center of my bones still unsteady. I feel like I've been rescued from a burning building seconds before it collapsed. And Lark is the one who pulled me from the fire.
Then let's start now.
She crosses to me, slipping her hand into mine and giving it a squeeze.
I have stew and rolls warming by the fire, and there's sweet tea and beer in the cooler if you want it.
I could use a beer, I say with a laugh as she leads me toward the circle of stones and the light flickering beneath the trees. Or 3.
Have 4,
She says, squeezing my hand again.
I'm driving. I think you've earned a little buzz.
I stop at the edge of the flames and draw her into my arms. She comes without hesitation, letting me enfold her and hold her close for a long, quiet moment. I drop my lips to the top of her head, drawing a relieved breath as I press a kiss to her hair. Thank you, I whisper.
You're welcome.
Her arms tighten around my waist as she tilts her head back to look up at me, her skin glowing in the firelight.
Let's never fight again, okay? Or at least not for a long, long time.
Why would anyone fight with an angel like you? I ask with a grin. Lark narrows her eyes, but her lips stretch into a smile.
Have you forgotten who you're talking to? I'm the woman who just made you sit in a car blindfolded and sweating for 3 hours. I might be more devil than angel tonight.
No, you're a good one, Lark. I don't care what all those other people say. She laughs.
People don't say a thing, Mason Stewart.
They don't know you like I do.
Oh yeah?
She leans closer, her soft curves pressing against me, making my head spin.
So you think I'm a little devilish after all?
My pulse beats faster. Maybe. A little.
Speaking of devilish, you know what I miss?
What? I murmur.
Your truck.
She says in a low voice.
We had some good times in that truck.
I remember those good times, every single second of them. Every time we spread out the sleeping bags in the bed of my old red Chevy, every kiss, every caress, every time she leaned back her head and sighed as my lips trailed down her throat. I'll trade my car in for something with a tailgate first thing tomorrow morning, I say, meaning every word.
Don't be ridiculous.
She stands on tiptoe to press a kiss to my cheek before adding in a whisper,
I do have an apartment of my own, you know. I don't live with Mom and Dad anymore. I'm just staying over to help Arya with the baby while they're out of town.
Oh yeah? I ask, skimming one hand up and down the length of her back.
Yeah, maybe you'll get to see my new digs someday,
She says in a teasing voice as she spins out of my arms and starts around the fire.
Come on, grab a couple of bowls from the bag by the cooler. I'm starving.
Until a moment ago, I was starving too. But now all I can think about is being alone with Lark in her apartment, in her bedroom, in her bed. I stand staring, imagining the firelight flickering over her bare skin, knowing she'd be so beautiful it would hurt to look at her, thinking about what part of her I'd kiss first, where my hands would...
Mason?
She asks.
Bowls?
I blink. Right, bowls. I jerk into motion, forcing my thoughts back to food and campfires, letting my hand linger in the cooler for a few moments in hopes the ice closing around my fingers will help cool me off. It works. Mostly. So, where are we? I ask, after we settle into 2 chairs close to the fire.
My land. I bought it last year. I'm hoping to save up enough money to build a cabin up here in the next year or 2.
That's amazing. I look around the land with new interest. You always said you wanted to live out in the boonies.
Yeah, well, I can't live here. Most of my business is in Bliss River or Atlanta, so it would be a big commute. But I'll be able to come here on weekends and vacations.
I nod as I dig into Lark's homemade stew, moaning in appreciation. Damn, this is good. She smiles.
It should be. I'm a professional now, you know.
She scoops up a spoonful and reaches for a roll from the paper plate on top of the cooler. I know. You should be proud. Starting your own business isn't easy these days.
Thanks.
She lifts her eyes, meeting mine.
It was a ton of work, but it gave me something to focus on after you left.
For the first time, she mentions me leaving without any anger or sadness or resentment in her voice. It's simply a fact that's in our past, leaving the future open for something more, something better. Things are really different now. I can feel it. The air between us is lighter, our conversation freer, and as the night goes on, Lark doesn't hesitate to touch my arm, lean against me, let me brush the crumbs from her lips, or rest my hand on her thigh as she drives. By the time she pulls back into the hotel parking lot, I'm feeling brave enough to reach across the car, cup her soft cheek in my hand, and...
Wait,
she whispers, holding 2 fingers up between our mouths, keeping my lips from hers.
Not tonight.
I sink back into my seat, trying not to look disappointed. Whatever you want.
It's not what I want,
She says, her hand coming to rest on my arm.
I just think it's for the best. Once I start kissing you...
What? I ask.
I have a feeling I'm not going to want to stop.
She says in a husky voice that makes me ache in new and powerful ways. So much for a good night's sleep. Now I'll be up all night, replaying that sentence in my head over and over again until I drive myself crazier with wanting her than I am already. I swallow and reach for the door. See you tomorrow, then. I swing out of the car, throwing my next words over my shoulder. I'll pick you up at 1.
What are we doing?
Lark leans across the gear shift to peek up at me. I have no idea. I just want to spend as much of tomorrow with you as possible. She smiles.
Then pick me up at 10, silly. We'll go get a late breakfast.
I get the whole day? I ask, feeling like I just won the lottery. Something better than the lottery. Something no amount of money can buy.
We've got a lot of catching up to do.
She smiles, a wide, unguarded smile, with no secret sadness in it.
See you at 10.
At 10. I slam the door and she pulls away, but for the first time watching her go doesn't make me uneasy. I'm going to see her in less than 11 hours, and I get the entire day with her. And now we're on our way back to each other. For real. And hopefully for keeps.
Chapter 13. Lark. By the time I creep quietly into my parents' house, it's almost midnight. I expect Arya and the baby to be asleep and the house to be dark. Instead, I find Melody and Arya in pajamas at the kitchen table with mugs of cocoa, 2 open laptops, and papers scattered across the red tablecloth. I close the door with a soft nick, and both my sisters' heads pop up, revealing matching guilty expressions. "What's going on?" I ask, kicking my shoes off by the front door. "Nothing," Melody says, reaching over and closing the nearest laptop. "How was your date?" "It was fine. Great, actually." I wander across the family room while Arya gathers the papers, folds them in half, and shoves them under the second laptop before snapping it closed. "What have you 2 been up to?" I ask, shooting the laptop's a pointed look. Just hanging out, researching things and things, Melody says, with a nervous glance Arya's way. Things and things, I repeat, raising an eyebrow at my little sister. What are you hiding, Mel? Nothing. Melody blinks too fast. She's helping me with something, Arya says. You know I don't like being alone in the house when Mom and Dad are gone. Melody offered to come hang out and sleep over, just in case you didn't come back tonight. Why wouldn't I come back? I know Arya is trying to throw me off the scent of whatever she's up to, but I can't resist responding to the jab. I told you I would be home before midnight, and I'm home before midnight. Barely, Arya says with a sniff. I cross my arms and nod at the kitchen table. What's all this? Just doing some research, Arya says. Research on what? I'm not sure yet, but when I am, I'll let you know. Arya picks up her mug. I'm going to get more cocoa. Anyone else want some? Lark? No thanks, I mumble. Something is definitely up, but Arya obviously doesn't want to tell me what it is. So the date was good? Melody asks, still sounding nervous. Melody is a terrible liar and hates hiding things from the people she loves, even good things. She was twitchy and weird for days before our mom's surprise 50th birthday party. It could be Arya and Melody are planning some kind of pleasant surprise for me, but I don't think so. My birthday isn't for another 3 months, and my gut is telling me that whatever my sisters are up to, I'm not going to approve, which is why they're keeping their mouths and laptops shut. Mason still on his best behavior? Melody adds after a moment. Yeah, I say, unable to keep my lips from curving up at the edges. He was great. I think we've turned a corner. What kind of corner? Arya asks, emerging from the kitchen with a fresh mug of steaming cocoa. A trust corner, I say, ignoring the tightening around her lips. He really understands what I went through when he left now, and I don't know, I don't feel angry or afraid anymore. I trust him never to do something like that again. You do? Arya's brows shoot up. And why is that? People don't change overnight, you know. It hasn't been overnight, I say, doing my best to remain calm, not wanting to get sucked into an argument right before bed. It's been 4 years. And who knows what he's been up to for 4 years, Arya says. He could have slept with every woman in Manhattan, or been arrested, or joined a cult, or become a vegetarian who will never eat bacon with you again. You have no idea. He hasn't done any of those things, I say. And we talked about the other people we dated yesterday. There's been nothing serious for either one of us. So he says. Arya sets her cocoa down on the table with a thunk and props her hands on her hips. You can't know that's the truth. I lift one shoulder. I guess I can't, Arya, but I trust him. He freaked out and left me, but he's not a liar. He never was. Arya sniffs. We'll see about that. I freeze, my gaze drifting between Melody, Arya, and the table, the computers and papers suddenly making sense. You're looking for dirt on Mason? We're just checking into some things, Melody says in a placating voice, clearly reading the outrage in my expression. It's no big deal. We just want to make sure he's not going to hurt you again. I take a deep breath, doing my best to rein in my anger. Listen, I know you both mean well, but this isn't right. This is between Mason and me. I'm the one who has to decide whether or not to trust him again and what it will take for that to happen. All it takes is a few dates, apparently, Arya says. You're starry-eyed after 3 days, Lark. At this rate, you'll be pregnant by the end of the week. That's not fair. I scowl, barely resisting the urge to say something mean in response. But you don't kick someone when they're down, and for all her bluster, Arya is down. Down on men, down on life, and down on hope. Which is exactly why she's so afraid for me to start hoping with Mason. She isn't trying to hurt me. She's trying to protect me, even if I'm not asking for protection. I'm not trying to be mean, Arya says in a softer tone. I'm just worried you're not thinking clearly. I am thinking clearly, and I've done what I needed to do to make me feel good about moving ahead with Mason. I didn't tell my sisters what I had planned for Mason tonight before I left for the date, and I don't want to tell them now. It's private, between Mason and me. I trust him, and now I need you two to trust me and quit nosing into Mason's business. Melody nods, looking ashamed, but Arya only crosses her arms and says, We'll stop when we get all the facts. No, you'll stop now. What happens or doesn't happen between Mason and me is our business, no one else's. Arya huffs. Well, it was certainly our business when he left you the last time. Arya, don't, Melody says, but Arya pushes on. How many nights did we sit up with you while you cried over him? She asks, picking apart every detail of your relationship and his proposal and the last night you spent together, looking for some sign, some clue you'd overlooked that would have let you know he was going to run. I close my eyes. That was different. The only thing that's different is that you're under his spell again, Arya says. But what happens when he leaves the next time, and you're even more broken than you were before? Are you still going to tell us your relationship with Mason, or lack of relationship with Mason, is none of our business? I won't come crying to you if that's what you're worried about, I say, opening my eyes, meeting Arya's hard gaze with one of my own. You can always come crying to us, Melody says, a quiver in her voice. Come on, y'all. Let's not fight. I hate it when we fight. I'm not fighting, Arya says. I'm doing what I think is right for my sister, because I love her, and I wish someone had done the same for me before I screwed everything up by trusting a man who didn't deserve it. It's the first time I've heard Arya even hint at what happened with her and Liam, Felicity's father, and enough to make me hold the verbal dart on the tip of my tongue. Arya has been very tight-lipped when it comes to Liam, saying it didn't work out, and leaving it at that. Even Dad hasn't been able to get any more information out of her, and Arya has always been a daddy's girl. So let me snoop. Please, Arya continues, eyes pleading with mine. You need someone with a clear head looking out for you. I'll keep checking up on Mason, and if I don't find anything, then we don't have to talk about this ever again. But if I do... Arya doesn't finish her sentence. She doesn't have to. I know what will happen if Arya finds something on Mason. She will try not to gloat about being right. But secretly, she'll be happy. Or at least, grimly justified that she was correct in her suspicions. Do you want this to fail? I whisper, tears rising unexpectedly in my eyes. Just to prove that all men are awful or something? Do you really think that's true? Arya sighs, and her eyes begin to shine. No, babe, of course not. I want you to have everything you've dreamed about, an amazing husband and babies and years of wedded bliss. She presses her lips together. I know how easy it is to have the wool pulled over your eyes. I just want you to be careful. It's too late to be careful, I say, sniffing, trying not to break out in full-fledged sobs. I haven't even admitted it to myself until now, but it's true. The second I laid eyes on Mason Stewart, it was too late to resist. He is it. The one. A part of me has been waiting for him to come back since the moment he left. A part that knows no other man will ever touch my heart the way Mason has. It's not too late, Arya says. You just need to... It is, I say firmly. It was too late the night I saw him at Lisa's wedding. There is never going to be anyone else for me, Arya. Mason is it. He's the only man who's ever made me feel this way. Addicted? Arya supplies. No! I remember the baby is asleep and lower my voice as I add, not addicted. Hopeful and happy and understood. He gets me, Ra. I meet my older sister's gaze, hoping she'll understand. He knows me, inside and out. He's the only man who has ever made me feel loved for exactly who I am, warts and all. You don't have any warts. You're gorgeous, sissy, Melody says, using the old nickname from when she was too little to say Lark. You could have any man in Bliss River, any man in Atlanta. But I don't want any man, I say. It's Mason, or no one. If things don't work out this time, then that's it. I'm done dating. I'm done looking for someone to fill the Mason-shaped place inside of me, because no one ever will. Arya sighs again and slowly shakes her head. Okay, if that's the way you feel. She pulls out a kitchen chair and sinks down into it, hands coming to cup her cocoa. Does that mean you'll stop looking for dirt on Mason? Yes, fine, Arya mumbles, staring into her mug. And could you maybe be a little nicer to him when he comes to pick me up tomorrow morning? I know I'm pushing it. But if things work out the way I'm hoping they will, then... Well, then Arya will have to learn to be civil to Mason sooner or later. Because Mason is going to be around for a long, long time. The thought makes me smile. Felicity and I are going to the store tomorrow morning, Arya says. What time? I ask. In the morning, she says. The entire morning. Especially whatever time Mason is coming to pick you up. Oh, come on, Arya, be nice, Melody snaps in a rare burst of temper. She raises her voice so rarely, even Arya tends to pay attention when she does. Fine, Arya rolls her eyes. I'll be nicer to him. She takes a sip of her cocoa, grimacing as she swallows. But for the record, I think Mason should stay on the suspicious list for at least another month. You're making this entirely too easy for him. Maybe, maybe not, I say, silently thinking that tonight was anything but easy for Mason. But that's my choice to make. I back away from the table. See you two in the morning. Night, Lark, Melody calls after me as I move toward the stairs. I wave and head up to my old bedroom, the one I lived in when I first met Mason. It's still decorated the way I left it, with light blue paint and old restaurant signs I've collected since I was a kid nailed to the walls. I decided I was going to run a fancy restaurant, not a string of barbecue shacks like my mom and dad, when I was 5. I started my first imaginary cafe when I was 6, designing a sign and a menu and forcing Melody and Arya to play out to dinner for hours every weekend. I always dreamed of being a cook and of having my own restaurant someday. It used to be my one, all-consuming, when-I-grow-up fantasy. So many of my friends in high school daydreamed about getting married and having babies, but though I wasn't opposed to getting married and having kids, I never thought about settling down right out of high school. It seemed like such a faraway thing, something to consider once I graduated with my business degree and started down the road to making my dream come true. It wasn't until I met Mason that I started to imagine myself with a new last name, to think about a future with someone else in it, a forever someone I would grow up with and grow old with, who would share my life and help me bring new lives into the world. Not long before he left, we talked about kids, about how many we wanted, 3 for me, 4 for him, and when we might be able to start a family. We agreed we should wait until Mason was finished with his residency, but that if a baby surprised us a little earlier, well, that wouldn't be the end of the world either. We were so in love. A baby had seemed like the natural next step, even though I was only 21 and Mason 25. When he left, I mourned the death of more than our relationship. I mourned the babies we would never have and all the other dreams we'd dreamed together that would never come true. But now, I fall into my double bed with the frilly white comforter with a giddy sigh. My hope is still so new that it makes my heart beat faster every time I think about it. Mason and I are going to give this a shot, a real shot, a shot that might very well end in the resurrection of every buried dream, the fulfillment of every deferred hope. It is a heady thought. So heady, I don't know how I'll be able to fall asleep. Not with tomorrow and the day after rolling out before me like a rainbow leading to treasure. But eventually I do sleep and dream of a big wedding of my own, one with lots of friends and family and flowers, and Mason waiting for me at the end of the aisle.
Chapter 14. Mason. Date 4.
Pancakes or waffles?
Lark scrunches her nose and puckers her lips, making her thinking face.
Or maybe we should order 2 of each to share, she muses. Or maybe 2 pancakes and 1 waffle, since waffles are bigger. What do you think? And where do we stand on side dishes today? Sausage is a yes, obviously, but maybe we need grits, too, with cheese on the top.
She shoots me a serious look over the edge of her menu that makes me laugh.
What? Don't laugh, she says, grinning. This is a serious decision.
Sorry, I trail off with a smile, admiring the way the morning light streaming through the diner window makes her hair glow a soft gold, the way her smile lights up the restaurant, drawing people's attention as they drift by our booth in search of a table.
Just what?
she asks, her eyes shining. I'm happy. So happy. Thank you,
You don't have to thank me.
she says, taking a slow sip of her coffee, watching me over the rim the entire time, making my pulse leap. And then she mutters,
It's my pleasure.
and it starts to pound. I really like the way you say that word,
What word?
she asks.
It's
I shake my head.
my.
She teases. I narrow my eyes, and she grins before adding in a husky voice.
Oh, you mean pleasure.
Or we could get breakfast to go, I say, making her laugh.
Of course not. Eating in is part of the fun. You can't get endless coffee refills at home, and we have many adventures to adventure today before we rest.
Lark sets her cup back onto its saucer.
So seriously, it's time to get serious.
Seriously serious? She nods.
Yes, I need your feedback to select the perfect breakfast.
Let's order one of everything and eat until our stomachs explode. I push my menu to the edge of the table. Happiness makes me hungry.
Happiness makes me hungry too, but there will be no exploding stomachs. We'll stop just shy of that point,
She says, setting her menu on top of mine.
I need your stomach intact for the next phase of my plan to make you even happier than you are already.
Oh? I lift an eyebrow.
Arya's going to pick up some flank steak at the store today for...
Flank steak with avocado sauce. I finish with a foodie groan of anticipation. It's Lark's first original recipe and was my favorite back when we were dating. You're a unicorn princess, or something even better, a unicorn princess goddess of flame-kissed meat. She beams.
I figured we could have a cookout at my parents' house tonight and give Melody and Arya a chance to get to know you again. We can play badminton in the backyard, let Felicity crawl around in the grass and be adorable, that sort of thing.
My enthusiasm level drops a degree or two. The thought of spending the evening with Arya glaring at me across the picnic table in the March's backyard isn't the most appealing thing I've imagined today. She was civil this morning, but it's obvious she still isn't a fan.
Arya will be nice, I promise.
She says, reading my thoughts.
We had a long talk last night.
A long talk about what? I ask as the waitress stops next to our table, her pad and pen in hand.
Y'all decided?
She asks in a chipper voice.
Yes,
Lark says.
We'll have 2 pancakes, 1 waffle, an order of scrambled eggs with cheddar cheese, a bowl of grits, also with cheese, but American on that, a side order of sausage, and 2 biscuits. All to share, so could you also bring an extra plate, please? Of course.
The waitress tops off our coffees before hustling over to the computer to type in the order. That was hot, I murmur beneath my breath.
The way I order food?
Lark asks, her smile widening when I nod.
What can I say? I know what I want, Mason, and I'm not afraid to ask for it.
And that was even hotter. I lean forward, elbows propped on the table to add in a whisper. Am I going to be allowed to kiss you today?
Very possibly.
She shoots me a look that makes my pulse pick up all over again.
No, what were we talking about?
She takes my hand, sending a hum of pleasure shooting up my arm. I don't remember, I say, grinning. Probably wasn't important, not as important as my plans for us for tomorrow.
And what are those?
I got tickets for the musical playing at the Lyric in Atlanta, the matinee.
You didn't!
She laughs.
You hate musical theater.
But I swallow the word, not wanting the first time I say it to her to be so casual. I really like you, and you really like musical theater, and I like happy hour at Damon's after the show.
Sounds like a heavenly 5th date.
Lark threads her fingers through mine with a sigh.
I'm going to be so spoiled after this week. I won't ever want to go back to work.
Well, maybe you could take a few more days off, I say, wheels turning. We could go somewhere. Camping, or to Hilton Head if you don't mind a long drive. Her brow furrows.
Both sound amazing, but I can't. I have 5 weddings coming up in June, 2 corporate parties that want a big spread, and 3 baby showers. I'm going to be working like a dog until the middle of July, and I just added another wedding in August. Not that I'm complaining, she hurries to add. I'd rather have too much work than not enough, but it would be nice to have a few more days with you.
We have as many days as you'll give me, I say, squeezing her hand. We'll find time to be together. I don't start work until next month, and when I do, I'm one of 5 doctors at the practice. We share rounds and take turns being on call, so the hours shouldn't be nearly as deadly as med school or residency. And Bliss River's only an hour from the city. I could be at your place by 6:30 or so most nights. She shakes her head slowly back and forth. What's wrong? I ask. Has traffic gotten worse since I left? I used to be able to make it home from Atlanta in 50 minutes, an hour tops, but
No, it's not that.
Lark cuts in, shaking her head.
It's just this. Us. It's blowing my mind a little.
My ribs tighten. Me too, but in the best way. She nods, easing the pressure in my chest.
Definitely. I can't remember the last time I felt so. Lark? Lark March, is that you?
The voice is so high-pitched it's nearly a squeal and loud enough that the entire front section of the diner turns to stare as a vaguely familiar brunette wearing a t-shirt that reads, "Soccer Mom and Proud of It," wiggles up to our table and my stomach drops. This woman is grinning at Lark with one eye, but shooting daggers at me with the other. Chapter 15. Mason. Lark detangles her hand from mine with a guilty expression.
Vicky, what's up? How are you?
She stands, moving to embrace the other woman, who shoots me another not-so-nice glance over Lark's shoulder.
I'm fine,
Vicky says as she hugs Lark.
Just meeting some girls from my old baby and me class for breakfast while the kids are at school.
You're kidding. Lark pulls away, but remains standing next to our booth, her back turned just enough to exclude me from the conversation.
Is Braxton already in school? And Brayden, too. He started kindergarten last year. That's so crazy. It seems like your wedding was 2 minutes ago? We're celebrating our 10th anniversary this year.
Vicky beams the smug beam of the happily married, the beam that used to make me want to vomit when I was in New York and wondering if winning Lark back was nothing but a pipe dream.
I heard Arya was back in town,
Vicky continues.
You remember she was one of my bridesmaids? I do,
Lark says.
I'll tell her you said hi. Do that, and tell her to call me. We need to do some catching up. I can't wait to hear all her news and see that new baby of hers. I'm dying to hold a real baby.
She sighs.
All mine are getting too big to want to snuggle with Mama. I keep telling Brent we should have another. I'm only 29, for goodness sakes. It's not like we have to close up shop. But he can't stand the diaper years. He's so excited now that the boys are old enough to play soccer and go fishing with him on Sunday afternoons. That must be nice. Well, I'll tell Arya to give you a call,
Lark says, edging one leg slowly back into our booth in the universal sign for "I'm ready to return to my meal now, please go away." But Vicky continues to linger.
And how are you doing?
Vicky asks with a pointed look in my direction. As soon as her gaze connects with mine, the warmth vanishes from her expression. Well, if this woman is going to hate me, we might as well be properly introduced. Hi, I'm Mason Stewart. I stand and extend my hand.
Oh, I know who you are. I sat behind you in Algebra 2 junior year,
Vicky says, her lips pruning.
But even if I hadn't, I would know Mason Stewart. Everyone in Bliss River knows who you are and what you did.
Vicky, please, Lark murmurs beneath her breath.
You know I'm not one to keep my mouth shut, Lark. You're like a little sister to me, she says. And I wouldn't consider myself much of a friend to you or Arya if I didn't look this one right in the eye and say shame on you.
She wags a finger in my direction like I'm a dog who just peed on the carpet.
Shame on you!
Lark sighs.
Vicky,
you're right, I say, cutting her off before she's forced to defend me again. What I did to Lark was shameful, not to mention the biggest mistake I've ever made. Luckily, she's been good enough to give me another chance, and I'm going to spend the rest of my life proving she made the right call. Vicky sniffs, looking somewhat mollified.
Well, at least you know you're a rat.
Was a rat, I correct with my most charming smile. And thanks for being such a good friend to Lark. I'm glad she has people who love her enough to finger wag me in public. Vicky's mouth twitches on one side.
Well,
she says, raising her eyebrows.
He always was too smooth and good-looking for his own good, but you keep him in line, honey. And make sure that engagement ring is big enough to blind people from 50 feet away.
She leans in, hugging Lark one last time.
See you later, sugar. Don't forget to tell your sister to call me.
By the time Vicky finally hustles away to the opposite corner of the restaurant, Lark's cheeks are bright pink with embarrassment.
I am so sorry.
she whispers, sliding back into the booth, clutching her coffee like a lifeline. Why are you sorry? I'm the rat. She shakes her head, keeping her eyes on her cup.
It's this town. Everybody knows everything about everyone else. It probably wouldn't have been so bad if I hadn't called all my friends the night you proposed, but
You didn't do anything wrong. I cut in. I did, and I have to deal with the fallout.
but you shouldn't have to put up with people calling you a rat every time we're out together,
She says.
That's ridiculous.
It's not so bad. I shrug. And it can't last forever. Within a few months, we should run into everyone who hates me on your behalf. Eventually, I'll have apologized to all of them, and we can move on with our lives.
I don't know.
She lifts a dubious brow.
Between the three of us, the March sisters have a lot of friends.
I smile. Not surprising. You're fun people, even Arya, I add with a wink. Lark laughs softly.
Poor Arya. But she's smart, you know. She's refused to tell anyone what happened with her and Liam after they moved to Nashville. Not even Mom or Dad. No one's going to be talking about her behind her back.
Of course they will. If they can't find any factual dirt, they'll just make something up, I say. The gossips in this town don't have anything better to do, you know that. She lifts one shoulder.
Maybe, but at least she has her pride. Everyone won't be thinking she's an idiot for going back to the man who made her the most pitied girl in Cobb County.
I frown, a sour feeling flashing in my chest for the first time this morning. The waitress chooses that moment to return with our order, and soon the table is covered with hot, greasy, delicious diner food. But when Lark begins to scoop out eggs and grits, I sit with my hands braced on either side of my empty plate.
What's wrong?
She asks after a moment. Nothing. I fiddle with my fork.
It doesn't look like nothing. You've got your curtains face on.
When I need to, I'm good at keeping my emotions concealed. Another skill learned when I was young and had to be careful not to make any of the volatile grown-ups in my house angry. But most people don't realize that I've gone underground. Only Lark has ever noticed when the curtains are drawn. I shrug. It's not a big deal. I put the fork down and look her straight in the eye. There are people I don't mind hiding from, but Lark isn't one of them. You're not an idiot, and I don't want you to feel like one.
I don't.
Her brows furrow in confusion for a moment before she realizes what I'm talking about, and her forehead smooths.
Oh, you mean what I said before. It doesn't matter, Mason, really. Let the gossips and Arya's friends and my friends think whatever they want. I don't care. I know I'm making the decision that's right for me.
You do?
I do. You're right for me,
She says in a soft voice.
and I would rather live through 100 embarrassing moments than live without you in my life.
I love you, I say, not caring if this isn't the perfect romantic moment. It's the truth, my most important truth, and I want her to know it.
I love you too.
She says with a nervous rush of breath. Scary? She nods.
Yeah, but good and true. No sense pretending that it's not.
I don't want you to pretend. I find a path between the waffle plate and grits bowl and take her hand again. And as soon as I can afford it, I'm getting you a blinding engagement ring. Lark's eyes go wide. Too soon? I ask, arching a brow. Too scary?
Maybe a little.
She says, pulling her hand gently away.
Let's take things slow for a while, okay? Just being with you, being happy together. It's enough to process right now, you know?
I bite my lip. Sorry.
You don't have to be sorry.
No, I do. I don't want to mess this up. And
Relax, Mason,
she says with a laugh.
There's only one way you can mess this up, and we both know you're not going to do anything like that again. Now, hurry up and grab some eggs before they get cold.
Nothing worse than cold eggs.
Unless it's cold grits. Better grab some of them too before they turn to concrete.
And just like that, our perfect morning is perfect once more. Because we're Lark and Mason again. And Lark and Mason don't let the little things get us down. Never have and never will. We tuck into our breakfast with our usual abandon, then take a long walk around downtown, window shopping and discussing how we want to spend the day. We decide to take the boat out again and head over to the state park with the island in the middle of the lake. It has hiking trails and picnic tables, and we can spend the entire afternoon outside enjoying the perfect weather. We stop inside the bookstore to pick out something for Lark to read, and then the sub shop to grab sandwiches before heading over to my friend Nash's house to fetch the boat. On the way to Nash's, a plan begins to take shape in my conflict-avoidant brain. What better way to keep Arya off my case than to give her someone more interesting than me to engage with? "Do you think it would be okay to invite Nash over for dinner tonight?" I ask Lark. He seemed lonely the other day when I dropped off the boat. His girlfriend moved out not too long ago.
Nash,
She chews on her lip for a minute.
why is that name familiar? He isn't one of your old basketball friends, is he?
No, Nash and I worked construction together in the summers. I might have mentioned him,
Maybe.
she says in a non-committal tone. He left Bliss River to go to the police academy in Atlanta and worked in a precinct there for a while, but he's been back for a few years. I turn onto Nash's street, adding casually, "I think he's around Arya's age, maybe a year or two older." She hums beneath her breath.
Ah, I see.
"See what?"
Don't play innocent.
she says with a laugh.
I think it's a great idea. Something to distract her from trying to prove our second chance is made of fail.
She thinks our second chance is made of fail? I ask, disappointed, though I already knew Arya wasn't a fan. Complete fail? She rests a hand on my shoulder.
Right now, she thinks all relationships are made of fail. She hasn't looked sideways at a man in 5 months, and that's gotta be some kind of record for her. When we were younger, she was the social butterfly, not Melody or me. She had a different boyfriend every semester.
Lark laughs again.
It got to the point that there were so many I couldn't keep their names straight. I just started calling every guy who called for her dude.
Dude?
Yeah, like, Arya, dude is on the phone.
She shakes her head.
Only way I could keep from calling them by the wrong name.
She and Nash should get along just fine then. Back before this last girl, he was good at casual relationships. Maybe he and Arya can remind each other how to have fun again.
Good, we'll invite him,
She says,
but we won't tell Arya. I think it's better if it's a surprise.
that way she can't yell at us until after it's over.
Absolutely.
Lark says with a wicked grin. Maybe I like this devilish side of you after all. She giggles.
A little salt makes the caramel taste sweeter. That reminds me, there's a new breakfast place near the highway that makes Dutch baby pancakes with caramel sauce on Saturdays. We should hit it up some weekend, but we'll have to get there early. Otherwise, you end up waiting hours for a table.
Sounds amazing, I murmur,
Waiting hours for a table?
making plans for the future with you. She sighs and relaxes back into her seat.
Yeah, that is pretty amazing.
It really is, I think, and getting better with every passing day.
Chapter 16. Lark. The day grows hot, but not too hot, and Mason and I spend every minute of it outside, hiking, skipping rocks on the beach, and driving the boat around the lake until the sun begins to slide lower in the sky. By the time Mason drops me off at my parents' house to take a shower and runs back to his hotel to do the same, it's nearly 5 o'clock. I'm sad to see him go, but less than 40 minutes later, I hear a car pulling up to the curb out front. I push the curtain aside and peek out the second-story window to see Mason emerging from the Audi, proving he's every bit as eager to get back to me as I am to have him by my side. Grinning, I swing out of my room and race down the stairs in my bare feet. "It's for me, I'll get it," I shout as I throw open the door, fighting the urge to leap into Mason's arms and kiss him until we're both breathless. He looks gorgeous. His damp hair swoops low on his forehead, stopping just above magnetic blue eyes that practically beg me to drag him to my bedroom, lock the door, and show him just how happy I am to see him. His fitted jeans cling to his strong legs, and his black button-down shirt, rolled up on his forearms, emphasizes the sexy scruff on his cheeks. He looks good enough to eat, good enough to devour inch by delicious inch. I don't want to share this man. I want to be alone with him, now, preferably with both of us wearing as little clothing as possible. But that's exactly why I planned this cookout. If I don't surround myself with people, I'm not going to make it another day without pouncing on Mason like a she-cat after a man-sized hunk of catnip. And that doesn't seem like the smartest idea 4 dates into our second chance. "Long time no see," Mason says, his grin as wide as mine. "You didn't take the time to shave." I lean against the doorframe and cross my arms, not missing the way Mason's gaze flicks down to the cleavage displayed by my black baby doll dress and back up again. I was in a hurry, he says, stepping closer. In a hurry for what? I ask innocently. Dinner isn't being served until 7. In a hurry to get back to this woman I like a whole lot. Mason reaches for me, pulling me out the door and into his arms. She's about your height and wearing this little black dress that I think might drive me crazy by the end of the night. Or 10 minutes from now. I can't be sure. Is that right? I put my arms around his neck, standing on tiptoe to whisper my next words inches from his lips. And why's that? Because she looks amazing. And I want to touch her so badly it's probably criminal. You're touching me right now. I lean in, pressing my breasts against his chest. A pained expression flickers across his face, and I shiver. I understand that pain. I feel it all over, in every place that aches for him to touch me, taste me. I'm pretty sure I'm becoming what my great Aunt Regina would call a shameless hussy. But Mason feels too good to care. You're killing me. He shifts until my hips are fitted against his, and the hard ridge behind his fly confirms that I'm not the only shameless hussy around these parts. Killing you? I echo. But what a way to go, he says, his voice a low rumble that sends tingles across my electrified skin. What's the male version of a shameless hussy? I ask, my breath coming faster. A huss? Mason arches a brow. A hoss? No, that's like a cool guy in the 70s. A man whore? I tilt my head back, bringing my lips closer to his as I whisper, no, hussies don't get paid. They're in it for the wicked, wonderful, shameless pleasure of it all. His jaw tightens. I'm definitely in it for all those things. God, Lark, you feel so good. Just holding you is... He trails off with a shudder that echoes through me. His fingers dig deeper into my bottom, making me wonder what it will feel like when he does that with nothing between us but skin. From there, my mind quickly spirals straight into the gutter, and the last of my reason vanishes in a rush of desire. Let's get out of here. He blinks. We can't, can we? Sure we can, I say, fisting my hands in his shirt. We can go to my place. It's close. What about the cookout? But Mason is already backing away from the door, drawing me with him. We'll be fast, I say, not caring that I'm barefoot or that I'm leaving without telling my sisters where I'm going. Not caring about anything, but getting closer to Mason. We'll be there and back before anyone... Lark! Mason! Calls a light voice from within. A moment later, Melody appears at the front door, her eyebrows shooting up when she sees us practically humping each other on the front porch. But she quickly recovers, playing it cool as she adds, hey you two. Sorry to bother you, but I think I messed something up. Messed what up? I run a hand over my hair, fighting to breathe normally as Mason sets me back on my feet. Am I supposed to bring the basting sauce to a boil and simmer it for a few minutes, or just bring it to a boil and then remove it from the heat? She asks. The notes on your old recipe card are smeared. Let it simmer, I say with a nod. How long? Melody asks, because there isn't a lot of excess liquid and I don't want to run out of... Just put it on to simmer and I'll be in a second. I widen my eyes at my sister in a silent plea for a moment of privacy. Oh, okay, I'll just go get the grill started then. Melody backs away with a little wave. Glad you're here, Mason. Thanks, me too, he calls after her. I turn to glance at him over my shoulder, biting my lip. I think our escape has been thwarted. Probably for the best. Nash will be here soon. He takes my hand and pulls me through the door, adding in a softer voice. And I don't want a quickie with you, sunshine. Not the first time. I want all night. Hours and hours to worship every inch of your beautiful body. Same, I murmur, before pressing my lips slightly to his. It's just the ghost of a kiss, only a few seconds long and the barest nudge of my warm skin against his. But it's enough to make me feel like someone set a swarm of bees loose in my belly. In seconds, I'm buzzing all over, from the tips of my fingers to the soles of my feet, and everywhere in between. God, this man just does it for me. All of it. All the tingling and humming and aching and needing and wanting that I wasn't sure I was capable of feeling again until he swept back into my life. Knock, knock. A deep, male voice rumbles from the open doorway. Hope I'm not interrupting. Mason pulls away and turns to greet the other man with a smile. Nash, hey man, good to see you. This is Lark, hostess and the best cook in Georgia. Hey, I say, laughing as I take Nash's outstretched hand. Not sure about best, but top 100 at least. So glad you could make it. Thanks for inviting me. Nash grips my hand firmly, but gently as he smiles. It's a wide, friendly smile that showcases very straight teeth, set in an undeniably handsome face. As I take the bottle of wine Nash brought as dinner tribute and lead the way into the kitchen to open it, I give Mason's friend a subtle once-over. Nash is about Mason's height, but thicker all over, with muscles that strain the sleeves of his tight red t-shirt, and jeans that were obviously purchased at some kind of specialty store for men with giant quadriceps and tiny waists. Mason is an athletic, muscular guy, but Nash has the body of a professional athlete. Between the killer physique, tan skin, white teeth, bright green eyes, boyishly short brown hair, and sweet, lazy drawl, Nash is any red-blooded woman's dream come true. If Nash doesn't remind Arya why she used to like spending time with boys, no man will. Yes, indeed, I think, as I pour myself a glass of the Chardonnay Nash brought and get both of the boys set up with a beer. Arya is going to love this one. As if summoned by my thoughts, Arya appears in the doorway with Felicity balanced on her hip. She's wearing a burnt orange, sleeveless sundress that brings out the auburn in her hair. She's actually wearing makeup for once, and her chunky turquoise jewelry emphasizes her green eyes. Best of all, she's smiling her big, bright, unguarded Arya smile down at Felicity. It's a rare smile these days, but it reminds me of why, when I was growing up, I always wanted to look like my big sister. When Arya smiles, she's more than just pretty. She is, break your heart, stunning. There isn't a man alive who can resist her. I peek over at Nash to see if his jaw has dropped, to find an unexpected frown pulling at his handsome face. Hey, Lark, I turned on the bug lights, but I can't reach the torches. Daddy put them up so... Arya looks up, breaking off as her gaze skims over me and Mason to settle on the man beside us, her eyes widening with shock, before her brows pull together in a frown that matches Nash's to a T. Chapter 17. Lark. What's he doing here? Arya's voice is cold enough to make me wish I'd grabbed a light sweater before coming downstairs. Something is definitely wrong. Very wrong. My nerve endings are sending out red alert signals even before Nash drawls. Nice to see you too, Arya. Mason and I exchange panicked glances behind his back. Arya and Nash know each other? How? Crap on a cracker, what have I done? My sister isn't going to be distracted by a handsome single guy. She's going to be livid with me for inviting someone she obviously can't stand to a family barbecue. Looks like motherhood's been good to you, Nash continues. Pretty as ever. Arya's eyes narrow, but her lips stretch into a tight smile. And it looks like you're still a gym junkie, still measuring your thighs every night before you go to bed? Nash chuckles, a warm sound that fills the kitchen, banishing the prickle left behind by Arya's words. Nah, now I measure my biceps. It's harder to get the tape around my arm with one hand, and you know how we backwoods hicks love cheap entertainment. Arya visibly bristles, like a hen ruffling her feathers. I jump in before my sister can lob another verbal hand grenade. I invited Nash, Arya. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, I say with an apologetic smile. He's an old friend of Mason's, and we thought we might need some help eating all the steak. You know it's never as good the next day. That's all right. Nash sets his beer on the counter, shooting me a warm smile that makes me want to beg his forgiveness for exposing him to my sister in her current, caustic state. I can go. It's no big. No, stay, Arya says calmly, making Nash turn back to her with eyebrows raised. I'm sorry I was rude. I was surprised, but that's no excuse, she continues, making my eyebrows shoot up right along with Nash's. Who is this woman? And what has she done with my refuses to apologize unless she's caught with her hand in the cookie jar sister? We're not kids anymore, Arya says, as she shifts Felicity to her other hip. There's no reason we can't all have a nice evening together. Especially since Daddy won't be home until next week. Well, that's good news, Nash says, but he makes no move to reclaim his beer, obviously still on the fence about whether to stay or go. I honestly can't say which I'd prefer. I don't want to offend one of Mason's friends, but I can't deny I am dying to know what the backstory is between Arya and Nash. Why do they despise each other? And what the heck does Daddy have to do with it? I honestly had no idea this was your house, Nash says, a hint of embarrassment in his deep voice. Mason didn't mention his girlfriend's name, just gave me the address and a time to show up. Don't worry about it. Stay. Eat with us, Arya says, in a breezy tone only a sister could tell is forced. Come on into the backyard. You're tall enough to light the tiki torches, and I'll introduce you to Melody, my other little sister. All right. Nash grabs his beer and slips by Arya out into the backyard. Arya waits until he's out of earshot before whispering through clenched teeth, I'm going to kill you. I'm sorry, I whisper back. I had no idea. I didn't. Arya stops me with a hand in the air, rolls her shoulders back, and sashays into the backyard. A moment later, I hear her introducing Melody and Nash, then telling Nash how to light the torches and thanking him for sticking around to enjoy the evening. She really is going to kill me, I mumble, as I set my wine down and go to check the simmering marinade. Why? Mason asks. How do they know each other? I have no idea. I shrug and shake my head. You don't think they dated, do you? I arch a brow his way. You think? He chuckles softly. Yeah, that wasn't used to be friends tension. Or used to be enemies tension, I agree. They definitely were a thing at some point, but I have no idea when. I know I've joked about not remembering the names of all her boyfriends, but I would have remembered a name like Nash. And I have no idea what Daddy has to do with anything. He usually did his best not to interact with the guys Arya dated. At least not until it was clear she was going to keep one around for a while. In denial, Mason says with a smile. Totally in denial. I laugh as I give the basting sauce one last stir before declaring it ready and turning off the heat. He's like that with Melody's boyfriends, too. You were the only one he ever really liked. Mason comes closer, putting his arms around my waist. Think he'll be happy to see us back together when he gets home? I turn to him, unable to resist running my fingertips down his scruffy jaw. Maybe not at first, but once he sees how happy I am, he'll come around. Don't worry about Daddy. I'll prove to him that I won't screw up again. Just like I'll prove it to you, Mason says, leaning down to press a kiss to my forehead that makes my entire body light up. Now, what can I do to help? Chop the salad? No, Melody did the sides this afternoon. I just need to get the steak started. Why don't you go rescue Nash from my sisters, talk manly stuff, and I'll be out in a second. Mason nods and ambles toward the back door. I'll do my best, but I'll never be as manly as Nash. He's even bigger than he used to be. Enough to intimidate we lesser specimens. I shoot him an amused look. As if. Mason grins. I get intimidated. You're no lesser specimen. You're the best-looking man I've ever seen, I say, propping a hand on one hip. If you were any better looking, I'd have to beat other women off of you with a stick. A big, heavy, spiky stick. I'd like to watch that, Mason says, making me laugh as I shoo him out the door. Get out, I say, or we won't be eating until 8 o'clock. I bustle around the kitchen, taking the avocado sauce out to warm up to room temperature and getting everything ready to bring out to the grill, smiling to myself the entire time. I can't help it. Even knowing Arya is going to unleash her crankiness upon me as soon as the boys leave tonight isn't enough to dampen my spirits. 10 minutes later, I join the party in progress in the backyard, shocked to see Nash down on the grass on his hands and knees with Felicity, playing with a big red ball, making the baby squeal with laughter. I shoot Arya a look as I cross to the grill, but she only shrugs and takes a long drink of her Chardonnay. They look like puppies, Melody whispers as Nash crawls across the grass to fetch the ball, and Felicity follows with an excited burble. They're so cute. Shush, Arya says, beneath her breath. But they are, Ra, Melody says. I wish Brian had been able to come tonight. He thinks little babies are boring, but I've never seen... All right, time for a diaper change, Arya calls out brightly, setting her empty glass down and hurrying to scoop Felicity off the grass. The baby fusses for a minute, but then Arya lifts her up to blow onto her bare belly, and Felicity begins to giggle and squeal once more. She really is the happiest baby. Too bad Arya is so miserable. As the evening wears on and we all settle down to eat, things only get worse. I know no one else realizes what's going on, not even Melody, who is clearly enjoying the food and company. But it's obvious to me that Arya is dying a little inside every time Felicity reaches for Nash. I'm worried a blood vessel in my sister's brain is going to burst when Felicity finishes her baby food and chunks of banana and insists on sitting on Nash's lap, gumming tiny pieces of steak he places on the edge of his plate for her. "Are you sure that's okay?" Arya asks. "I'm afraid she's going to choke. She's never eaten red meat before, only a little chicken I cut up in chunks." "Aw, she'll be fine," Nash drawls. "She's 9 months, right?" Arya blinks in surprise. "Yes, just about. Next week, actually." Nash nods and grins at the baby, who gurgles happily and drools onto the big hand he has wrapped around her tummy, holding her safe on his knee. "Yeah, she'll be all right. My mom always said that after 6 months, babies could eat just about anything, as long as the pieces were small enough." "She should know," Mason says. "Nash has, what, 10 brothers and sisters?" 11 of us total," Nash confirms, his eyes still on the baby. "I'm the oldest, so I've got lots of practice feeding rugrats. My mama and daddy both worked nights growing up. Most days I was in charge of dinner for the whole tribe and whatever cousins decided to stop by." "Seems like you'd be sick of babies," Arya says. "How could anyone ever get sick of babies?" Nash jogs his knee, and Felicity grins up at him. That gummy grin that always makes me want to scoop my sweet niece up and squeeze her tight. The waking up 3 times in the night part can get a little exhausting, Arya says, in a weary voice, making me feel terrible for not offering to get up with Felicity while I've been staying with them. Felicity is a great baby, but she still wants a bottle 2 or 3 times a night, and Arya doesn't get much uninterrupted rest. It's really no wonder my sister is cranky. She's probably severely sleep-deprived. "She should be sleeping through the night by now," Nash says. "She's just messing with you." "She's a baby," Arya says. "Doesn't mean she can't mess with her mama." Nash laughs softly. "They start young these days, don't they, Skeeter?" "Skeeter?" Melody asks. "She kinda looks like a Skeeter, don't you think?" Nash asks, summoning another happy burble from Felicity. He reaches for his water glass, smile slipping as he meets Arya's eyes across the table. "I could give you some tips on how to get her trained to sleep better, if you want," he says in a careful voice. Arya falters, looking torn, before she finally shakes her head. "Thank you, but that's all right. It's just a stage. I'm sure she'll grow out of it sooner or later." "She will," Nash nods. "But you'd feel more rested and be a better mama to her if it was sooner." "I'm doing fine, thanks," Arya says, anger creeping into her tone. Nash shrugs and smiles his good old boy grin. "Just trying to help, princess." Arya clenches her jaw and turns her attention back to her plate, not saying a word. Mason jumps in to cover the awkward moment by asking Melody what she's been up to during her week off, and soon the table is alive with comfortable chatter again. Chatter from everyone except Arya. She doesn't speak again until over an hour later, when the boys have finished loading the dishwasher while we cleaned up outside, and Nash and Mason are drifting toward the door. Arya passes through the living room with a sleepy-looking Felicity snuggled in her arms and pauses at the bottom of the stairs. "Good night, Mason." "Good seeing you again, Nash." Nash hesitates only a fraction of a second, but it's enough for me to see surprise and a more mysterious emotion I can't quite place flicker behind his eyes. "Good to see you too," he says. "And to meet Felicity. She's a sweetheart." "Thanks. And thank you for—" Arya breaks off mid-sentence. Nash is already out the door and halfway down the walk to his car. Arya glances down at the floor, looking so forlorn, I want to run across the room and hug her. "Well, anyway," she sighs. "Good night, everyone. I'll see whoever's here in the morning. Sleep well." She turns and walks stiffly up the stairs, And I know right then that I won't be dragging Mason off to my apartment tonight. It doesn't matter that Melody promised to stay in her old room, so Arya won't be alone. There are times when a middle sister knows her unique, bridging the gap skills are needed, and this is definitely one of those times. I know, Mason whispers, when I stop by the door instead of grabbing my purse and racing him to his car. Go take care of her. See what's up. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. I should be sorry. I should have mentioned your name. Maybe then Nash would have realized you and Arya were related and all the awkwardness could have been avoided. I wince. Our plan failed pretty miserably, didn't it? Crashed and burned and caught the surrounding forest on fire, he says with a wry smile. Such a shame, I say with a sigh. Nash seems so nice, and I think Felicity is in love. Arya handled that well, Mason says. I'm sure it was hard, seeing a man she doesn't care for, connecting with her daughter. I nod. I'm sure. I should go check on her. Go. Tell her I appreciate her giving me a chance tonight, and that we'll babysit for her soon so she can get some sleep. I bet we can rig up someplace for the baby to sleep at your apartment, right? Of course we can. I was thinking the same thing. My chest suddenly feels tight. You're a good man. You know that? Mason shrugs, self-consciously. I just know what it's like to be sleep-deprived. It's hard enough when you're getting paid to work ridiculous hours. You're still a good man. I stand on tiptoe, brushing my lips across his cheek, knowing I won't be able to stop if I go for his lips, but needing to kiss him one last time. See you tomorrow. I'll pick you up at noon, Mason says, brushing my hair over my shoulder, his fingers lingering deliciously at the back of my neck. I can't wait to spend another day with you. Me too. My breath rushes out. But now you have to leave, before I forget how much I want to be a good sister. He grins. All right. Good night. Good night. I lean against the doorframe, unable to resist taking a moment to enjoy watching him walk away. It doesn't make me sad now, because I know he'll be walking right back to me as soon as he can. Chapter 18, Lark. Mom and Dad's room is the largest bedroom in the house. When Arya came home, they moved into the guest room, shifting their old furniture around to fit Felicity's crib and changing table in the corner behind a wicker screen. The screen gives Arya the illusion of privacy and keeps Felicity from being able to see her mama asleep in bed. But Felicity still ends up sleeping with Arya most nights. After she wakes up to have her milk and refuses to go back to her crib without putting up such a fuss, Arya worries it will wake the rest of the house. So when I knock softly on the half-open door before pushing it in, I'm not surprised to find Arya lying on top of her bed, fully clothed, with an arm thrown over her face, and Felicity asleep in a similar pose next to her on the king-sized bed. Arya, I whisper, are you awake? Arya doesn't move a muscle, but whispers, yes. Can I talk to you? I ask, tiptoeing into the room. Arya breathes slowly in and back out. About what? You know what. Put Felicity in her bed and come downstairs. Let me make you a cup of hot cocoa. How about a shot of whiskey instead? Arya asks, still not moving or uncovering her eyes. I ponder that for a moment. I don't think Mom and Dad have any whiskey, but there's still beer in the fridge. Arya sighs. It's all right. I don't really want whiskey. Or cocoa. I'm just going to get ready for bed. It's been a long night. So you don't want to kill me anymore? No, I don't want to kill you. Arya finally moves her arm from across her face and opens her eyes, but she doesn't look my way. Her gaze remains fixed on the ceiling. It's not your fault. It's mine. Like usual. Like everything else. No, it isn't your fault. I shouldn't have tried to surprise you, I say, pushing on when Arya doesn't respond. How do you know Nash anyway? Oh, you know. From around. Around where? He said he went to River Valley High School, not Bliss River. Arya rubs the tops of her eyes. It doesn't matter, Lark. It was a long time ago, before you were old enough to know about certain things that happened. Things like what? I ask, my brow furrowing. This sounds more serious than a teenage romance gone awry. Just things, Arya whispers. Things I did. People I hurt without meaning to. All those kinds of things. Arya sighs again, and a tear slips quietly down her cheek. It's the first time I've seen Arya cry since she and Felicity moved back to Bliss River. The very first. And it shouldn't be, I suddenly realize. When your marriage falls apart, and you're suddenly a single mother living with your parents, trying to support yourself and your baby on a pastry chef's salary, you should be able to cry about it. At least once or twice. You should feel safe to break down in front of the people who understand how miserable you are to have seen your dreams die and the forever love someone promised you betrayed. I don't know what drove Arya and Liam apart, but I'm willing to bet serious money it was Liam's doing. Arya was so in love with him, in a way she's never been with anyone else. From the day they met 3 years ago, Arya hasn't glanced at another guy. Her serial dating days were behind her the second she and Liam slam-danced into each other at a Violent Femmes tribute band show in Atlanta. He was her English rock and roll dream come true. She was so gone on him that my parents, Melody, and I all did our best to put aside our distaste for the douchebag. Yes, the fact that he seemed to believe being a record producer and former member of a British boy band made him better than the Hicks in Bliss River, Georgia, was annoying. But we believed he loved Arya, and that was enough to excuse a multitude of sins. But honestly, no one is sad that Liam won't be joining us for Christmas dinner this year. No one. Except Arya. I guess I deserve this, Arya says, more tears spilling from her eyes. And Nash deserved a chance to kick me while I was down. No, Ra. I sit down next to my sister, careful not to disturb the baby as I brush her hair from her face. Whatever happened between you and Nash, you were only a kid. And as far as Liam is concerned, I don't know what he did to make you leave, but I have no doubt that you did not deserve it. Arya's face crumples. He was with someone else, she whispers, swiping at her damp cheeks as she sits up, while I was pregnant with Felicity. That bastard, I curse softly. You were always too good for him. I grit my teeth and shake my head, holding back the much more colorful things I'd like to call Liam, wishing Nashville was closer so I could go punch the jerk in his pompous face. Or somewhere else, somewhere more befitting his crime. He promised he was going to end it, and I think he did, Arya says. But right after Felicity was born, he started up again, with someone else. I'm going to kill him, I say, rubbing Arya's back. Slowly, with whatever weapon will hurt the most. A fork, or a toothpick, 10,000 paper cuts. He's not worth it. Arya lets out a bitter laugh sniff. After I found out about the second woman, I did a little snooping. He'd been cheating the entire time we were together. With Becky, who worked publicity at the record label, and then with some barely legal girl in that British girl band he was helping put together when we first met. Her head bows, and her shoulders shudder. He was making a fool of me the whole time. I'm so sorry, Ra. I put an arm around my sister and hug her close. I'm so sorry. Like I said, maybe I deserved it, she says, her breath hitching. I mean, I never cheated on a boyfriend, but I wasn't always gentle when I ended it with someone, back in the day. Teenagers are stupid, I assure her. They can't help it. We're all thoughtlessly cruel when we're young. You weren't, she whispers. Sure I was, just not about boys. Mostly because I was too shy to date anyone seriously until I was almost 20, I say, continuing to pet her back, grateful for the chance to offer what little comfort I can. How old were you when you dated Nash? We never really dated, Arya whispers. We met at that arts camp I went to when I was 15. 15? I echo, vindicated. See? You were practically a baby. You couldn't be expected to know what you were doing when it came to feelings and boys and relationships. You didn't even have real boobs back then. I remember. It was the only thing that kept me from being insanely jealous of how beautiful and popular and talented you were. At least I had the boobs. You still do, Arya snorts. Glory days, huh? No way. Your glory days are still ahead of you, I say, smiling when Arya turns wistful eyes my way. You are an amazing person and mother. You have a precious little girl, and you make the most gorgeous works of cake art I've ever seen. The future is so bright, Ra. Just give me a few years, and I know we'll be bringing in enough for you and Felicity to get your own place. I swear, I'm going to make Ever After Catering so big, we'll all be rolling in dough. Or frosting. Or cheese balls, Arya says, her lips lifting on one side. I could go for a cheese ball right now. How about a cheese plate? I've got feta and brie and some only slightly funky blue cheese in the fridge. Why don't I whip up a cheese plate and find some more wine and we'll make Melody play cards with us? Arya's smile crumples in the middle. That sounds really nice, she says, and promptly begins to cry again, even harder than before. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm crying now. Because you need to cry, and you deserve to cry, so don't you dare apologize. I hurry to the bathroom to fetch some tissues and return to the bed to press them into Arya's hands as she stands. Now, go on. Go downstairs. I'll put Felicity in her crib and be right down. Arya hesitates a beat before lunging at me, pulling me in for a tight hug. Thank you. I love you. You know that. You too. I hug my sister hard, feeling closer to her than I have in years. Since Liam came into the picture, as a matter of fact. He was the kind of guy who erected barriers between Arya and anything he feared would distract her focus from their relationship, including her work, friends, and family. He was selfish with her love, the total opposite of Mason. Mason was always an inclusive kind of boyfriend, the type my friends loved hanging out with, and my parents flat out loved. When I'd come home, giddy with excitement over our engagement, my mom had burst into happy tears, and my dad had been thrilled to finally, in his words, have a son. Arya deserves someone like that, a man who will make her life fuller and richer, not harder and lonelier. I hope someday I can help her find someone like that, someone like Mason. And yes, Mason screwed up too, but not like Liam. He wasn't a serial liar or a cheat. He was a damaged soul who was afraid he didn't have what it took to be a good husband. But instead of letting that fear drag him down, he'd fought back, getting the help he needed to learn to have faith in himself. And then he'd come home to fight for me. For us. I'm so proud of him, and so grateful we're together again, that all the pain from the past feels like it happened in another lifetime. That's the thing about being in love. It feels so good. You want everyone to have the same blissful experience. Just soar on the wings of happiness and anticipation into the fluffy pink clouds of happily ever after. Even after only a few days, you tend to forget the heartbreak, to block out the misery of being left alone and betrayed. You forget. Until something, or someone, forces you to remember. Chapter 19. Arya. I wake up early. Very early, considering I stayed up until midnight playing cards with Melody and Lark and got up to feed Felicity at 2:30 and then again at 5. But for some reason, my eyes fly open at 6:15 and stay that way, fixed on the ceiling, while an unexpected sense of dread, like a rain cloud, sweeping in to hover over the bed, menacing me with its ominous black belly, swells inside me. It's strange. There's no reason to feel so off-center, not when I went to bed happier than I've been in months. The stubborn, prideful part of me hasn't wanted to tell anyone what Liam did, not even my sisters. But the lonely, broken, certain I am unlovable part appreciated hearing Lark call Liam a bastard so much it was probably sinful. I needed to hear that I'm too good for the man who broke my heart into 1,000 razor-sharp pieces. I needed Lark's strong hug, an assurance that the best days of my life are still ahead of me. Just a few hours of not being alone with my secret, one of them anyway, was enough to send me to bed with a smile on my face and a tiny, flickering flame of hope in my heart. I fell asleep more easily than I have in months, and dreamed a scandalous dream starring Nash Geary and his impossibly perfect body. The boy was perfect enough back when we were kids, but the man he is now? Well, now Nash is the stuff of fantasies and naughty dreams involving me, him, a bucket of ice and a hot bath, and not a stitch of clothing. No matter how awkward and humiliating eating dinner with him had been, it was almost worth it for a dream like that. I haven't had a dream that wasn't a nightmare since I caught Liam cheating the first time. Between the talk with Lark, the perfect late night with my sisters, eating massive amounts of cheese and snorting wine through my nose over stories from when we were little, and the delicious dream, I should be waking up invigorated and ready for a fresh start. Instead, I have dread. It's almost as if something inside of me knows. Knows I'm going to run into Mason's creepy uncle at the store while picking up the diapers I forgot to grab yesterday. Knows Parker will tell me that he received the message I left the other day asking if he still has any of Mason's things, and that Parker will give me a box of his nephew's old papers right there in the parking lot of the A&P. Knows I will take those papers home and sneak them up to the closet in my room and go through the box during Felicity's nap, even though a voice in my head screams for me to leave it alone, to let Lark and Mason be happy and quit looking for the fly in the ointment. Knows I will find something that proves that Mason is a liar then and a liar now, and making a fool out of Lark all over again. And once I know the truth, I can't unknow it. I can't turn back time and restore my own innocence, and I can't sit back and let Lark be tricked by the man who already shattered my too trusting sister once before. I don't want to destroy Lark's dream, but I don't want my sister to be destroyed either. I don't want Lark to know what it's like to give everything she has to a man, only to be left alone and devastated when he decides everything isn't good enough. I don't want my sister to hurt the way I hurt, the way I'm not sure I will ever completely stop hurting, no matter how much time passes or how many good things come into my life. I have to tell Lark what I found. I have to show her. There is no other choice. By the time I find the evidence I hoped didn't exist, Lark has already left with Mason for their 5th date. I debate calling her and telling her the truth over the phone, but decide it isn't right to spring something like that on her when she's alone with Mason, miles from home, with no one there to back her up if things get messy. So instead, I send a text, warning Lark that I have some bad news and that she should come home as soon as possible. And then I stick my phone in my pocket and wait. Felicity gets up from her nap and we play in the backyard with her toys for over an hour, and I wait. I put on Blue's Clues and whip up a lemon meringue pie for dessert while Melody makes chicken stir-fry for supper, and wait. I feed Felicity and give her a bath and spread out toys for her on the floor of our room while I fold clothes, and wait. I read my daughter a bedtime story and put her to bed and go downstairs to read until Lark gets home. But Felicity's 11:30 feeding comes and goes, and still Lark doesn't respond to my text. She doesn't respond, and she doesn't come home. By 12:30, I realize she's not coming home at all, and make my way slowly to bed, where I end my day the same way I began it, lying staring at the ceiling, certain something terrible is about to happen.
Chapter 20. Mason. Date 5. The musical, a dark comedy about competitive table tennis that somehow manages to be fun to watch, is much less torturous than what I was expecting. The mojitos and appetizers at Damon's afterward are amazing, and the walk through downtown Atlanta as the street musicians play and the restaurants light up for the night is completely atmospheric. Not that we need atmosphere. We're creating our own atmosphere. All day long, Lark and I have been drifting through the world in a protective bubble. Nothing bad can trouble or touch us. Not traffic, not the hellish parking situation that led to paying $40 to park in a hotel's garage, Not the 4-year-old behind us at the play who kept kicking our seats. Not even the thunderstorm that blows through around 8 o'clock, turning the sky dark just as we're about to head back to Bliss River. We're too happy, too tipsy on mojitos and drunk on each other to let anything bring us down.
It's getting pretty nasty out there. Could make the drive home dangerous,
Lark says, eyeing the leaking sky from beneath the parking garage's overhang.
Think it's going to keep it up for a while?
I tighten my arm around her shoulders. I don't know. If it gets too bad, we can always pull over somewhere between here and there, get a coffee or something and wait it out.
We could.
She hums beneath her breath. A thinking hum. Yes? I ask, smiling as she turns to look up at me, a mischievous light in her eye.
I was thinking.
She leans closer until her lips are only inches from mine, and it is hard to think about anything but how much I want to kiss her. Yes, I prompt again, when she lets the silence trail on.
I was thinking that we've already paid for parking at the hotel, so...
She purses her lips.
Well, maybe it would be a good idea if we just went ahead and got a room.
Got a room, I repeat, wanting to make 100% sure I heard her correctly, that my hopeful ears aren't playing tricks on me. She nods.
I'm ready to get a room. Aren't you?
I am completely ready to get a room, I breathe. I can't think of anything I've ever wanted more than getting a room with you, ever.
Ever?
She grins wider. Ever, ever, I promise, as I take her hand and start toward the entrance to the lobby. A few minutes later, we're at the front desk being booked into a room on the top floor. Not long after, we're in the hotel shop buying toothbrushes and toothpaste and condoms. Condoms. Because we're finally going to be together. After all the years of dating and waiting and even more years spent living apart from the girl I love, wondering if this dream was ever going to become a reality, wondering if I'd ever be with Lark like this. It's finally going to happen. The ride up to our room seems to last 1,000 years, and the walk down the hall a second 1,000. But then I'm sliding the key card into the slot, and the green light on the door flashes, a sign if I've ever seen one, and we're alone in a beautiful room with a view of the city sparkling 20 stories below, and nothing to do but get our clothes off and our hands on each other. I put the bag from the shop on the nightstand and wander to the desk on the other side of the room before turning to face Lark, nervous. It's hard to believe this is really happening. She's so beautiful, so good and fun and sweet and mine. Finally mine. I want this night to be perfect. This isn't just our first time together, but also, I hope, our last time sleeping with someone new. I never want to touch another woman. I want it to be Lark's lips I kiss goodnight from tonight until the day they put me in the ground. This is it. One of the biggest moments of my life, and I'm suddenly feeling the pressure. And of course she knows. She can sense it. She can read me like no one else ever could or ever will. A smile gentles her lips.
Nervous?
No, I lie. She narrows her eyes.
Are you sure? Because you look a little nervous.
Before I can respond, her fingers move to the top of her red dress, slowly slipping the button at the top through its hole, robbing me of my capacity for speech.
But there's no reason to be.
She continues, undoing another and another, until she reaches the final button near her waist and the front of her dress gapes open, revealing a black satin bra, making my heart beat so fast I can feel it punching my ribs like a fist. She holds my eyes as she reaches for the zipper on the side of her dress and drags it down with a smooth buzz that's audible in the almost silent room. The only sounds are that zipper, the patter of rain on the windows, and the blood pumping too fast through my veins.
I mean,
she begins bunching the skirt of her dress in her hands, revealing more curvy thigh with each passing second.
We've both done this before.
I swallow, finally finding my voice. No, we haven't, not together, and I never have really, not with someone who matters the way you matter. I'm crazy in love with you, Lark March. Always have been, always will be. She pauses with her dress bunched so high I catch a glimpse of matching black panties.
Me too,
she whispers, her eyes shining. So I think it's okay if... My words end in a swiftly drawn breath as she draws her dress over her head in one smooth motion. The flimsy red fabric floats to the ground between us, but my attention is all for Lark. Lark standing in front of me in nothing but a bra and tiny black panties that make her skimpy bathing suit seem modest in comparison, all her curves on display, every dip and hollow practically begging for my lips to explore them. The black satin emphasizes the pale beauty of her skin, making her seem to glow in the dim light. She's breathtaking, like something out of a dream, too beautiful to be part of the everyday world.
You're staring,
She murmurs, her fingers tangling together in front of her. You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. She shakes her head, but her eyes don't leave mine.
I need to lose 15 pounds.
Bullshit, you're perfect. I cross to her in 3 long steps, gathering her into my arms, my pulse leaping as my hands find the soft skin where her waist begins to curve into her hips, and squeeze just hard enough to make her eyes darken. You don't need to lose a pound, I continue, drawing her closer, my hands skimming up and down her sides. In fact, I'd be angry if you did.
Is that right?
She asks in a breathy voice. Her knees hit the bed, and she scoots on top, sliding back toward the pillows as I kick off my shoes and pull at my socks.
Well, I wouldn't want to make you angry.
No, you wouldn't. I'm a shit when I'm angry. I quickly work open the buttons on my shirt, shrug it off, and reach for the bottom of my undershirt, tugging it over my head.
You're sexy when you're angry.
She says, her chest rising and falling faster as her gaze skims down my chest to where my hands work at the close of my pants.
Your eyes do hot, flashy things when you're angry.
Hot, flashy things. Holding her gaze, I step out of my pants, wearing nothing but black boxer briefs that I know do nothing to conceal the way she affects me. I adore her, and I can't wait to show her how much.
Yeah, just like that,
she whispers, reaching a hand toward me.
Now get over here. I need to touch you. Everywhere.
She doesn't have to ask me twice. A second later, I'm on the bed with Lark beneath me, her arms wrapped around my neck as we come together for the first time in 4 long years. Warm, soft skin meets warmer, softer skin, and for a second I forget how to breathe. Her kiss is an electrical storm sweeping through my nervous system, short-circuiting the usual pathways, leaving me to hack out a new way to feel, a new way to experience what she does to me. Our mouths move slowly at first, testing, exploring, and then the tip of her tongue brushes across my bottom lip, and slow is a thing of the past. Mouths open and heads angle, and soon I'm lost in the taste of her, the feel of her mouth so alive against my own, the softness of her body as she squirms beneath me, hips lifting, legs parting to wrap around my waist, drawing me tight to the heat between her thighs. Wait, I murmur against her lips before I pull away, putting a few inches of air between us. Let's slow down.
I don't want to slow down,
she says, pulling at my shoulders, urging me closer once more.
I want you.
And I want you. You have no idea how much. I want her so badly it's painful, but I don't want to rush. I want to take my time, make her as crazy as she makes me. I might not be her first, but I'm going to be her last. And I'm going to make sure tonight is a night neither of us will ever forget.
Chapter 21. Lark. I'm on fire, burning up from the inside out. There is no relief, only flames that build higher and higher as Mason tortures me. Torture. It is torture, but wonderful, sweet, mind-blowing torture. Afterward, we stay locked together, neither of us wanting to move, to venture a single inch apart. But finally, Mason kisses the tip of my nose and reaches down between us. I should take care of this, he whispers, pulling away and moving into the bathroom. I lay spent on the bed, eyes glued to Mason as he leaves the room and returns less than a minute later. He turns the corner and freezes, smiling as his eyes meet mine. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were ogling me. Ogling is such a dirty word, I drawl, feeling lazy and delicious, and so satisfied that if I were a cat, I know I'd be purring. Admiring is better. I'm admiring. Mason stands with his hands on his hips. Let me know when you're done, he says, executing an end-of-runway turn that should be hysterical, but isn't, because he's just that perfect. I've never seen anything like you, I say with a sigh. I mean, I knew you were gorgeous, but I had no idea. I motion with one boneless hand, up and down, including all of Mason's delectable body. I'm not sure I'm worthy. His smile fades. You're more than worthy. You're amazing. He crawls into the bed to lie beside me, curling his arm around my waist and pulling me close. You're everything I've ever wanted, more than I deserve, and that was the best damned sex in the history of sex. I curl into him with a happy giggle. I think maybe it was. So we should stick with each other from here on out, he says, kissing my forehead. It just makes sense, you know, when you're this kick-ass together. I look up at him, meeting his hopeful gaze. Suddenly, the jolt of fear I felt when he talked about buying me a rock for my ring finger seems ridiculous. Newly rediscovered, unexpected or not, what we have is the real thing. The realest thing I've ever felt, in bed or out of it. And I'm not about to pretend I don't want this to be for keeps. It is the only thing that makes sense. I shift in his arms until we're face to face. You're mine. I call dibs. Mason's expression softens, and I know he understands what I mean. Same. Dibs on every part. I want it all with you, woman. Forever, babies, matching rocking chairs on the front porch when we're old. Speaking of getting old, I say with a smile, I'm not getting any younger. If we're going to have a small herd of children, we should probably get started pretty soon. Mason lets out a long breath. I'm so happy to hear you say that. He hugs me closer, arms shaking the slightest bit, making it clear this moment means as much to him as it does to me. I can't wait to start a family with you. Me either, I say, fighting the urge to tear up and losing. I sniff, and Mason glances down. Hey, don't cry. He cups my cheek in his warm hand. You're gonna make me cry, and I'll lose all the manly points I gained by making you come twice. I arch a brow. Manly points? Yeah, manly points. One for each orgasm, he says, squeezing my hip in a way that is both comforting and arousing at the same time. I'm collecting them. I'm aiming for 5 by the end of the night. 5? My skin begins to tingle all over again at the thought. That's a lofty goal. What can I say? I'm a lofty guy. His hand wanders lower. Who is really into your body? I sigh, but twist away before Mason can take things any further. I roll over and slip off the bed, heading for my purse. Where are you going? Mason asks, sounding so bereft I can't help but laugh. I'm going to call Arya and let her know I won't be home tonight, I say, rummaging through my purse. I don't want her or Melody to worry. I thought you told them that you might be staying at your apartment tonight. I peek over my shoulder, blushing when I see Mason sprawled at the end of the bed, staring at my bare bottom with a rapt expression. Were you eavesdropping? Mason grins, but doesn't shift his gaze. I couldn't help overhearing while I was lingering close enough to the door to overhear. I laugh. Quit looking at my butt. You're distracting me. No, Mason says, eyes remaining exactly where they are. I've never seen this view before. I'm memorizing it. I sigh and turn back to my purse, finally emptying it out onto the desk. There's still no sign of my phone. I must have left it in the cup holder in the car, I say. Do you want me to run down and get it? Mason asks. I could throw my clothes on and be down and back in a few. I turn to him, feeling much less self-conscious in front of him than I assumed I'd be. Clothes back on, I echo with a pout. That doesn't sound like very much fun. Mason grins. No, I don't think so either, but I'm trying to be nice. You are nice. But you're nicest when you're naked and willing. Mason's grin turns into a delighted smile. When it comes to you, I'm always willing. He lies back on the pillows, with his arms crossed behind his head. Good. I pad toward him on tiptoe, because this time, I think I'd like to be on top. Mason's eyes grow hooded. I think that sounds like a wonderful idea. And it is. And later, as we lay exhausted in bed, still twined together, breathing in perfect sync, I let myself imagine waking up this way every morning. I hold the dream close as I drift off to sleep in Mason's arms, promising myself that if he doesn't pop the question in the next few weeks, then I'll do it myself. I've waited long enough for this kind of happiness. I'm ready to get started on ever after with the man I love. Chapter 22. Lark. Date 6. The moment I check my text messages, I know something is wrong. I know something is really wrong when I call Arya on the way out of the city and my sister refuses to tell me what's happening over the phone. Just come home, Arya says. We can talk about it when you get here. But I won't be home for at least an hour. We spent the night in Atlanta, I say, my heart racing with worry. I'm going to drive myself crazy by then. Are Mom and Dad okay? Mom and Dad are fine. What about the baby? And Melody, are they? Everyone's okay, or at least no one is hurt. It's something else. She lowers her voice. Something I think we're better off discussing in person, without Mason around. I pause, a burning sensation flooding through my chest. Why without Mason? I ask, not caring if he hears. Mason and I are together now, Arya. Anything you can say to me, you can say to him. Arya sighs, a long, sad sigh that does nothing to calm my nerves. Just come home, okay? I'll be waiting when you get here. Melody took Felicity out to Brian's place to feed the ducks and pet the horses, so we should have the house to ourselves. All right. I hang up without saying goodbye, too frustrated for good phone manners. What was that about? Mason asks, as he pulls onto the highway, aiming us back toward Bliss River. I shake my head. I don't know. Arya said she has bad news, but she won't tell me what it is over the phone. Or with me around, Mason adds, clearly having overheard. I reach out and take his free hand in mine. You heard what I had to say about that. It's you and me, and she's going to have to get used to it. Mason gives my fingers a light squeeze. Don't worry. Whatever it is, I'll help. We'll get through it. Together doesn't need to be said aloud. I can feel it in the air between us, a fact of life as undeniable as the truth that everything tastes better with bacon. From the second I opened my eyes to find Mason watching me with a smile on his face, I felt the change in our relationship. There is no more doubt, no more fear, only a deep gratitude and a feeling of lightness. Our love is lifting us up and carrying us along, making every step, every breath, easier than it was before. We are truly Mason and Lark again, but even more deeply connected than we were before. Now we know exactly what a precious thing we have to lose, and we're both determined to hold tighter, love harder, and protect our future together at all costs. I'm sure of it. I remain sure all the way home to Bliss River and up the walk to my parents' house. I hold tight to Mason's hand as Arya leads us to the picnic table behind the house, where a blue folder is waiting atop the freshly stained wood. It's a harmless-looking thing, that folder, but my pulse races anyway. Arya hasn't been in the best mood lately, but she's not the kind to create drama where there isn't any. If she thinks I'm going to be upset about the contents of the folder, then she's probably right. Since you wanted to look at it with Mason, I brought it out here, Arya says, motioning to the folder, refusing to meet my gaze. She hasn't looked up from the ground since she met me at the door. I'll go inside and give you two some privacy. Arya, can't you just tell me what's going on? I ask, not wanting my sister to leave for some strange reason. I was angry with her on the way home, but now I want as many people who love me around as possible. Arya pauses by the back door, casting a sad glance over her shoulder. I think it's better that you and Mason do this alone. And then she's gone, and there's nothing left to do but cross to the picnic table and pick up the folder. So I do, my hands shaking as I flip it open and pull out a bunch of papers stapled together at the upper left-hand corner. "What is it?" Mason asks from across the table. I shake my head as I skim the first page of the document. I don't know, it looks like a contract. I flip another page. A rental agreement or something. "What?" Mason asks, sounding as confused as I feel. A rental agreement for what? I don't. I reach the last page, and my words trail away. It's a rental agreement for an apartment in New York City, signed by 5 men, one of whom is Mason Stewart. I recognize his crooked, scrawled signature immediately. For a second, I think the document is something he signed recently, and my stomach hardens into a knot around the egg and cheese sandwich I ate on the way home. But then I look at the date next to Mason's name, and my muscles relax with a spasm of relief. It's an old agreement, dated August 10th, 4 years ago. August 10th. My stomach clenches all over again. Mason proposed to me on August 15th, 5 days after he signed an agreement to live with 4 other boys in New York City. 5 days after he decided to leave me and maybe never come back. "What is it?" Mason asks, suddenly at my side, though I don't remember him circling around the table. "What's wrong?" I push the folder and rental agreement clumsily into his hands and move away, stumbling a few feet across the patio. Mason follows me, but I lift one hand, motioning for him to stay back, feeling like I might shatter if he touches me. "Lark, what's going on?" Mason asks in a deep, concerned voice. "You're scaring me." "Look at it," I whisper, fighting to speak past the misery tightening my chest. Mason sighs in frustration, but he finally looks down at the papers in his hand, flipping to the back page, going still when he realizes what he's holding. "How did Arya get this?" he asks, his tone oddly flat. "I don't know," I say after a moment. "Does it matter?" "Yes, it matters," Mason says, scowling as he snaps the folder shut and tosses it back onto the table. "A rental agreement isn't a matter of public record. I want to know how she—" "I don't care," I say, far louder than I intend. I ball my hands into fists at my sides. "It doesn't matter," I add in a wounded voice. A voice like a big, black bruise that's going to take forever to heal. "I think you should go." "What?" Mason starts toward me, but stops when I take a quick step back. "Lark, please. This is crazy. There's no reason to." "I'm not crazy. You lied," I say, pointing an accusing finger at his chest. "I didn't say you were crazy. I said, you lied," I say again, struggling to maintain control. "You went looking for apartments in Atlanta with me, acting like we were going to move in together like we'd always planned, acting like you loved me, while behind my back, you'd already signed a lease for an apartment in New York." "Please, Lark, just listen, please." Mason lifts his hands, palms up, in a gesture that says he has nothing to hide. A gesture I know is just another lie. "It was 4 years ago," he says. "I told you I was messed up and confused. I signed the lease on a bad day, when my head was a mess. I was going to talk to you about it, but—" I shake my head. Messed up and confused is one thing. Lying to me for almost a week and proposing to me when you were planning to leave for New York the very next day is something else. "I didn't plan to leave the next day," Mason says, frustration and desperation warring in his tone. "I was going to back out of the lease. I was going to stay here and go to school in Atlanta and plan a wedding with you. But then Parker and I had that horrible fight and—" He breaks off with a shake of his head. "And then I stopped thinking and just ran. New York was the backup plan, so I backed into it." Tears sting into my eyes. "I don't believe you." "Please," he says, driving a clawed hand through his already messy hair. "Yes, I signed the lease in New York. That was the part of me that felt like I was doomed if I stayed in this town, that didn't think I was ever going to be good enough for you or get away from my past. But the other part of me couldn't imagine starting a life without you in it. But you did." I fight to swallow past the lump rising in my throat. And I had no idea there was a war going on inside of you, Mason. You seemed exactly the same. I've been over the days before you left in my head 1,000 times, looking for clues that would have told me you were planning to bolt, but there was nothing. Lark, please. Nothing, I repeat, his face swimming. Not a single sign. The only thing I could think of was that it was an impulsive, last-minute decision, that you ran because you were afraid of marrying me or afraid of moving forward or something. Just that something had spooked you and you'd run without thinking. That's what happened. No, that's not true. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to meet Mason's eyes before I continue. This lease proves it. Now I know that it wasn't impulsive, and that you deceived me in a way I never even imagined. It wasn't like that, Lark. I swear, Mason says, his voice breaking. Please, baby, I know I fucked up. But like I've been saying since the day I got back, I'm not going to fuck up again. I'm not even sure what was going through my head when all this went down. I swear to you, I'm not that person anymore. I would never betray your trust, not on purpose, and not because I was too, maybe not. I blink, sending tears rolling down my cheeks. But how can I ever know for sure? How can I ever trust you again? Mason's breath rushes out. You can know because you were there with me last night in that hotel room. That was more than just sex. That was me and you, together, with nothing to hide. That's not true. I cross my arms at my chest, not wanting to think about last night. You were hiding something. The lease proves it. I wasn't hiding it, Mason says, his mounting frustration clear. I'd forgotten about it. My eyebrows shoot up. You'd forgotten that you'd made plans to move to New York and then lied to me about it for a week before— No! Mason barks, before tucking his head to his chest. No, he repeats in a softer voice. I hadn't forgotten, I just didn't think it mattered. That's all part of the past. He lifts pleading eyes to mine. I've already told you how much I regret the way I treated you. The lease and everything else I did are all part of the same stupid thing. I screwed up, royally, terribly, I know that, but I'm not going to screw up again, and that's the truth. I'm not hiding anything from you. How can I know that, Mason? I ask, my voice breaking. How can I trust a single word you say? Mason's forehead wrinkles. Because you know I'm telling the truth. You knew it last night, when we were lying together, as close as two people can get, talking about how many kids we want to have. I shake my head. We talked about that before. You still left. Please, Lark, it's not the same. He laces his fingers together and lifts his joined hands. Please. There is no doubt in my mind or my heart. I'm ready to promise my life to you. I want to start a family with you. I would marry you this afternoon if I could. Everything I've said, from the moment I came back to town until now, is the absolute truth. I'm sorry, but I can't trust that. I swipe at my cheeks. I can't trust you, and without trust, this isn't going to work. Mason freezes for a long, silent moment. So, that's it? It's over? I bite my lip until it hurts, refusing to start crying again, at least not in front of Mason. And nod. No, he shakes his head. Don't do this. This isn't what you want, and it sure as hell isn't what I want. If you force me out of your life, we're both going to regret it, forever. This is so special. We're special, together. He takes a careful step closer. Just, let's work this out, okay? I know we can. I know I can make it better if you'll give me the chance. I hesitate. Give him a chance. I want to give him a chance. I want to believe that the past 5 days and the love we've rediscovered is real, but it's only been 5 days. That lease proves Mason can fake anything for 5 days. I can't stop thinking about the way we laughed together 4 summers ago, as we visited one cheap Atlanta apartment after another, imagining what we were going to name the cockroaches we'd be sharing a kitchen with in our crappy new living space. We were so excited to finally live together that not even the reality of what we could afford on our limited budget had been able to dampen our spirits. And then, the night he proposed, when he got down on one knee and told me he didn't want to wait to promise me forever, when I cried and laughed and hugged him so tight. He had hugged me just as tight, and there had been happy tears in his eyes. There had been no sign, no clue, nothing to warn me to expect the worst. If I give Mason a chance, I might end up with that happily ever after I was imagining last night. Or I might end up deceived and broken all over again. There's no way to know for sure. Mason is too good at hiding the things he doesn't want other people to see. He's more of a master of deception than I ever assumed. So adept, I will never be able to trust what he shows me on the surface. Never. No matter how much I want to. No matter how it's going to rip me apart to lose him all over again. But in the long run, it's better to lose him now than years down the road. Maybe after we've already started a family, when the situation will be infinitely more complicated and painful and sad. I can't remember ever feeling this sad. Not even the first time Mason ripped my heart from my chest. "I'm sorry," I finally whisper in a defeated voice. "That's it?" he asks, his breath coming faster. "You're not even going to think about it?" I have thought about it. I lift my chin, willing myself to stay strong for just a few more minutes. "It's over, Mason. For good this time." He takes one stunned step back and then another, shaking his head back and forth. "Just like that," he mutters beneath his breath, crossing to the table and snatching up the folder. "Because of some stupid piece of paper your crazy, suspicious sister found." He draws back his arm, hurling the folder across the yard with a grunt that makes me flinch. He spins back to me, a wild look on his face. "Don't let her do this, Lark. Her story isn't our story. There's no reason we can't be happy. I need you to leave." I point toward the fence gate with one trembling arm. I've never seen Mason this angry. I know he would never hurt me, but seeing him out of control is scary, especially knowing Felicity and Melody could be home any minute. "This is insane." He closes the distance between us so fast, there's no time for me to move away before my face is in his hands, his fingers buried in my hair as his thumbs trap my chin. "Look at me." He leans down until our faces are only a breath apart. "Look at me, and tell me you don't want to be together. Tell me you don't love me, and I'll walk out that door and never come back." I swallow and try to back away, but Mason has me trapped. "Let me go." I curl my fingers around his forearms, intending to push him away. Instead, I cling to him, some primal part of me refusing to let go. "Tell me," Mason demands softly, his breath warm on my lips. "You have to go, Mason," I say, fighting the panic rising in my chest. With him so close, with his hands on me and his skin warm beneath my fingers, it's impossible to imagine never touching him again, never looking into his eyes or smelling his Mason smell or feeling his lips on mine. But I have to imagine it. If I let the weak part of myself call the shots, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. "Leave," I repeat in a firmer voice. "Now." "You can't tell me you don't love me," Mason whispers. "Because you do. And you know we belong together. You felt it last night, the same way I did. Please," he says, dropping his forehead to mine. "Don't push me away. Don't give up on us." "She asked you to leave." Arya's voice comes from the back door. "So leave, before I call the police." My eyes slide to the left to find Arya standing on the top step, leading down to the patio. Mason's hands slide from my hair as he turns to face her. "Why did you do this? Is it me you hate, or just the thought of anyone being happy when you're not?" "I'm not the one who lied, Mason. You are," Arya says. "Own up to it or not, I don't care. I just want you out of this house before my baby comes home." Mason glances over at me, an unspoken question in his eyes. "You need to leave," I whisper. "This is crazy. This isn't—" "Leave," I say, "or I'll call the police myself." He meets my gaze for a long moment, before his shoulders slump and the fight goes out of his eyes. I swallow hard, refusing to think about how much it hurts to watch him give up on us, even when I'm the one demanding he do it. It doesn't make sense. But nothing makes sense right now. My heart is howling, too loud for my head to have a chance of pulling the fractured pieces of me together. All right. Mason nods to me, and then turns to Arya. Congratulations. Does it feel good? Do you feel like a hero? For making 2 more people as miserable as you are? Get out, Arya says, a hitch in her voice that surprises me. She sounds more upset than angry. Goodbye, Lark, Mason says, the words raw, ragged. I will always wish this had ended differently. Because I love you more than anything in the world. And that's the truth. And then he turns and walks across the lawn and out the gate leading into the front yard. A minute later, I hear his car start and pull away down the street. He's gone. Mason is gone. And he's never coming back. The realization hits 1 second. I crumple to the ground the next. Chapter 23. Lark. I bury my face in my hands, crying like the world is coming to an end. I know it isn't. But God, it feels like it is. It feels like every good thing has been burned away, every hope and dream gone up in smoke, leaving ash behind. I swear I can taste it, bitter in my mouth. I'm sorry, Arya says with a sniff. I'm so sorry, honey. I hiccup, coming back to my body to realize Arya is on the ground beside me, rubbing my back in slow, comforting circles. At least, I'm sure they're meant to be comforting. I want to be alone, I say, shifting away from my sister. Please. Are you sure this is what you want, Lark? Yes. I just need a few minutes by myself. No, I don't mean that. I mean with Mason. She sniffs again, a long, liquid sniff. I glance up, shocked to see tears wetting Arya's red cheeks. Her skin always turns cherry red when she's upset. It's one of the hazards of being a redhead, and the reason Arya usually stubbornly refuses to cry, except at funerals or other legitimately tragic moments. So, why is she crying now? When she got what she wanted, and proved, beyond a doubt, that she was right about Mason all along. What do you mean? I ask thickly. I mean, what just happened? Arya motions toward the gate and the front yard beyond. I know Mason lied, and I can't believe he hid his plans to go to New York from you for so long, but maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he has changed. My jaw drops. I blink, then blink again, not knowing how to respond to this particular string of words coming from my sister's mouth. He was so devastated, Arya continues in a soft voice. I could see it in his face. Couldn't you? That was real. You're taking his side? What the hell, Arya? I shake my head and surge to my feet, needing to escape the insanity. I can't believe you're taking his side. I start toward the back door, but Arya grabs my hand. Of course I'm not taking his side. I'm on your side, always. That's why I knew I had to show you the lease, but How did you get that anyway? I pull my hand from Arya's grasp and spin to face my sister. I asked you to quit snooping. And I did, I swear, Arya says. I called Mason's uncle 3 days ago, asking if he had any of Mason's things from before he left for New York, but I never heard back. But then I ran into Parker at the store yesterday, and he said he had a box of Mason's old papers that he'd found in a desk upstairs, and... Arya breaks off with a sigh. I knew I should tell him I wasn't interested, but I thought there couldn't be any harm in looking, so I did. And you found exactly what you were hoping to find, I say, my eyes going dry as a terrible numbness begins to settle in my chest. I remember this feeling from the first time I lost Mason. It's a self-defense mechanism. My heart battening down the hatches, shutting out the pain before it gets too debilitating. But it won't last forever. Sooner or later, the numbness will wear off and the pain will rush back in, hotter and more miserable than before. I wasn't hoping to find anything, Arya says, not after dinner the other night. He seemed so genuinely committed to you and you were so happy. I thought everything was going to be okay. Better than okay. Well, you thought wrong. I turn to go a second time, but Arya rushes around me, blocking the path to the door. Maybe not. Maybe he's telling the truth. 4 years is a long time. You're the one who says people don't change. My fingers curl into fists at my sides. And you're right. Even if he's telling the truth, I'll never be able to trust him. He's too good at deceiving me. I'd never know when he was telling the truth and when he wasn't. Arya's forehead furrows. No, you wouldn't. But you can never really know, can you? About anyone? Doesn't there come a point when you just have to decide to believe the best about a person and let go? Isn't that what faith is about? Believing in something even when it's hard or scary? She holds my eyes with a long, searching look, as if she's genuinely trying to sort out the answer to some burning question. But for me, the question is no longer relevant. What if Liam showed up on the front step this afternoon and begged you to come back to him? I ask. What if he swore he was a different person and promised you the life you've always wanted? Would you pack up your things and give it another shot? Arya is silent for a long moment. No. But a weak part of me would want to, even after everything. Well, I'm not going to listen to the weak part of myself either, I whisper. I can't. It's too painful to hope, and I shake my head, swallowing hard. Better to be done with it, once and for all. Done with hope? Arya's eyes fill with tears again, as if she's just now realizing what she did when she decided to show me the lease. What about the best is yet to come? And everything you said to me the other night? That can be true for you too. I'm suddenly tired. So tired that even shaking my head again feels like a Herculean effort. I meant what I said. Mason was it for me. I'm done hoping for that kind of happiness. I'm done with love, I think to myself, as I move around Arya and trudge up the steps into the house. This time, my sister lets me go, as if she can sense that the battle is over. And this time, everyone has lost.
Chapter 24. Mason. I don't get wasted. Never. Not even in college. I'll have a few beers with friends, a mixed drink during happy hour, or wine with dinner, but I don't drink to get drunk or to escape my problems. I had enough stepfathers who drank with a capital D to know that getting smashed only creates new problems. When you sober up, whatever you were trying to escape is still there, and all you have to show for your trouble is a sour stomach, a pounding head, and an increased risk of liver disease. I know better. I absolutely do. There's no excuse for finding myself at Buddy's at 11 in the morning with a beer in one hand and a shot of whiskey in the other. No excuse at all, except that Lark shut me out of her heart forever. The world is a dark, worthless place to be, and Buddy's is the perfect place for feeling miserable. The bar is literally on the wrong side of the tracks, a squat wooden building next to an abandoned train station built in the early 1940s that, as far as I can tell, has never been renovated. The gravel parking lot is overgrown with weeds, the wood siding is cracked, and the foundation is so badly rotted it's hard to believe it passed code. The inside is even worse. The faded old bar is patched in a dozen places. The floor has settled on a slant. It smells of sour armpits and stale nuts, and even in the middle of the day it's so dark it's hard to see into the corners. A single rectangular window above the door barely lets in enough light to maneuver your beer to your mouth, which is good. I don't want to be able to see the glass clenched in my hand too clearly. I have serious doubts about its cleanliness. Its surface is gummy against my skin, sticky the way the floor feels under my shoes. The thought that I'm drinking out of a used glass turns my stomach for the first few sips of beer, but after a shot of whiskey and a refill of whatever amber swill Buddy, the 90-year-old barkeep, a cantankerous old man without a friendly bone in his body, has on tap, I find out I'm not too worried about my dirty glass. By the third beer and second shot of whiskey, I hope I won't be worried about anything. I don't want to think anymore. I don't want to remember the defeated look in Lark's eyes, or the hopelessness in her voice when she told me it was over. I don't want to admit to myself that I've lost her for good this time. I don't want to imagine a future without my best friend, or leaving town tomorrow without her in the seat beside me. I was planning to ask her to move in with me tonight after dinner. I made a reservation at the little Italian restaurant where we had our first date years ago and planned to ask Lark if she would consider moving into my condo in Atlanta with me. She said her catering business is equally divided between Bliss River and larger venues in Atlanta. Her commute wouldn't have been any worse, and I would have been only a few minutes from home when I got off work. I'd already been imagining coming home to Lark at the end of the day, imagining the two of us walking the streets of our new community, trying all the Chinese restaurants to see which had the best egg rolls, running in the park before work, hitting the farmer's market on Thursday nights and finding a new brunch place for long, lingering breakfasts and reading the paper on Sunday mornings. I'd already decided that I didn't need a home office after all. I could find a place for my desk in the living room. That way Lark and I could turn the second bedroom into a guest room for her sisters for now, and a nursery for our first baby in the not-too-distant future. Our first baby. I was sure we'd have at least 3. Now I'm never going to know what it's like to start a family with the woman I love. I'm going to live the rest of my life alone, wishing for something I can never have, knowing there's no one to blame for it but myself. If I could go back in time and punch younger Mason in the face, I would do it in a heartbeat. But I can't, so I'll have to settle for taking my self-loathing out on my liver. "I'll have another whiskey, buddy," I call out in a firm voice. The bartender has massive cauliflower-shaped hearing aids in both ears. Still, you have to talk loud enough for him to hear you over a train, even when you're the only person in the bar and the jukebox is quiet. "Coming up," Buddy grumbles with a heavy sigh, one that insinuates that I'm a pain in his ass and that he could care less if I live or die, let alone continue to patronize his establishment. "Make that 2, comes a familiar voice from near the entrance. I don't remember the door opening or closing, but it must have, because Buddy and I are no longer alone, and my day just got worse. It's Parker. I'd recognize my uncle's smug twang anywhere. "Thought that was your fancy new car outside?" Uncle Parker says, crossing the room to clap me on the back in a way that's almost friendly. "Figured I'd stop in and see if you wanted to buy your uncle a drink." "Sure." I nod to Buddy as he sets my whiskey down in front of me. "Add whatever he wants to my tab." "Well, ain't that generous?" Parker settles onto the stool beside me with a happy sigh. "Very generous indeed." I glance at him out of the corner of my eye to find the old man grinning like the dog that crapped in the cat's water dish. "You're in a good mood. Somebody die?" I ask, drunk enough not to care if I pick a fight. But Parker only laughs, a long, high-pitched laugh that ends in a coughing spasm he quiets with his own shot of whiskey. "Nope, nobody died." He clears his throat and slams the shot glass back on the bar. "Just glad to see people getting what they deserve." I turn on my stool, watching my uncle over the rim of my glass as I take a drink of lukewarm beer. I've never seen him so damned happy. Never, with maybe the exception of my junior year, when my team made it to the state basketball finals and I missed the winning free throw, dooming Bliss River High School to another year without a state championship. I'd come home exhausted and feeling awful for failing my team, despite the fact that not a single one of my teammates or my coach had blamed me for the loss. Parker had been sitting on the front porch with a shit-eating grin on his face, practically twitching with excitement over the chance to glory in my failure. Just like that, I know who gave Arya my old lease. "You went through my desk upstairs, didn't you?" I set my beer calmly on the bar, determined not to give him the satisfaction of seeing me angry. "Well, now, it's my desk, ain't it? In my house, after all," he drawls, smile still wide on his face. "And I figured that little girl had a right to go through your things after what you put her sister through." His eyes narrow as his smile grows thinner, meaner. "Guess she must have found something
Or you wouldn't be drowning your sorrows, now would you?
I let my eyes drift over his face, imagining what it would feel like to smash my fist into that smug grin, or blacken one of those hateful eyes, to fully unleash, taking vengeance for all the times he dragged me down instead of lifting me up. But I'm not drunk enough to start throwing punches. Or maybe I'm already too drunk, buzzed enough that it doesn't seem worth the effort. Nothing seems worth the effort. I might as well stay right here on this stool for the rest of my life. At least I'd be sure never to see Lark again. She doesn't come to places like this. She probably doesn't even know Buddy's, the cheapest shithole bar in Bliss River, even exists.
So what is it?
Uncle Parker smacks his lips as if savoring the taste of my failure.
I thought those old poems were pretty embarrassing, but girls like shit like that.
The lease, I say, unable to tear my eyes away from my uncle's mouth as he smirks and smacks, lapping up his only nephew's misery the way he licks his fingers after fried chicken. I signed it before I asked Lark to marry me.
Ah,
He nods, grinning so hard his jaw creaks.
well then, that would do it all right. She must have wanted to shove a pole up your lying ass.
I nod slowly, triggering low laughter from him, but for the first time since I was a 15-year-old kid, my uncle's obvious enjoyment of my failure doesn't make me angry. It only makes me confused. Why do you hate me so damned much? I ask.
What?
Some of the humor goes out of his eyes, but his smile stays in place. Why do you hate me? I ask again, genuinely curious. I'm your only relative left in Bliss River, and I was a star when I was a kid. He snorts.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do, I say, refusing to let him off the hook. Most uncles would have been proud to have their nephew playing first string on the basketball team and graduating at the top of their class. Why not you? His smile curls, becoming something closer to a snarl.
You really think you're something, don't you?
A lot of people thought I was something, but not you, not Don Parker. Why not? Were you jealous? Uncle Parker's eyebrows lift.
Of you?
Of me. I stare him dead in his cold, flat eyes.
I ain't jealous of jack shit. I was you, boy,
He says, his smile returning.
I had a scholarship to play ball, but I gave it up to stay here and keep your mama out of trouble. God knows our mama couldn't be bothered.
He laughs a bitter laugh.
If it were up to her, we'd have been out on the streets by the time I was 17. I worked my ass off after school to get the things me and Tanya needed, while Mama sat on her ass in front of the TV I paid for.
Did my mom ask you to give up college? I try not to seem too interested. In all the time I lived with my uncle, he never talked this much about his childhood. Or my mother. He scowls.
Of course not. She didn't have to. A real man doesn't have to be asked. I gave up my chance at a better life to stay here and protect her, but she managed to get herself pregnant anyway.
He turns to his beer.
I saved up the money to help her get rid of it, but she said she was in love.
He continues with a sneer.
She and Mike Stewart convinced Mama to sign the papers they needed to get married underage. That lasted about 6 months before your daddy ran off and Tanya moved back in with us, bringing you with her. And then I had 2 more mouths to feed again and 1 ass to keep in diapers.
His hands tighten around his glass as he looks back at me.
That could have been something. I could have played professional ball or been a doctor or whatever I wanted to be. Instead, I got you and your little nose in the air and that look in your eyes that made it clear how much better you thought you were than the rest of us. Truth told, I think that's why your mama ran off. She couldn't stand to stay here and be looked down on by her own damn kid anymore.
I blink. That should hurt. All of it. Everything he'd just said. But it doesn't. Not a word. I don't feel hurt or angry. Only numb and sad and, surprisingly, a little sorry for him. I'm sorry, I say, taking another long drink of beer.
What?
His face pinches, all his features bunching closer to the center. I'm sorry I fucked up your life, I repeat. It wasn't my intention. Doubt it was my mom's either. She was only 15. He scowls.
I don't want your apology.
Then what do you want?
I don't want shit from you. Never have, never will.
I lean in closer to my uncle. Well, now you're lying, Parker. You've been dying to watch me fail the way you did ever since I was a kid, but guess what? I'm not going to roll over and play dead. Never. No matter what you do to me, no matter how you gloat when I fall short of what I reach for. Never. Never. I think again to myself, resolve banishing the whiskey haze. I'm never going to be like my uncle, and I don't belong in this bar. Parker starts cussing, but I barely hear him. I reach in my wallet and toss a couple of 20s on the bar for the drinks, then step off my stool. Thank you, I say, cutting through the stream of obscenity. If you hadn't come in here, I would have spent a lot more time feeling sorry for myself.
Go fuck yourself,
he growls. You're going to need a new hobby, I say, clapping him on the back in the same chummy way he'd greeted me on the way in. You can't touch me anymore. He has a few more choice words to say to that, but they drift in one ear and out the other, becoming a nonsensical hum that buzzes harmlessly around my head as I walk to the door and push out into the sunshine. Outside it's quiet, except for the soft rush of traffic a few streets over and the chatter of birds nesting in the ruins of the train station 100 yards away. It's a beautiful day, and I'm alive to walk around in it. No matter how foul I feel, no matter how miserable I am over what happened with Lark, I'm alive when so many aren't. It seems like a simple thing to be grateful for, but it isn't simple, not really. There are so many people in the world who waste their aliveness, who hang back when they should reach out, who sit out when they should join in, who hang on when they should let go. And I don't want to be one of them. It took years of hard work on myself to feel like I'm living my life right, and I'm not going to give up on that because a dream has died. Even if it is the brightest dream, the best dream, the one thing I most want in the world, I'm not going to waste the gift of being alive. I'm going to get up, brush myself off, and move on. Even if I have to do it with a broken heart.
Chapter 25. Lark. 2 months later. There's nothing more miserable than a blazing Georgia afternoon in late July. All day, it's been hot as Satan's kitchen. The bugs waged war against the appetizers, and nearly won, and the humidity pressed in on the wedding party like a dog's hot, damp breath. The bride spent half the reception running to the bathroom to spray more hairspray on her updo in a vain attempt to maintain control of her naturally curly hair. And the guests consumed twice as much water as wine to keep from passing out on the dance floor. Thank goodness that's over. Melody dumps a load of empty serving trays in the back of our new Ever After catering van, the one we bought after booking 4 mega weddings in August and 2 in September. Business is good. Very good. I can't complain, even when grilling T-bones in 100-degree heat. Why any woman would plan an outdoor reception in July is beyond me, Arya agrees, collapsing onto the grass by the truck and shrugging out of her tuxedo vest. We were 1 server short tonight. Natalie called in sick, so Arya suited up to fill in. She finished the last-minute touches on the wedding cake, then spent the rest of the night circling with drink and hors d'oeuvre trays. I offered to take over after the meal was served, but Melody insisted that Arya should stay on duty. She said something about Arya having a sunnier smile or something that I hadn't paid much attention to. I have a hard time paying attention to anything these days. It feels like I'm drifting through my life, going through the motions, but not plugging in the way I used to. I don't get a rush when I walk into the kitchen to start a job anymore. I don't get nervous around fussy brides. I don't even care when the old people complain about the gourmet salad dressing and ask for a bottle of ranch. The job just doesn't seem to matter as much as it used to. Nothing does. I'll tell you what kind of bride, Melody says in a conspiratorial whisper, glancing over her shoulder, though the bridal party left an hour ago and the last of the guests are drifting out to their cars in the front parking lot. A bride with a bun in the oven. No, Arya says, wrinkling her nose. No way. Yes way. Melody plops down on the grass beside her. I heard her mom talking after she'd had a few too many glasses of champagne. The bride was 4 months pregnant. They had to move the wedding up from the original date in November so she'd be able to fit into her dress. God, but she was so tiny. Arya shakes her head. By the time I was 4 months, I looked like a snake that had swallowed an egg. You totally did, Melody agrees, giggling when Arya nudges her in the side with a sharp elbow. Sorry, but you did. I would never have imagined your stomach could get as big as it was by the end. Arya lifts one shoulder. At least I didn't get stretch marks. Good genes, Melody says with a sigh. I hope I got them too. Not that I would really care. Babies are worth a few stretch marks. My friend Hannah calls them battle scars, Arya says with a smile. Is there anything else left inside? I ask, backing toward the outdoor kitchen at the edge of the botanical gardens. I don't want to talk about babies. It's one of the many topics that remind me of a perfect night that I wish I could forget. No, I got everything. Sit and visit for a minute. Melody pats the grass beside her and Arya. I glance at my watch. I really should get home. I've got to get up early and shine the silver for the bridal shower tomorrow afternoon. No, you don't, Arya says. It's my turn to prep the serving plates. Mom's going to watch Felicity so I can take care of it first thing in the morning. Sit, Melody repeats. Take a load off. It's not so bad now that the sun is setting. I sigh and fiddle with the van keys. Honestly, I'd rather head home. We've got a 40-minute drive and I don't feel like— Sit, Melody and Arya say at the same time, sending a prickle of suspicion across my skin. I don't want to talk with a capital T, I warn them. We don't care, Melody says pleasantly. Sit your butt down, now. I'm invoking emergency sister procedures. Grudgingly, I sink down to the sweet-smelling grass and sit cross-legged next to my sisters, watching the pink sunset light turn purple and the air begin to flash with sleepy-looking lightning bugs. Slowly, twilight transforms the garden into an even more romantic place than it is during the day. I close my eyes against the beauty of the scene, only opening them when Melody puts a warm hand on my arm. This has gone on long enough, she says gently. We're worried about you. What's gone on long enough? I play innocent, though I have a good idea what my sister is talking about. Melody is talking about the numbness, broken only by periods of intense sadness and bouts of prolonged crying I do my best to do in private, but can't always, not when I spend up to 12 hours a day working with my sisters. Melody is talking about my inability to care the way I used to, and the way my smile has gone into midsummer hibernation. She's talking about me mourning the loss of Mason. You know what I mean, Melody insists, not letting me off the hook for a second. But then I didn't expect her to. If you miss Mason that much, you should call him. I can't call him. I roll my eyes. We've had this conversation half a dozen times already. It's getting ridiculous. And you know why, so give me a break, okay? Then let us help you find someone to talk to, a counselor or something, Melody says. If you're determined not to give that poor man another chance, at least give yourself one. You can't live like this. I'm fine. I want to stand up and storm away, but I don't have the energy. That's been happening a lot lately, too. I just run out of steam and can't seem to get going again. It's hard to believe I used to be one of those people who could go all day on 3 hours of sleep and a few cups of coffee. It's hard to believe I was ever the happy person in the picture on the side of the van. You're not fine, Arya says, chiming in. Trust me, I know what depression looks like, Lark. I was there not so long ago, remember? I shrug. Well, you snapped out of it. I will too. Just give me some time. No. The heat in Melody's tone surprises me. You don't get more time. Arya is dealing with an unrepentant asshole who's too much of a jerk to send money to help support his own daughter, let alone come see his baby girl. You're bringing this on yourself. My eyebrows snap together, anger stirring inside of me for the first time in weeks. I am not bringing this on myself. You know what happened. I'm careful not to look at Arya. I went through a period where I blamed her for the misery cloud dumping rain all over my life, but I eventually came to realize that wasn't fair. Arya might have stuck her nose where it didn't belong, but Mason is to blame. Only Mason. And that's why I will never see him again. Never. Even if my soul shrivels up and dies while I'm trying, and failing, to get over him. This is what I know. Melody says, holding up a finger and ticking it off. I know Mason made a mistake 4 years ago that he promised never to repeat again. I know he went to counseling and said it changed him for the better. I know he loves you and treated you very well for 5 days. I take a deep breath and continue in a softer voice. 5 days doesn't prove anything. What about the letters? Melody presses. I know he's been sending you one every week since you told him to leave town. Have you even been reading them? I bristle. How do you know about the letters? I ask, refusing to answer the question. I haven't been reading them, but that's none of my sister's business. Mason called me and asked if you'd been getting them, so I checked your mailbox a few times, Melody says, sitting up straighter. You talked to him behind my back? I ask, outraged. How could you, Melody? You're supposed to be on my side. We are on your side, Arya says, laying a slim hand on my back. We love you, and we want you to be happy. That's why we decided we had to talk to you tonight. Gang up on me is more like it. I still feel prickly all over, like a cactus with needles that poke in both directions, jabbing out and in at the same time. Consider it a March family intervention, because Mom and Dad are on board with this too, and ready to add their 2 cents if necessary, Melody says, showing no sign of backing down. When Mason left the first time, we all put up with the crying and the moping and the feeling sorry for yourself for months and months on end. But this time it's different. I flinch, too shocked and hurt by my sister's words to respond. You were young before, Melody continues, and it was your first broken heart, and Mom and Dad told us to give you time to learn how to heal. But you're 25 now. You're a grown woman with a successful business who's already been down this road. Even if Mason had done the same thing he did 4 years ago, which he didn't, there would be no excuse for the way you've been acting. I'm ready to leave. I stand, moving stiffly to my feet. Melody pops up from the grass, moving to block my path to the driver's side of the van. Mason never should have run away without any explanation, but at least he's done the work to make sure he's not going to hurt someone like that again. Now it's your turn, Lark. My turn to what? I ask, my voice rising. To do the work. To grow up and take responsibility for your feelings and realize no one is perfect. Not even you. I never said I was perfect, I say, more hurt by my little sister in this moment than I can remember being hurt in the entire time we grew up together, even when Melody was 4 and colored in permanent marker all over my new chef costume. And who are you to decide what I need to do with my life? You're 22, Melody, and you've only dated one boy for more than 6 months. You're not. I'm young, but I know what it's like to love someone who isn't right for me, Melody says, crossing her arms at her chest. I loved Brian. I didn't want to break up with him. But when I realized we weren't going to work long-term, I did it. The day I told Mason it was over, Melody came home in tears from her last date with Brian. When she took Felicity over to his parents' farm to pet the animals, Brian not only refused to hold the baby, but made little effort to conceal his lack of enthusiasm for small, drooling people who make a mess in their diapers. Melody flat out asked him whether he wanted children in the future, and he confessed that he found babies kind of gross. No one infers that Melody's treasured baby niece is gross and gets away with it. She broke up with Brian on the spot and refused to even consider giving the boy a second chance. And I've been sad about it, Melody continues, but I'm not going to let it destroy me or my relationships with the other people I care about. I shrug, trying to act like I'm not bleeding inside from Melody's attack of tough love. Well, maybe you're stronger than I am, or maybe you don't love the same way I do. Maybe it's not as intense an experience for you. Now, it's Melody's turn to look offended. That's not fair. Just because I don't give up on life when I'm sad, it doesn't mean I'm not giving up. I'm hurting, Melody. Can't you? Hold on, you two, Arya says, stepping between us. Just wait a second. Arya takes Melody's hand. I think what Lark is trying to say is that you've always been a really positive person, Melody. Like Mom. That doesn't mean you don't have feelings, but it may mean you're naturally better at bouncing back. That you're more resilient. Arya turns to me. And I think what Melody is trying to say is that you've come so far in the past 4 years. You're a stronger person now, and there's no reason to let what happened with Mason take that away from you. So, you think I need to grow up too? I clench my jaw against the urge to cry. Arya meets my eyes for a long moment. Not to be a jerk, because I love you and I understand exactly what you're feeling. But yes, it's time to get help if you need it. That's the grown-up thing to do. I nod before tucking my chin, hiding the tears filling my eyes. Well, I say, my voice trembling. Thanks for the help, y'all. I feel so much better. Oh, Sissy, we love you. You know we do. Melody pulls me in for a hug, crushing me into her abundant chest. And you're going to feel better soon. I just know it. We'll help any way we can. Yes, we will. Arya throws her arms around us both, turning me into sister hug sandwich filling. I stiffen for a second. Resentment at being blindsided by an intervention, warring with the need to melt into my sister's arms. But I finally give in and wrap one arm around Melody's waist and the other around Arya's, pulling them close. We hug for a good 5 minutes, rocking back and forth in the fading light, until Arya finally pulls away and says, I love you both dearly, but I'm hot as the devil's nutsack. I can't hug anymore. Ew, Melody says as she releases me. That's disgusting, Arya. So is how sweaty I am under this white button-down. Arya pulls at the front of her shirt. Maybe we should let the servers wear short sleeves from now on. No way, I say, stepping in to slam the van's back doors closed. Short-sleeve button-downs are tacky-looking. So are sweat patches, Arya says, and servers who smell more oniony than the appetizers. Mitch does get kind of stinky by the end of a shift, Melody says thoughtfully, snatching the keys from my hand and heading for the driver's seat while shouting, I'm driving! Shotgun, I call, making Arya groan at being stuck in the middle for the ride back. But Mitch refuses to wear real deodorant, I continue, letting Arya into the passenger side of the van and climbing in after. He wears that hippie rock crystal stuff from the health food store. I think you two should give him an intervention. I wouldn't mind intervening in Mitch's affairs, Melody says, backing the van out of our spot. He's kind of cute, don't you think? Gross, no. Arya makes a gagging sound. He's about as big around as my right thigh. So, Melody asks, you're skinny and we still like you. Most of the time, I add, earning a laugh from Melody and an elbow in the ribs from Arya. I smile. It feels good to goof off with my sisters, to laugh on the way home as we talk about stupid stuff like Mitch's armpits, the bleeding deer head cake our dad wants us to make to celebrate the start of deer season this fall, and the garden war our Nana is in with her neighbor to see who can grow the biggest watermelon before the fair later this summer. I haven't felt this angst-free in months. I'm not sure if the feeling is going to last, but I'm grateful for the reprieve from the misery that's been my constant companion. So grateful that, for the first time in weeks, I make it through my shower and the rest of my pre-bedtime regimen without getting the slightest bit teary, and fall asleep without a single Mason-flavored thought passing through my head. And then I begin to dream. A bizarre barrage of anxiety dreams that put my usual stress-induced nightmares to shame. Flying over an ocean of grape jello in a glider made of tissue paper when it starts to rain Earl Grey tea that scalds me as I fall into the gelatinous ocean and drown? Check. Running through a field of flowers with tiny zombie faces and being bitten on my ankle right as I make it to the watermelon stage where Nana is dancing the jitterbug with a human-sized cockroach? Check. Shuffling down the streets, years and years from now, when I'm even older than Nana, and running into the old man Mason has become, only for him to clutch his chest and fall to the ground, dying of a heart attack before I can tell him how much I still love him, or how sorry I am for wasting the lifetime we should have had together. Check, and check, and check. I dream different versions of that same terrible dream at least 3 times. In every one, we lose our chance at love, and I live to regret it more than I've ever regretted anything. When I finally wake up the next morning, I'm truly shaken. It doesn't take a consult with a professional dream analyst to know what my subconscious is trying to tell me. I may not know the symbolic significance of Jell-O oceans or Nana dancing with a cockroach, but I know I don't want my last dream to become a reality. In that moment, still lying in bed, tangled in the covers I've twisted into knots during my troubled sleep, I make a decision. I'm not going to ask Mom for the name of the counselor she talked to after Pop died. Not yet. First, I'm going to Atlanta. Filled with sudden, urgent purpose, I lunge for the phone by my bed and jab in Melody's number. My sister answers after the third ring with a sleepy-sounding, "Hello? Melody, it's me. I have an important question for you." "Lark, is everything okay? I was just wondering if you and Arya can handle the bridal shower this afternoon alone." Melody yawns. Yeah, I think so. The cake and cookies are done, and most of the app's prepped, right?" "Right." I swing my feet off the side of the bed and pad across the room to my closet. "And Arya is on serving dish duty. The only thing you'll have to do is grill the bacon-wrapped duck bites about 10 minutes after the guests start to arrive." "I can handle that," Melody says. "So what's up? Did you catch Natalie's cold?" Sort of." I grab my sleeveless white sundress from its hanger. "I'm definitely going to see a doctor." "You should," Melody says. "Natalie called last night and said she felt awful until she took time to rest up. This isn't something you want to mess around with." "I agree. I'm heading to the doctor now," I say, though I doubt Mason has office hours on Sundays. I'll just have to show up at his new place for a house call. Thanks to his letters, I have the address. "Okay, good." Melody yawns again. "You want me to call Arya and tell her what's up?" "Yes, please, could you? That would be great." We say our goodbyes and I hang up, dropping the phone back in its cradle as I race into the bathroom to get dressed, grateful my hair dried in smooth waves instead of curly on one side, flat on the other, the way it does sometimes when I go to bed with wet hair. I don't want to waste any more time getting pretty than I absolutely have to. Now that I've decided to go to Mason, I can't get to him fast enough. But there is one thing I have to do first. As soon as I'm dressed, I fix a single-serve cup of coffee and sit down with the pile of Mason's letters. By the time I finish the first, I know I'm making the right decision. By the end of the second, I'm sniffling. And by the end of the third, I'm cursing myself for being so pig-headed. The love Mason feels for me is present in every line. His commitment obvious in the letters that keep coming week after week, always long and thoughtful, even when I refuse to respond. He loves me. He wants a future together, and he's willing to do whatever it takes to earn my trust, even if it takes a year's worth of letters, 2 years, 3. He swears he'll keep writing until I agree to see him again, and by the time I finish reading, I will leave him. I close the last letter with a determined breath. Melody and Arya are right. It's time for me to grow up and do the work. Mason can only take the healing so far on his own. Now it's my turn. My turn to prove that my love for him is more powerful than my fear. To prove that I'm brave and ready to put my money where my mouth is. Luckily, several clients sent in their deposits last week. My bank account is in a healthy place, and I can afford to splurge in the name of love. Now, to find a store that's open on Sunday mornings. I pull out my laptop and do some searching, finding what I'm looking for in a shopping center about 3 blocks from Mason's condo. 5 minutes later, I'm in my car on the way to Atlanta, my hands shaking with nerves, my jaw tight with excitement, and my heart aching with hope that today will be the day that changes everything. The first day of the rest of my no longer lonely life.
Chapter 26. Mason. A week after I moved into my new place, I found the perfect brunch spot. It's a hole-in-the-wall 3 blocks from my condo complex called the Root Cellar that serves obscenely good omelets, pancakes, and French press coffee in carafes the waiters leave on your table so you can enjoy it down to the last gritty drop. It's busy during the breakfast rush, especially on Sundays, but the staff doesn't mind if you linger at one of the outdoor tables on the sidewalk. And so, every Sunday, I buy the paper and head to the Root Cellar with my favorite pen and a spiral notebook to eat breakfast, drink too much coffee, and write Lark her weekly letter. At first, I was worried that I might run out of things to say. Being as addicted to email as everyone else, I haven't written a real letter in years, but I find the process strangely soothing. By the end of the first page, I connect to the words, and by the end of the second, I connect to Lark. I can imagine the look on her face as she reads each line, the parts where she might smile, and the parts that would make her bite her lip and put on her thinking face. I pour myself into every letter, sharing everything about my new job and my new life in Atlanta, and then going back to a moment from my past I never told her about and describing it in detail. I never want something I've held back to come between us again, so I fill her in on the darker parts of my childhood, the parts I deliberately left out when we were first dating, not wanting her to feel sorry for me or to expose old wounds that at that point hadn't completely healed. I fill her in on the events of the summer after my mother left and the first few months living with Uncle Parker. I tell her about learning there are worse things than a neglectful parent, like living with a man who resented the fact that you were even born. I tell her stories about my residency, the crazy people I met in the ER, and the old woman who lived above my apartment during my first 2 years in New York, but died the third, and how my roommate and I had been the only people at her funeral. I tell her about my last meeting with Parker, and how much freer I feel, and how much I love my new workplace, but mostly, I tell her that I love her, and miss her, and that no good thing is quite as good without her around to share it. I tell her that I need her, and that I'm never going to stop needing her, and that I hope someday she'll realize that she needs me too. But truthfully, I'm not expecting that day to be any day soon. I saw how hurt she was, and Melody said Lark hasn't mentioned my letters. For all I know, she could be tearing them up and throwing them in the garbage. But still, I write, hoping for the best, but expecting nothing to change for a long time. Maybe ever. So to say I'm surprised to look up from my freshly delivered Italian omelet to see Lark walking down the sidewalk in a white sundress toward me, looking like a sun-kissed angel, is an understatement. I'm stunned, dumbfounded, rendered speechless, motionless. All I can do is sit and stare as she draws closer. I'm sure she's going to walk right by me without noticing the man gaping behind the low, wrought iron fence surrounding the root cellar's outdoor seating area. But then she stops, just freezes in the middle of the sidewalk as if I've called her name. A beat later, she reaches for her sunglasses, pulling them from her face as she turns my way. When her gaze connects with mine, her eyes widen and a tiny squeaking sound escapes her lips. She looks as shocked as I feel. I begin to suspect this is some terrible coincidence, that she didn't come here to find me and that she's going to make a break for her car any second when she says,
I was on my way to your place.
And my heart does a backflip in my chest. I flick my notebook shut and stand, facing her across the fence. You were, I ask, wanting to touch her so badly I have to curl my hands into fists to keep from reaching for her hand. She nods, fidgeting with her purse strap.
I've missed you.
Me too, I say quickly, my heart hammering harder. So much, every day.
And I read your letters this morning.
You did? I fight to keep my face expressionless. It's too early to start celebrating. She might be here to tell me to quit writing for all I know. The missing me part was good, but she looks so nervous I can't be sure what this is about. Surely if she's read the letters, she has to know I'll welcome her back in my life any way she wants that to happen. She nods again.
They helped me make an important decision.
She pulls in a shaky breath.
I mean, I'd already pretty much made the decision, or part of the decision, the most important part, but they helped me be certain I was making the right decision. You know what I'm saying?
I shake my head, my pulse racing. No, but you'd better tell me quick. I'm not sure my heart can take the suspense.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting to see you here, and
she flutters her hand anxiously.
I'm screwing this up.
You're not screwing anything up.
I am,
she says, wincing.
I had it all planned, and now I have no idea what I'm saying. I'm babbling, and you're nervous, and I'm nervous, and...
I'm not nervous. I'm so happy to see you again, and I pull in a breath and risk adding, and I hope I'll be seeing more of you from here on out.
Me too,
she says, holding my gaze, the tension slowly seeping from her features.
Your eyes always make me feel better.
Yours too, I say, my jaw tightening as a wave of emotion swells inside me. They're my favorite eyes.
And you're my favorite person, so
She reaches into her purse, drawing out a small red box before she bends down, kneeling on the concrete in front of me. My jaw releases with a spasm.
I would be down on one knee, but I wasn't thinking, and my dress is too short,
She says with a shaky laugh.
so you'll have to settle for both knees.
Her tongue sweeps across her lips as she opens the red box, revealing a thick silver band with something etched on the side that I can't read from where I stand. But I don't need to read it to know what it is, and more importantly, what it means.
Mason Stewart.
Lark says, holding my gaze, not seeming to notice the hushed murmurs as the people around us realize what's happening.
First of all, I want to apologize for not giving you the benefit of the doubt when you deserved it.
I open my mouth to tell her it doesn't matter, but she hurries on before I can speak.
Because you did deserve it. You are the best man I've ever met. You're kind and funny and gentle and strong. You're compassionate and caring and sexy and the only person who has ever made me feel completely at home, no matter where I am.
Her throat works as she swallows.
You are my best friend and my only love, and
She takes a breath and continues in a trembling voice.
I don't want to live any more of my life without you. So I came here today to ask you if you'll marry me. So, will you, Mason? Will you marry me?
A ragged sigh of relief bursts from my chest along with a firm, "Yes,"
Yes?
she echoes, her lips curving. "Hell yes." I reach out, but instead of taking the ring, I take Lark in my arms, hauling her over the gate and into a hug so tight I can feel her heart pounding behind her ribs. "Yes," I whisper into her hair as she wraps her arms tightly around my neck, and the other customers begin to applaud. "I will marry you, Lark March. I will marry you and work my ass off to make you the happiest woman in Georgia or anywhere else."
You already are?
She pulls back, gazing up into my face.
I am so sorry for the way I acted. I was afraid and it made me do stupid things.
"You didn't do stupid things,"
Yes, I did.
she says.
I know that now. I thought I had to make a safe decision. But love is never safe. There's always danger involved. Yes, one of us could betray the other, but even if we have the perfect relationship, everything could still fall apart. One of us could get sick or hurt, and everything could change. We could lose it all, just like that. There are no guarantees.
I nod slowly. "You're right."
But I've realized there are worse things than betrayal or heartbreak or loss.
She slips her fingers into my hair just above the collar of my shirt.
There's my life without you in it. And it sucks. Big time.
The backs of my eyes beginning to sting, I smile. "It does. Huge donkey balls."
And I hate donkey balls.
She whispers seriously, making me smile wider.
Almost as much as I love you. So you should kiss me now, right?
Hell yes, I should. And then I kiss her, summoning another wave of applause from the rest of the diners on the patio. Lark pulls away with a self-conscious giggle.
I almost forgot we had witnesses. This place looks amazing.
"It's the best brunch spot," I say, setting her down and taking the ring box she places in my hand. "You're going to love it." Tugging the ring from the box, I glance at the inscription. "For my forever friend," with a smile.
You like it?
She asks as I slide it on my finger. "I love it." I take her hand. "Now we just need to get you something big enough to blind people at 50 feet and we'll be set."
I don't need a diamond big enough to blind people,
she says, squeezing my fingers.
I just need you.
I lean in, pressing another quick kiss to her lips before turning to grab my paper and notebook. I dig a few bills from my wallet and toss them on the table. But when I look back at Lark, she's pulling out the chair across from mine and picking up one of the menus tucked between the salt and pepper shakers.
What?
Her eyebrows lift.
You're not going to leave that omelet uneaten, are you? It's too beautiful to abandon. Look at that fresh basil. And I smell pancakes. Really good pancakes with real syrup.
I smile, so happy she's here with me, being Lark and smiling and wanting to eat breakfast together. It's something so simple but still so special, just because I get to share this memory with her. "You want me to order you some pancakes, sunshine?"
I wouldn't turn up my nose at a pancake,
she says, grinning up at me.
That's all I'm saying.
I sit back down, scooting my chair next to Lark's, putting my arm around her and pulling her close. She leans into me with a happy sigh, and I kiss the top of her head. All right, how about you help me eat this omelet before it gets cold, and then we split a stack of the harvest pancakes? I ask. Sound like a deal?
Sounds perfect,
She says, tipping her face up to mine, glowing with happiness. And then we'll go ring shopping and find something you don't mind wearing for another 50 years or so. She smiles.
That sounds even better.
It does, I agree. It sounds pretty damned perfect, in fact. Like the beginning of the life I've always wanted. One filled with love and laughter and this beautiful girl who is my very best friend.
And then we'll go back to your place, she whispers. I want to see the new bedroom furniture you talked about in last week's letter.
If you don't like it, we can take it back. I saved the receipt. She rolls her eyes.
I couldn't care less about the furniture, Mason. I want to see the bed, and you in the bed, and me in the bed with you.
I arch a teasing brow. Yeah? Think you'll be ready for a nap soon?
No napping today, Dr. Stewart,
She says with a grin.
I'm going to need a thorough physical. Every inch examined thoroughly, head to toe.
Head to toe. I agree. I'm about to suggest we ask for the rest of our breakfast to go and get to the examining as soon as possible, but Lark is already lifting her hand, summoning a waiter. She then proceeds to order twice as much food as we agreed upon in a very assured, very sexy voice, before turning back to me and asking,
You want anything else?
I shake my head. Nope. I've got everything I'll ever need. And I do.
We hope you enjoyed Falling for the Fling by Lili Valente. Keep listening for a free sneak peek of Falling for the Ex, Nash and Arya's story. Chapter 1. Arya. 12 years ago. I slipped through the woods on silent feet, my heartbeat louder than the cicadas buzzing and clicking in the trees. It's almost too dark to see the trail. I don't have a flashlight, and being out of my cabin after lights out and on my way to meet a boy are both major camp handbook violations. If I'm caught, I'll be kicked out. My mom and dad are on the Arts Council board, but not even that will spare me the ultimate punishment. The staff here are really intense about following the rules, and staying in bed after lights out, and not kissing boys or girls. They frown hard at all varieties of kissing and displays of affection. I should turn around. I really, really should. I don't want to be sent home. My friends are here. Camp means another 4 weeks away from my bratty little sisters, Lark and Melody, and I'm having the time of my life, sketching and painting and experimenting with new mediums during our 5 hours of daily art classes. I love camp art under the elms. I love it like I love deep-fried Twinkies at the fair and staying in my pajamas all weekend, and I wouldn't put my future here at risk for anything. Anything except him. Nash Geary. Just thinking his name is enough to make my blood fizzy. He is by far the most delicious boy I've ever met. Taller than the other boys at camp by at least 5 inches, built like a contestant on an ancient Olympiad, with moody green eyes a shade lighter than mine, and a silky Georgia drawl I can feel whispering over my skin like warm summer rain. He is, flat out, no holds barred, drop dead, drool worthy. Every girl at camp had her eye on him that first day. But by the time we walked through the dinner line to pick up our burgers and hot dogs, Nash had made it clear he only had eyes for me. Me, the girl with the messy hair and skinny legs. Not that I'm a complete wallflower. I've dated my fair share of boys, especially considering I'm not allowed to go on car dates until I'm 16. But I've never been with someone as close to a full-grown man as Nash. I mean, I'm no dog. My skin is pale but clear, and my hair finally darkened to auburn after a decade of impersonating an orange construction cone. But no matter how much I eat, I stay scrawny. And, shame of all my shames, I barely fill out an A-cup. Meanwhile, Nash is 6'4", muscled all over, with hands big enough to wrap all the way around my waist, and an air about him that practically screams, "I know my way around vaginas." I would bet my snow cone hut voucher tickets for the entire summer that he's gone all the way with at least one girl, maybe more. At first, I sort of wondered what he saw in me, a girl who still looks like a 12-year-old if I make the mistake of forgetting to slip the padding into my two-piece swimsuit. But then we started talking and things just clicked. Within a few hours, we were cracking jokes like old friends, making each other laugh so hard we snorted coke out of our noses, all over a watercolor I wasn't even sad to lose because being with Nash was so much fun. By the third day, we were taking long walks during our free time after dinner, chatting about our lives back home and school and the bands we like and which paintings make our brains tingle. And by the fifth day, we were stealing kisses behind the mess hall dumpsters before lights out. And what kisses they were. Just thinking about them makes my nerve endings hum and my feet move faster along the path, already anticipating the tingle-inducing kiss waiting for me in the clearing where Nash is meeting me tonight. Kissing Nash is heaven and hell all tangled up together, enough to make my soul light up with joy and my body ache with a hunger that's almost painful, but deliciously painful. Until now, I've only really been into kissing. It's hard to get interested in much more in the back row of a movie theater or under the bleachers after school, and it's not like any of the guys I've locked lips with were all that great at it. But now I want Nash's big hands to slide beneath my t-shirt. I want to explore every inch of his skin with my fingertips until I've memorized him so well I can sculpt him in ceramics class. And I want him to do the same. I want him to touch me wherever he wants, do whatever he wants, because I know anything I do with Nash will feel amazing. And so right. It's only been 3 weeks, but I'm ready for him to be my first. I can feel how much he cares about me, and I've never been so completely gone on a guy. In my secret thoughts, I used to imagine growing up to have a string of gorgeous lovers, each one more dashing and dangerous than the last. But now, a part of me wonders what it would be like to find the one the first time around. To spend my life with only one man. When the man in question is Nash, the possibility doesn't seem boring, not in the slightest. I shiver as I reach the edge of the clearing, and a large shadow separates from the darkness. A beat later, Nash's voice rumbles through the trees. "Hey, there you are." Here I am. I grin, skipping the last few steps off the path and into his arms. He picks me up with a happy moan that vibrates through my bones, and then he kisses me, long and deep, until my breath is coming faster and that delicious hunger rises inside me again. "I was beginning to think you'd changed your mind," he whispers against my mouth as his hands wander down to cup my bottom through my shorts. An electric jolt surges through me in response. God, he makes me crazy. So wonderfully, crazily crazy. "No," I say, clinging tighter to his shoulders. I just had to wait until Molly fell asleep. She was reading in her bunk forever. "I'm so glad you're here. I missed you. And I've been dying to be alone with you." "Me too," I breathe, threading my fingers into his hair. So much. We kiss for another long minute, or maybe 100 minutes. All I know is that soon my head is spinning and my chest is aching and I feel like I'll die if I don't get more of him. All of him. I pull away, sucking in a ragged breath. "Did you bring something?" "Something?" he echoes, his breath coming faster too. "Something just in case." "In case?" "In case we want to do more than kiss," I whisper, my nerve endings buzzing. I can't tell if I'm nervous or excited or both, but I'll feel better once I know we're protected. I'm ready to be with Nash, but I'm not ready to be a mom. Not for a decade. Or more. Or maybe ever. There are so many adventures to be had, and most of them don't pair well with caring for an infant. "Yes, ma'am," Nash drawls in that silky voice of his. "I brought a blanket from the storage room. It's over there." He takes my hand, drawing me deeper into the shadows. As my eyes adjust, I make out the rectangular shape of a dark gray camp blanket spread out on the grass. Nash sits, guiding me down onto the blanket beside him and rolling me beneath him with a calm assurance that makes my blood pressure spike. but when he moves to kiss me again, I put a finger to his lips. I didn't mean the blanket, I say, amazed by my own gumption. But if I'm really ready to go all the way, I should be brave enough to talk about protection, too. And I am. A fact I prove when I add in a softer voice. I meant a condom. Nash pauses for a long second before he exhales. Yeah, I have something in my wallet, but I didn't. Didn't what? I ask. The hesitation in his voice would make me anxious as hell in any other situation, but it's impossible to feel anxious with Nash leaning protectively over me, his big hand running up and down my side. I didn't think you wanted to tonight. I thought you would want to wait. Do you want to wait? Heck no, he says with a soft laugh. You make me crazy, and you're so beautiful. He sighs, a sound filled with so much longing it makes me feel like the most desirable woman on the planet. I want you so much. It's probably sinful, Arya, but it's your first time. Does that make you nervous? I bite my lip. I know some guys avoid virgins like the plague, thinking we're going to get too clingy or something lame I've never quite understood. I might be a virgin, but I've watched sexy movies and read every racy romance novel I could get my hands on. I know what goes on between a man and a woman. Yes, I'm sure the feelings can get intense, but I'm not going to be rendered idiotic because my privates and a boy's privates meet up for the first time. I'm inexperienced, not naive, and my brain is just as much a part of this decision as the rest of me. A little, Nash confesses. I don't want to hurt you. You won't. I snuggle closer to him, wrapping my arms around his neck. Could he be any sweeter, or perfect, or sexy? God, he's so sexy. It makes my blood feel like honey oozing through my veins. All you ever do is make me feel amazing. This won't be any different. Are you sure? He presses. I don't mind waiting. What? I let my fingers play through his spiky hair, wishing I could see his eyes. I really like you. A lot. I don't want this to be just a camp thing, you know? I want to see you after. Be with you. Like an official couple. Me too, I say, smiling so wide it makes my cheeks hurt. Nash and I haven't talked about anything long-term, but I've had all my fingers and toes crossed this would happen. Sure, we go to different schools and live on opposite sides of town. Me in a cookie-cutter subdivision, Nash out in the country. But that doesn't mean we can't make a relationship work. I don't have a lot of time during the week, he says, a smile in his voice that makes me grin even harder. I have football most afternoons and help out with my brothers and sisters at night. But I could come to Bliss River every Sunday. And I could come out and help you babysit when I don't have art class after school, I say, catching his excitement for our future. I've got my permit, and Dad said I could borrow the truck once I turn 16. I'd like that, he says, before adding in a voice that completely melts my heart. I'd like as much of you as I can get. How about all of me? I ask, wondering if this is what love feels like. If it isn't, then love must be some insanely serious stuff. Because this is magic. I'm not scared. I cup his cheek in my hand. I care about you so much, and I know what I want. Nash's breath hitches in a way that makes me feel beautiful and powerful, and so drunk with needing him, I vow to beg him to get naked with me, if that's what it takes. On one condition, he finally says. We're a couple. Exclusive. It's official. You're my girl. Yes, I whisper, suddenly feeling shy. I've never had a boyfriend like this before, one who made it clear being a couple meant something to him, that this was a commitment more serious than most casual high school connections. Hearing Nash call me his girl, his intimate, possessive, and completely irresistible. And you're my man, I say. His husky sound of approval sends a thrill rushing through me, giving me the courage to whisper, Now, will you make love to me? He doesn't say a word, but the next second, he's kissing me so hard and deep that soon his breath is my breath, and I swear I can feel his heartbeat echoing in my chest. A beat later, his hand slides beneath my shirt, making every cell in my body zing. Not long after, my shirt is off, and he's kissing me in places no boy has ever kissed me before. And it is mind-blowing, life-changing, more pure, sweet magic. My head spins, and my fingers fist in Nash's hair as he kisses and licks, and God, the things he does to me, the way it makes me feel. It's more incredible, more intoxicating than I've even imagined. I'm so close, so desperately close that my eyes are squeezed tight. So tight that I don't see the flashlights coming through the woods until it's too late. Too late to cover up, or run, or do anything else to avoid being caught in a very compromising position. This has been Falling for the Fling by Lili Valente, narrated by Jason Clarke and Lili Valente. Copyright 2020 Lili Valente. Production copyright 2020 Lili Valente.